Is that any better? Have you got me now, guys? I think I've fixed my audio temporarily. Hopefully you should be able to hear me now. Can you hear me all right?
You can hear me.
Yeah, we've got you.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange, but we can hear you.
Yeah, I've had to switch over to my webcam mic. For some reason, my other mic doesn't seem to be working. So I will try and fix the better mic shortly. Luke is joining us as well. Sorry about that. Sorry for the disruption, folks. I will try and fix my other mic when Luke joins us about 12:30 as well. We are all good, everyone. Welcome along. Scott, first of all, how are you, mate?
I'm good. I like this stage a little bit better. You've sort of filtered out a little bit of the draw, so now you've got some brilliant ties all the way through. Really harsh round one today.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone in the chat room, hope you are all good. We'll announce it on Twitter later on, but we'll give you guys the heads up as you are in the chat room. We have got pairs of tickets for every session, including the final of the World Seniors, to give away. And
that's not bad.
Not just on social media, we have a pair of tickets to give away for people that are exclusively in the chat room tomorrow and Saturday, and the live lounge on Monday. Not bad.
So when's that for? Is that the World Seniors, the start of February, did you say?
That's the one, yep. Including Phil Taylor, Martin Adams.
That's going to be good, because you've got your January pay. That'll be quite a big pay after the struggle month, and then you just go and blow it in the first week of February. No tickets, expense spared. You can't ask for better than that.
So, absolutely spot on. So we'll announce everything later on, but tickets for the chat room competition will be tomorrow Saturday, and for the live lounge on Monday. It looks as if they've got rid of the 32 boards as well. So tickets not selling well then. Certain sessions are all sold out. These are from the allocation that JenningsBet have as sponsors. So plenty of sessions are all sold out. But we are underway in the EU, and it looks as if they're only doing 16 boards today, Scott. Maybe it went a little bit too quickly yesterday, but already some huge absentees that have lost. We'll go through them. Danny Tresselman, Roxy James has gone, Dragutin Horvath, Michael Rastovitz, Jesus Nagera, Luke Peters, he got battered 6-0 by an inspired Wesley Placey, 104 average. Danny Janssen, Davy Prusen, Owen Roloff, and Cristo Reyes all gone.
That's huge considering the performance yesterday. The Roxy James was sitting 6th coming into today, is almost definitely going to be outside that top 11 by the end. So there's a lot of pressure on tomorrow after such a good start.
Oh, huge. Absolutely huge. So already, what time? Yeah, right. We'll have a feature match from the EU because we're still waiting. Sebastian Bilelecki is 4 to the good over there. Who are we going to go with? Let's go with Krzysztof Kachuk.
Yeah.
But there's some absolute ties in. There we go, that's up, so we can talk about it. But the board selection from the UK, they didn't shake them up very well today, did they, Scott?
No, poor old Edgar and Chaz Barstow. Fated once again to meet each other. And it's not a repeat from yesterday, but Fallon Sherrock is going to play Joshua Richardson, who knocked her out on day 2 or 3. Can't remember what one it was, but Josh Richardson is going to look to do it again on Fallon Sherrock. So, but
day 2, I think it was.
Yeah, I think so. But there's only about 3 boards where you'd say that's quite kind. Most of these boards have at least 2 or 3 boys on it who could go on and earn a tour card. So the UK one's going to be brutal at the early stages too.
In Milton Keynes, I'm just looking at board 2. This is absolutely brutal. So this is all on one board. Darren Johnson, Aaron Beanie, Ross Montgomery, Michael Huntley, George Killington, Mickey Mansell, Chaz Barstow and Matthew Edgar. What an absolute bloodbath board 2 is.
Exactly, and only one person can earn 3 points out of them. I think that's how it works.
Yeah.
One. Wait, no. Yeah, so only one person is going to earn 3 points. The rest are only going to be on 2. So that's brutal for the amount of names that you've just listed.
Absolutely horrid. Yeah. Mike Warburton against Josh McCarthy. That's a toughie. Richard North, Nick Kenny. Hope Ipuhau against Cameron Menzies. Oof. There's some brutal fight out there.
Sorry, just someone was asking about Yelle. I don't see his name yet.
No, I don't think Yelle has played at all. Joe Merlin is in the chat room. Hope you are well, buddy. Great to have you on board. I'll tell you what, Joe, I know you're from up that neck of the woods. Split loyalties and a stinker for both players. Lisa Ashton will play Alan Tavern on board 13. That's not nice.
For either of them, that full board again, because if I've read it right, the winner of that plays Diego Portela or Nathan Griffin.
Yeah.
So that little 4, that's brutal.
Yeah, Chris Quantock, Jamie Clark. Again, horrid ties. Aaron Monk, Gary Stone. Darren Beveridge, Rob Collins. David Waranowski, Matthew Dennant. Kevin McDine, Ryan Finesse. I'll tell you what, there's some absolute stinkers. But in the chat room, let us know what tie do you think is worst. Morning, Pete. Hope you are well. Carly Lowby, a tough one. Yeah, absolutely. Kevin says, are we thinking Menzies only needs a point? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I agree.
Joe says, definitely not. Should be a great game, though. Yeah, should be an absolute belter of a game. Looking forward to that one. But yeah, there's some stinkers. But
just in the European... Sorry, Phil.
Mate.
Just going to say in the European one just now, two biggish names. Karel Sedlacek's 5-2 up on Seafair, which is quite good considering he went out first round yesterday, I'm sure. But Thibaut Tricot...
Yeah, no, he didn't have a good day yesterday.
No, he had a stinker, and Tricot needs to pick up points as well. He's 4-3 down in the first round. So, yeah, Sedlacek looking good, but Tricot could be slipping out for a last day baggish.
Yeah. Yeah, some stinkers.
Oh yeah, I can't wait for the UK one to start, honestly.
Some absolute bloodbath. I'll tell you, Luke will be joining us as soon as he has done his day at uni.
Apparently, Leighton Bennett, according to the Raven Effect, Leighton Bennett and Nathan Rafferty are on the same board again, which that's a lovely little rivalry. Let's see. Not that I don't trust him, but
great little game yesterday as well.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Leighton's impressed me from day one. No, not from day one, but from day 2 when I was here.
Yeah.
He's right, and also on that board with Christopher Gilliland, who's having a fantastic week, and Andy Hamilton, finalist 10 years ago.
Yeah. Greg Ritchie had a good run yesterday. He plays Simon Stevenson.
Tricot is on the brink, so I'm going to watch that one. He's 5-3 down to Mikel Massou from Holland. So I'll keep an eye on that one to see if Tricot's going to fall again.
Just sharing some links on social.
Just quickly answer some stuff in the chat room then while you're doing that. Does Yelle have a tour card? No, he lost it, so he'll be back again later today trying to earn it back. Although he went out yesterday, first round, so he really needs some points. Has Edgar got Bastille again? Yep.
Yeah, there's some absolute stinkers.
And any nines from so far? Yeah, Josh Payne did one yesterday to win his game. He beat someone 6-5 last week decider. He did a Willie Boland, but not as good. But yeah, Josh Payne did it.
Lendo asks, who will win today, guys? Good question. In the EU, I'm not going to change my mind because I'll get it right across 4 days. I'm convinced of it. I'm going for Ralby.
I was going to
go. The UK, chuck them up in the air. If you can pick a winner from the UK today, you've done well. Who do you reckon, Scott?
I'm just having a look here. So I was going to go Rowby, but to not be boring, I'm going to go Ronnie Hybricks just for the romantic in me. I'm going to go Ronnie Hybricks. He's already through his first round. I love that. And
yeah. Whilst you're having a look, Frank asks, UK needs 5 points, right? Not definitely, mate. 5 points and a very good leg difference may get you in, but I think we're edging closer. I think 6 points.
Mm-hmm.
Says, hi, guys. Thanks for doing this. Keep it up to date. Thank you from Wee Sean. Our pleasure, mate. Not a problem.
I'm going to go John O'Shea. That's a little bit left field.
Go the Joker.
He's been playing good. I'm going to go for the Joker.
Right. I don't know. It's just looking at it. It's brutal. I'll tell you what. That board 12. That board 12 is horrid as well. Reece Hayden, Christopher Gilliland, Leighton Bennett, Andy Hamilton, Nathan Rafferty. A lot of love for George Killington in the chat room today as well. I'm getting drawn to an Irish flag. I fancy a good day for Conor Heenahan.
That's pretty left field.
To win. Davidson Gilliland. Look, I think Gilliland can have another good day as well. Josh Rock, I've been impressed with. Yeah, he's looked very, very good. Is Painter up as well? No, Kevin Painter's not playing at Q-School, mate. He's given up playing PDC darts. Who does? Niall Cullington has Darren Webster first. Fabian Schmaltzer can be a surprise. I don't think it would be a surprise though. He can because of what he done on the development tour. But absolutely, he could go there. Hannah says board 8 is a nightmare. Yeah. Kevin Lane, Ryan Murray, Kevin Garcia, Connor Scott, Hopai Puhal, Cameron Menzies, Reece Colley, and David Pallett. Michael says, do you think Leighton Bennett will get a card? He can do. I'm not sure it's the best idea for him. Just only being 16, I think Q-School is a great experience. And I think maybe a year on the Challenge Tour and Development Tour, because people have got to remember, he's never played on these tours before because he's not been old enough. So this will be the first time on the Development Tour and everything as well. So maybe wouldn't be the best, but he can, absolutely. And of course, there is a bye today, and it is Leonard Gates who has that bye. Is Barry Keane playing today? No, mate. Barry has a tour card already, so no need to play.
Just a quick update on
Go on,
just going to talk about Tricol. Tricol was 5-3 down. He's already survived four darts for the match from Musu, but he's now in the last leg decided that's against the throw, but Tricol might just squeeze through.
Tricol might edge it.
Yep, John Henderson does still have a tour card. I think he's defending quite a bit this year, but he's still around.
Yeah, he's hanging on. But again, Phil, yeah, I know. I've had to switch to the webcam mic. I'm going to try and sort my other mic when Luke gets here. For some reason, my decent mic isn't picking up, so you have to bear with us until Luke gets here.
Rusty Jake isn't here, isn't he not? Did he not? He earned it through another way.
Yeah, Rusty's got a card.
Yeah, he got a card through the Challenger development. Can't remember.
Development tour. Right. Don't be sorry, mate. It's good to know. If something's not right, then you let us know, and we can fix it.
Tricol's just missed 2 darts for the match, so Musu's coming back for double 11. If he gets this, Tricol's out. Early stages again. And it is Tricol goes last dart in hand. So Musu 6, Tricol 5. Thibault is going to need to pull out some magic on the last 2 days.
Oof. I'm really surprised by Dejuan. Yeah, look, he needs a big year next year. Otherwise, he will be back at Q-School as well, defending a lot of money. Not really lived up to the hype. Brandon, any ideas on the 2022 Premier League? Not as yet. Look, the issue is where is the first city, especially Cardiff. We don't know if Cardiff can happen because of the restrictions in Wales at the moment. So this is what I mean. Everyone's second guessing that the PDC were waiting for Q-School. That genuinely is not the case. If they want to pick Fallon, they'll pick her regardless. The issue is logistical at the moment because of cities and everything like that. Morning from New Jersey. Hope you are well. Edgar to win a card today. Did we find out what the... no, I think it was just the Raman Kai Fan Young game. I genuinely think it was just a marking issue. Someone pressed the wrong buttons on the iPad. Just sack the Welsh off. Unfortunately, not that easy. The fact that 2 of the best players in the world are from Wales and Cardiff sold out is the issue.
That's the UK one underway, by the way, Phil.
Yep. Games are up and running. So we have action at both sides. Afternoon, Kieran. Good question. Said yesterday you asked about who had the better career, King or Darren. What about Darren Rob Cross if they both stop playing today?
Ooh.
You'd have to say Cross.
Say Rob.
Yeah. Really hoping that Belfast Premier League goes ahead with restrictions currently. it could go ahead, but always changing. Interesting. This is what I mean. You got Berlin in the first month as well.
I know that I think, go back to semi-normality on Monday. So I don't know if the Welsh will follow suit maybe the week after or something. But as of Monday, we can have capacity stadiums again.
Yeah. When it says, how can Russians like Koltsov get a tour card? They have to go to Q-School. Mate, they can go to the European Q-School and get theirs. That's how Boris got his. Dan's in, does 100%. We were waiting for that one. Double 16 in. Hope you are good as well. But games on both sides now underway. Shay Mac is underway. He was devastated with his performance yesterday. Mm-hmm. Chris Quantock has taken the opener against Jamie Clark. Richard North, the opener against Nick Kenny, and Reese Hayden, the opener against Chris Gilliland. Frank says, what's the story with Paul Lim? Always at the Worlds, but seems to stay in Asia for the rest of it. Yeah, he's been... Paul Lim is no spring chicken anymore, and he's just got no ambition, doesn't want to play the tour full time, so just does what he does.
He's at the World Seniors, isn't he?
Yeah.
There you go. If you want to see him go there into the competition.
What's up? That one's gone under the radar as well. Robert Thornton against Martin Thomas.
I know, that's just kicked off as well.
Yeah, that one's gone under the radar. Jada says, hopefully Wales doors open up soon. The Ghost referring these sporting stadiums, the egg chasing won't be the main stadium with no fans. Yeah, that's an interesting one, Jada. I don't know if you know, but I was speaking to Julie, who works for Ospreys. The Welsh Rugby Federation wanted to take games over the bridge to Bristol, and the Welsh government told them if they moved any international rugby games out of Wales, they would stop all their funding and grants they get for grassroots rugby and things like that. Ultimate blackmail from the Welsh government. It wouldn't surprise me if similar.
See if that wasn't Wales and it was another European country or somewhere in Asia, Africa, we would be talking about some massive corruption, but no, because Wales can't do anything wrong, can they?
Shay Mac has levelled it up at 1 apiece against Daryl Pilgrim. Aaron Monk in a world of trouble. Gary Stone 2-0 up, averaging 107. Going to hop back over to Niedernhausen and have a look. Jimi Hendrix is 2-0 behind to Super Mario. Mario van der Bogengard is 2-0 to the good. Johan Instrom is also 2-1 up. And the much fancied Ralby John is 2-1 behind to Ricardo Petresca. Andreas Toft Jorgensen is also 3 up. These are all last 1-2-8 games. Warren says Jared Cole on fire again. Look, Jared is an excellent young prospect, and a few years ago was a dart away from winning his tour card. But 104 average at the moment. Super stuff from King of the Castle.
Jamie Lewis 2-0 down to Ben Hazel, only averaging 72. It's weird to think. I was thinking earlier on about Yelle Classen. Like six years ago, he was in the semi-finals of the Worlds. But if you look at Jamie Lewis, it's only 4 years ago he was in the semi-finals of the Worlds. Here they are both trying to get their tour card back.
What is the story behind Aaron Beanie 2 years ago? No real story. No one really knew who he was when he rocked up to Q-School. And he didn't have to. I don't know if he had the game then. Look, in 2 years his game's come on massively, but when he won his tour card, the draw opened up massively, and I don't think he averaged over. It was about 86, something like that, the whole day. The draw opened up. Look, you can only beat what's in front of you. I think it was Jared Cole that missed the match starts against Aaron Beanie. Thinking about it, but you can only do what's in front of you. Yelle's throws changed so much. Yeah, it has, absolutely, Johnny. Completely. Glenn Yelle hasn't played yet today. Needs a big day after 82 it was. Yeah, I knew it wasn't very, very good, Lendl. And look, that's part of the reason why COVID also brought it in, but that's why we now have 2 stages to Q-School, so no one can kind of fluke their tour card. That stage 1 gets rid of some of the dead wood that clogs it all up. Christoph says, hello, hope you are well. I tell you what, scoreline and performances from both these two is somewhat surprising. Jimi Hendrix is 4-0 up on Vincent van der Meer, but both averaging in the 70s.
Roby's found a break. 3-2 up now on Petresco. He's kicked off with a 180 in the 6th leg, so maybe this is the time Roby's making his move.
Yeah, Kevin Dowitt's going well. Says Phil, an early guess. Look, we think 6 points and a good leg difference will be enough. That might obviously change, but right now we think 6 is the golden number. Aaron Monk still in trouble. 3-1 down to Gary Stone. Gary Stone's average has dropped from the 107 it was, but still in charge. Ryan Murray in trouble as well. Kevin Lane 4-2 in front. Gavin Carling 2-1 up on Danny Lauby.
That's maybe Reece
Hayden 3-1 up on Chris Gilliland.
It's literally the one I was about to say. Not only is he 3-1 down, he's only averaging 71, Chris Gilliland. Considering how he's played this week, this is a better drop-off.
Richard North absolutely battering Nick Kenny 4-0. Adam Mould coming back into the Jared Cole game Aaron Monk has a leg back. Now 3-2. Ben Hazel up on Jamie Lewis. Keelan Kay struggling today. He had a good day yesterday. Struggling today. As Robert Thornton is 3-1 up. 3 legs in a row. Lost the opener. But now doing bits. Jamie Clark is up on Chris Quantock. And Lalby hasn't got going here. I'm just going to go and pop in and look on the game. He hasn't got going, but he's favourite to make this 3-2. Leaves 47 after 12. Tiny leg here from Lalby as the American clicked into gear. And under no pressure this leg. So you would expect it to be 3-2. And is. But he's going to have to find a breaker throw.
A lot better from Shay Mac today. 3-2 up on Darryl Pilgrim. But at 96 average. Playing against a 97 from Pilgrim, to be fair. It's a really good game. Frank, there's only 16 boards on each of them today. Gavin Carlin has just rattled in a maximum on throw. So Lalby up against it again. This one, as Gavin Carlin looks to re-establish that 2-leg cushion. And Aaron Monk was getting battered earlier on, but he's turned it around against Gary Stone. It's now 3 apiece. Nick Kenny has a leg back against Richard North. Keelan Kay in trouble, 3-1 down. Lee Budgeon again, another good day from him yesterday. He's going through the gears. Leonard Gates got the bye today, Pete. And Gavin Carlin, a steady hold of throw there. And he is 2 in front again.
Robert John was on the 9 data there. Doesn't convert it, but he's about 300 points ahead. That'll make him go 5-3 up in the game. So Robert John looks as if he's not going to slip like he did yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I just got there. I thought I was going to miss it. Roby was on for the 9. He went back to back, but then only 65. Teasing us was RJR.
First result in from the UK, Jared Cole, 98 average and beating Adam Mould 6-2.
Lalby up against it here. His throw is under the cosh from Gavin Carling. Like I said, why did Brian Murray skip the World Championship qualifier? But he's playing in Q-School. You never know, mate. We don't know what people have on at home. Phil, could we not get given online darts? Not really, mate. Oh, break. Lalby now has to win 4 on the spin. Carlin has broken his throw again, and it is 5-2. Someone says, Phil, do you think they should bring back a player from stage 1 instead of having a bye? Yeah, absolutely. There should be something in place, so it's always 1, 2, 8, and your points cap from that stage for me. Do you get points for winning a first round game today? No, so you only get points if you win your last 64 game. Sam, yes, no, you're reading it correctly. Edgar has Chaz again today. Aaron Beanie up against it. Darren Johnson 5-2 to the good. And somehow, despite, again, averaging less, Aaron Monk is 1 away against Gary Stone. What's gone on there? Aaron's at his Weetabix from when he was getting absolutely battered.
Daniel is pretty much on the brink here, isn't he? 5-2 down.
Yeah.
Callan's left 92. Only if Wowby doesn't leave a finish. So 6 darts for Callan to take out 92, and Wowby's going to go home with no points again.
So a lot of people asking about Yelle Classen and Benito van der Pas in the chat room. Snakebite asking, Yelle Classen has got, again, after going out first round yesterday, has a shocker of a draw. Tony Elsonas in round 1.
Oh, cool, God.
Yeah. And Benito. Oh, again, Benito's got a terrible one as well. Benito has Kai Gotthard. Not nice for either one of them.
As a result, Danny Lowby out 6-2 to Gavin Callan, average only 79. Callan averaged 90.
Have you not, Johnny? Andrew is in. Hope you are good, mate. Ben Hazel 5-1 up. Again, look at the averages. This is a stinker between him and Jamie Lewis. 72 and 77 averages, respectively. Aaron Beanie has gone. Darren Johnson over the line.
Ryan Murray has done really well here to get this back against Kevin Wayne. He's left 87 after 9 darts in the decider. Kevin Wayne was averaging about 107 for half this game. He's left 87. If Kevin Wayne can find a couple of trebles, he'll leave something similar. He can't. So 6 starts at 87 for Ryan Murray to complete a really brilliant comeback, to be honest.
Gary Stone is still in this one. Brian says, don't agree with European Q-School. It should all be together. I think it's just one of those, mate. I think it helps if you can get more players playing and it helps. I haven't got a problem with it. Is Matthew Edgar playing? Yes, he is. Chaz Barstow again. Not played as of yet. Kevin McDine, Ryan Finesse warming up as well. Martin Thomas is back in this one against Thornton now, 5-4 behind. But let's check in on friend of the show, Shay Mac, and he has the darts here. Adrian Gray needs a good day, yes. Fallon has Joshua Richardson.
Roby John through, Phil. 6-4 win. Dodgy start, but really did well towards the end. 94 average. And Ryan Murray has completely blown this game. As my dog goes mental, there's 8 darts missed from Ryan Murray to win this game, and Kevin Wayne has got 3 at tops to cruise back into this and win the Noble 6-5. You're devastated if 5th goes in. 87 after 9 darts, I might not win the leg.
Shay Mac throw is under some pressure here. Daryl Pilgrim certainly isn't out of this one yet. 2 trebleless visits from McDonald left him with a bit of work to do. Finds a 140. That may be enough. It may not be, depending on this visit from Darryl Pilgrim. Michael, yeah, we've had to switch to my webcam mic, mate. For some reason, my overhead mic isn't working. As soon as Luke is in, I can drop myself off for 5 minutes and fix it, or try and fix it anyway. But until then, I just need to soldier on with the webcam mic. Darryl Pilgrim checks out 114. Big moments.
Just the Ryan Murray did get through in the 10th dart, and Robert Thornton has just survived 2 darts that would have made him go level. But if he can take out 68, Robert Thornton will knock out Martin Thomas and get himself through, and he does. 68 and 3 darts, so Thornton and Ryan Murray squeeze through after coming from behind early on.
Absolutely. Snakebite says, where's Van der Pass and Classen? They haven't played yet, mate. They're due in the next couple of games over in Niedernhausen. Saldor says Fallon is warming up. Keeping my eye on Shay Mac at the moment.
Lee Cox takes out Jason Hogg. I think Jason took out a 167 in the game, but that accounted for nothing in the end.
Did he get the job done? Did he get the job done? Aaron Monk did get the job done. Declan says, Phil, how are you able to see every match at once on Darknet, including the scores? Because I've got about 50 screens and tabs open, mate. Slight exaggeration, but I've got screens everywhere. Phil of the Stephen Bunting 23-gram darts. What do you think of them? Nice dart. Not for me personally. I think they're too smooth, but they're a nice dart. Shay Mac should get at least a dart at the ball here for the match. 83. If he keeps them straight, he'll get a dart at winning it.
It's been treble 16, missing the outside.
Yeah.
He's 17, treble 16, missing the outside.
16, he's got inside. So Shay Mac has missed 2 match starts by our calculations. But he's coming back. Darryl Pilgrim has missed. Can Shay Mac seal the deal? And he does. Shay Mac puts the result behind him from yesterday and is underway at Q-School.
Waiting Bennett underway. That'll keep an eye on that one.
Where else are we? Fallon is underway, as is Connor Scott. He faces Kevin Garcia, Ross Montgomery, Michael Huntley, and Ryan Finesse. It's 2-0 up on Kevin McDine. Josh Richardson
Yelle Classen's warming up as well.
Fallon has started very, very well, but so has Richardson in the opening leg. Fallon down to a finish first, but Richardson can leave a tidy little number. Leaves 80. Sherrock wants 137. Not 99. Sure, she's missed a dart there. But Richardson wants 80, and he misses. Early thinks here. Fallon Sherrock, if she can take this out, it's a break of throw. And she does take it out. Good news for everyone in England as well. And you can see Boris is trying to make everyone happy. Self-isolation for fully jabbed in England cut from 7 to 5 days. Nothing like trying to make everyone happy, is there?
Pretty much the new batch of games underway, still quite in the early stages, but a couple of breaks. Wayne Jones 2-0 up on Thomas Lovely. Graham Usher's stormed to a 3-0 lead and 4-0 lead now from Ben Quemby. And the rest of them in very early stages. But yeah, exactly. Europeans, Ronna Hybricks is now underway. Still not now, but starting. And I believe Yelle Classen is also underway. Yep, I've seen that's now class and now, so that's also on the way. So I'll keep an eye on Ronnie and Yelle.
Sounds really bad, guys. Yeah, guys, I know we know there's something wrong with my mic, but until Luke gets here, we're just gonna have to run with it. As soon as Luke gets here, I can jump off and try and fix my mic using the webcam one, which sadly enough. But Joshua Richardson has missed the dart of the ball. He leaves the Devils finish. If he comes back, Sherrock on 134. She leaves 36, but Josh Richardson wants the Devils finish to break back. Tidy leg from Richardson, 140, 134, 135, 140, 61. Not sure which way he's gone there for 25, but he's ended up on 14.
Ooh.
And you can't give Fallon Sherrock 2 goes at double 18. It is her favourite, and she leads 2-0. Also, Richie Bennett is warming up. Had a fabulous, fabulous run yesterday. Another one of those today would see Richie Bennett back on tour.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, that's another interesting one, Phil. Just started Andy Jenkins against Ted Evans.
Oof, that is interesting. Super Ted capitulated yesterday, was in such a good position. And mucked it up. Says, can you not show the actual games? No, there's no cameras at Q-School. Bennett should be banned. Yeah, not having that. No, just since the Ted Hankey video, Lee. Fallon Sherrock has left 112 on the Joshua Richardson throw. She is going to get a darts at it as well. Richardson can only leave 64. 112, 116s, they're the nice ones. They're the ones the pros like. It's only one treble, single, double combo. But she can't take it out. I think she's missed a dart at tops there as well. So Joshua Richardson pins the 64. He may have just dodged one there because I think Fallon missed a dart at tops for the 112.
Just looking at the European ones I'm watching, Ronna Hybrick's won each with Franz Roach. Decent game, both averaging around about 8. It's a bit scrappy. But Yelle Classen, he's 1-0 down, will probably get to, he doesn't get to 1 each. I was just about to say his Dublin disaster class is coming back again. Alcinas has the doubles finish himself. If he gets that, it's 2-0 Alcinas. And Classen, it will start to play in his mind surely that this just might not be his week. 2-0 Alcinas.
Yeah, agreed. Mark McGeeney's nickname's the Gladiator. Fallon averaging 98 at the moment. Richardson 92. Remember, Fallon has a break of throw, but needs to hold here to restore that 2-leg cushion. Otherwise, the pendulum swings back in Richardson's favour. Leaves 80 after 12. Tidy from Sherrock. What pressure can Josh put this under? 210 at the moment. 134 to leave 76. And Sherrock's missed another dart. Here's their big moments here. She's missed darts in the last 2 legs. If Josh Richardson can pin 76, he breaks back and we have a level game.
Ooh.
And he does break back. Sherrock could and maybe should be out of sight, but she's missed doubles. And now it's advantage Richardson once again.
Yelle Classen could be in a whole world of bother here. Alison has 3 clear darts to make it 3-0. And the way that Classen's not scoring well, and when he's got to a double, well, he obviously hasn't hit one yet. But yeah, really not liking what I'm seeing for Yelle here at all. 68 average in this game.
Rob says, any player that doesn't get through, you would love to have on the Online Darts League. Yeah, look, that's why we're not back until February, because we don't know who we can play and who we can't. Josh Richardson is probably going to go 3-2 in front. Has 6 darts to get rid of 82. The missed darts from Fallon in the other 2 legs could come back to haunt her here.
Just looking at Leighton Bennett.
Go on, mate.
I was just saying, don't Leighton Bennett's game, he's just broken. So he's went 3-2 up on Davy Curlin, which is a bit of a scrappy game, but Leighton Bennett showing he can do that again.
Sherrock fighting, but is under it a little bit. We'll have a look at the Irish guys in a minute, but Joshua Richardson has just found a maximum. Fallon Sherrock's throw is under huge pressure right now.
Ooh.
Salvador Fallon getting beaten badly. Are you watching a different game to me? This leg, yes. But up until then, she's had darts in every leg and arguably first. Is she losing? Yes, because she's missed doubles. But averaging 94 and having darts is not getting beaten badly. Getting beaten badly is Yelle Classen in Niedernhausen right now, Scott.
This is an absolute nightmare. Alkmaar is playing okay, but Yelle's lucky if he's finding maybe 2 trebles in a leg, and he's just not getting it going at all. And that second leg was a horror show, so it's all pointing towards Yelle Classen properly crashing out of this tournament today.
Luke says if Fallon loses, Barry Hearn may be on suicide watch. But believe me, Barry won't be on suicide watch. People don't seem to get it. If the PDC want Fallon in, they will put her in regardless of whether she has a tour card or not. Is the thing. Regardless of whether she has a tour card, if they want her in, they'll put her in. There's no rule to say you have to have a tour card to play in the Premier League. And if she doesn't play in it, let's be fair, her and Lisa are by far the best 2 women. And across the longer format events, you would expect Fallon and Lisa to come through, meaning she'll be at the Slam and the World Championships again, and they can put her in the World Series. So Fallon, they'll still be on TV. So Barry's loving it. Again, all these ones saying they'll find a way to get her in. They don't. Brilliant from Joshua Richardson. What a leg. Just to make it clear, they don't need to find a way. If they want her in, they'll put her in.
5-0 Alkmaar last night. Yelle missed 4 darts for that leg. Yeah, it's just a nightmare. If you're a fan of Yelle Classen, this has been painful viewing. Not only for today, by the way, but as a sort of indicator as to how he can play tomorrow and the next day, it's looking tragic.
Reese says she isn't good enough market-wise ability. No. Just putting it out there, Reese, that she got to a TV final and the final of a TV ranking of, quarterfinals of a TV ranking event. You don't get to quarterfinals of TV ranking events if you haven't got ability.
She took 13 legs off our world champion.
And if by magic, Luke has joined us.
Hello.
Yeah, but
how's it going, mate?
How you doing? Yeah, good. I'm chuffed that I've come in right at the right point. You know, I was watching yesterday, listening to you speak about Fallon. I completely agree with what people are saying. I understand the hesitation. I do actually think her A game is a 95 to 100, right? Her A game is unquestionably good enough to play it in the Premier League. The issue I've got is our B game, as seen yesterday against Danny Lauby, was around about an 80. Peter Wright isn't going to average 80 in the Premier League, whether he plays his B, C, D, E game. If she could level up a little bit more that B game, then yeah, I think go for it. But right now, I'm hesitant. Can
I just put it out there that you talk about B games, and I agree. Her A game is there. Her B game may not be there yet, but everyone seems to overlook the fact that the world number 4 had a world championship average of 87, I think it was.
It's a fair point. It is a fair point. Whether that certain world number 4 will be in the Premier League remains another question. But yeah, no, it's a fair point. Yeah, look, Wade scraped 3 games.
He has to be because he stayed in the top 4. But look, James Wade in his first round at the Worlds, was it at 82 he averaged?
Yeah,
I think so.
It was 82. Yeah.
I know everyone will say you're putting what's in front of you and X, Y, and Z, but he still averaged that.
Yeah, I think the thing is for me with Wade is Wade wins ugly, but the key word there is that he wins. So if Wade's getting the wins averaging 82, then you can't really take it away from him, can you? I mean, if Fallon could prove to me in Q-School that she can scrap away and win games averaging 85. I mean, Jordan Brooks was a prime example yesterday. Averaged, I think, 81 or 82. Managed to win 3 games, which, to be honest, maybe it was luck of the draw, but, you know, you still had to go out and win the games. So if she can scrape through a couple of games and prove that a B game's strong enough, then fair enough. But again, she's run into another really, really good Josh Richardson twice in a couple of days. It's a shame because our draws have been so difficult. You couldn't really have had a harder first 2 days, but this is it. This is the time to prove yourself. If you want to be in the Premier League, the next 2 days are going to be absolutely critical.
Yeah, Reece, she might have lost to Peter Wright, but she still averaged a 98 over 30 legs. You don't do that if you're not a good player, regardless of whether it's Fallon or whoever. To average that over that distance, you are a good player.
No, nobody can question her A game. There's nobody out there that can tell me she doesn't have an A game because she did prove everything to be in the Grand Slam. She was phenomenal. And look, you can't argue with it. She takes another leg off Josh Richardson. Let's see what happens here. But you can't question her A game. It's just whether she can pull that level up, that second level, that B and C game, to get herself as competitive as she can for the Premier League. Because I just fear that if she got thrown in now, we'd be looking at probably a 9th or 10th place. And whether that's going to do anything for her confidence, I don't know. But the exposure itself, maybe it works wonders because she does perform well on the telly.
We haven't said, not once have we said give her a tour card.
Just to quickly jump in, just a man that probably wasn't going to get a tour card is Yelle Classen. Battled 6-1 from Tony House and ass. Missed another 4 darts in that final leg to get through. And it's the last we're going to speak about him today because he's away, but he looks an absolute disaster.
Chuck, is Fallon going to be in the US Darts Masters? Yeah, absolutely, mate. She'll be in Madison Square Garden.
Oh, she's just handed the advantage back to Josh Richardson there.
Yeah.
Looks tricky
here.
here.
The lines here. She broke Joshua Richardson, but 3 trebleless visits have put her on the brink. But Timely 140 says no doubt she's a good enough player. It's unfair on anyone in the top 10 who would miss out on the Premier League if she got in. If I was picking the Premier League, 3 of the top 10, I'd be leaving out personally. If I could pick my Premier League, I genuinely I would. If I was picking it, I would leave out 3 of the top 10. Fallon's missed a dart, but she will be back. And we go to a noble in the Fallon Sherrock game. She has spun this one around. Leonard Gates got the bye.
Bang on cue. This from Fallon Sherrock B game here. This is good. This is impressive.
The anti-Wade agenda. I didn't say which 3 players I was leaving out, did I? You've all jumped to a conclusion. I just said I would personally leave 3 out.
I think Marcus has just made a really good point. Like, we've mentioned her name. We've said we think she might get in the Premier League. And look at how many responses we've got just by saying we might put her in. Imagine her playing every single week in the Premier League. The exposure that would get for the sport
This is what people don't get. That in the world we live in, and by the way, I'm not saying this right. In the world we live in, Jar works in digital communications as well. Everything is judged on views, impressions, social media presence, and everything like that, and what it brings to the digital platform. And whether people like it or not, when she's involved in something, whether it's good or bad, everything rockets. Big moments here. So Joshua Richardson is going to get first stab at 102.
Young lady Bennett's out, beaten 6-4.
32. Fallon Sherrock wants 105 to win it. Doesn't go. So Richardson coming back to win it. And does win it. Joshua Richardson gets over the line 6-5.
Just to try and cheer you up a bit, Phil, looks like your man Richie Burnett is 4-2 up, and it's voting odds on that it's going to go 5-2. So good news for the Prince of Wales.
Looks like a huge resurgent form as well for Mark McGeeney. He was unlucky yesterday, beaten by Graham Usher, who averaged over a ton in his second game, so didn't get any points. But McGeeney's turned his form around, and the Pro Tour he was down in the 84 averages for most of the season. He's out here averaging 95 against Ryan Hogarth and 5-4, looking to get into the last 64.
Menzies is struggling. I said this in the build-up. Cameron Menzies, it's all or nothing.
How many points do we think is going to be the cut-off point? Do you think probably 6? Needs one more?
Yeah, I think so. Ronna High breaks through, 6-3 win over Franz Roach. It was a bit of a swagger game, that's why I didn't really mention it since the first leg, but High breaks 6-3 winner.
Correct,
Decider with you and Andy Jenkins.
Correct.
What's that? I genuinely do not understand. Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Last leg decider to get through to the last 64. Ted Evans on throw, 12 data, shuts the door in Andy Jenkins' face. To Super Ted.
Makes up for a disappointment yesterday, going out by the same scoreline to McGeeney. So Ted Evans really needed that for a bit of confidence. One of the favourites to get through. Big result, 101 average as well.
Yeah.
And again, people only have to look at what the PDC have done in the Premier League for years. Probably for 3 years, Barney didn't deserve to be anywhere near the Premier League. But because of the commercial aspects and value that he brings, they picked him.
Yeah, definitely.
And these sort of players do thrive in that environment. Barney didn't get hammered every time he got put in the Premier League. The only time I can remember him getting hammered was his final tour. But there was a few years there where he didn't deserve to potentially be put in, given on the year he showed, but came out in the Premier League and actually performed quite well. So look, we'll never know unless we put her in it and see what she's like. But yeah, Jar makes a good point in the chat. She's not asking for these opportunities. The PDC are actively trying to promote her because they understand the commercial value of her. So look, anybody criticising her is in the wrong. I think she's performing well and she deserves to get chances. But yeah, we'll just have to see what happens. But these next 2 days at Q-School are going to be critical to shut some of the doubters up and prove that she can do it on the floor as well as the stage.
Good question from Christopher. Has anyone got to the final in Q-School and not got a card? I don't think so. I can't think of one off the top of my head.
I can't remember. But
I'm
the only
pretty
way
sure 2 years ago, Danny Lauby did, didn't he? Danny Lauby made it. So it was 2 for a tour card. Lauby made the final or the semi-final, and then didn't get one. He finished on 6 points. I don't think he got any more points for the rest of the days. That was maybe 2 years ago, I think.
That rings a bell, to be honest with you. Richard Burnett, 6-3 win. 95 average as well. He was always in control.
Cam Menzies is really struggling. 4-0 down here. Haupai Puha taking every chance he gets. 97 average as well. Impressive. Kicks off leg 5 of the 180.
Right. Dan Reed hasn't played yet that I've seen. Scott, I know you were looking over in Niedernhausen. Anything juicy going on?
Not really, but Benito van der Paas is just kicked off on the way, so he's 1-0 up on Kai Gotthard. And I think that's a 14 data he used to kick it off. But similar on quite nicely, but I'll keep an eye on Benito.
If Kurz gets his scoring boots on, that could be a hell of a game in Niedernhausen between Kurz and Kachuk. Potentially one of the favourites for getting a tour card in the EU, Kachuk. He was pretty solid on the Pro Tour last year. Didn't get any points yesterday, so it's really out for the kill today. And this is a game 4 points, the first game in the last 64. So let's see what happens.
Yeah. Plenty going on. I know one thing, though. All this chat room is absolutely on fire. And yesterday, Cameron Menzies was sensational. Today, it's going to be an early exit.
With a hell of a bad leg difference as well.
Mm.
Yeah, lucky enough, I think he was plus 20 or something overnight. So he's got legs in the bank.
Plus 18. So yeah, potentially down to plus 12, but he should still be pretty comfortable, shouldn't he?
So what would Sky's dream Premier League lineup be? Good question. Sky's dream Premier League lineup would be young and vibrant.
I would definitely see Humphreys and Rids in there after the World Championship. They went down very well with the fans, and they're exciting to watch. So there's a few names that I think, the young lads.
Yeah.
Cullen and Aspinall for the atmosphere.
Yeah. Look, I don't think it's a secret. Sky want the contenders back, so they can showcase all these youngsters that we've talked about. Your Rids, your Dobies, your Humphreys. No, Matthew Edgar hasn't played yet. Lisa Ashton and Alan Tabban are underway. So is Darren Beveridge and Rob Collins.
Tanika said, I know KD yesterday, previous 2-card holder last year, lost his 2-card, picked up 2 points, but today 3-0 down in the second round to Toft Jorgensen. So potentially goes out with no points, and at least the last 2 days a little bit tricky.
Ben, Gary Anderson we wouldn't definitely be a mate. When you're in and around the press room, Sky aren't particularly happy that he keeps attacking their commentators and things like that in interviews and everything like that. Would Sky still want Ivy being there? Oh, absolutely.
His World Championship walk-on was electric, even after the break. Yeah. So that's half the battle with some of these young lads. They need some decent walk-on songs that the crowd are genuinely going to get involved in. Some of them, I mean, Chris Dobie's walk-on song, we say it all the time, but it is shocking. He's got to get that changed. He needs something a little bit more upbeat that the crowd can join in with.
Needs to walk on to Local Hero.
Yeah, that'd be good.
No, I don't see Barney in there this year.
Could he be a contender if they went down?
Possibly, yeah. That wouldn't surprise me if they do the contenders. You stick him at Rotterdam for a night. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
And that is Menzies out. Nearly 100 average from Puha. 6-1 defeat of Cameron Menzies.
Jules van Dongen is also warming up. Phil, what are my walk-on bids? Oh, mine's easy. PJ and Duncan, let's get ready to rumble.
Fabian Schmutzler made the World Championship, was heavily tipped for a 2-card, 5-2 down to Wesley Plaisier. This is going to be 2 days in a row that he's not going to pick up potentially any points. So again, another one that could be in trouble despite a good dev tour. It looks like Fabian Schmutzler might be playing on the Challenge Tour next year.
Yeah, Jar, I genuinely think there's a big twist in the Premier League makeup this year. I don't know what it is yet, but I genuinely think there's a big twist in the format coming, which is part of the reason.
So how many weeks is that away now? It's only like 3 weeks. Is it 3 weeks today?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, I think it's 3 weeks today. It's meant to start.
Fabulous stuff going on. Justin Smith is also 1-0 with Sean Wilkinson right now. Niall Cullerton 3-1 up on Darren Webster. Yeah, Zombie was absolutely superb. I'm surprised Sky allowed it, but yeah. No, Ben, I don't know what the twist is. I just get the impression that they're looking to freshen the format and everything up, and I think there's going to be a twist in how we see it. Like I said, I don't know how, but I think there's going to be. Right, anyway, boys, whilst Luke's now in, I'm just going to turn my camera and mic off and try and reset my microphone. So if you two can hold the fort for a couple of minutes while I try and reset my decent mic and turn this crappy one off.
Sure, isn't it? What game you watching then, Luke?
I'm on Sebastian Bielecki against Narius Gleglu. Now, Bielecki is another one, young player coming through, potentially one of the favourites for a tour card. Currently averaging 94 on this leg, looking to take a 4-1 lead against the throw. He's got a decent run, and the draw is quite difficult in the section he's in. Could potentially face Kachuk in one of the future rounds, the next 2 rounds. So he's got a battle on his hands if he wants to get a tour card, but this is potentially for his first point of Q-School.
So I've just seen it flash up there. Lisa Ashton takes it on 151 checkout to equalise against Alan Tavern under pressure on the throw, which she nails it. Also watching another Dutch lad, Benito van der Paas, has been broken by Kai Gotthard, so he's 3-2 down. They seem to be matching each other. It was a right slog up until that last leg, but they were both on a finish after 12 darts. So going toe-to-toe here, but Benito, we need to find a break now.
Another one who was one of the biggest favourites of Q-School was Karol Sedlacek. He's won Atlantic Christian Kiss. Another difficult draw for him. After yesterday's early exit, if he ends up on no points after 2 days, there will be questions asked. And Sedlacek's the sort of guy that can average 95 quite comfortably. He can compete on the Pro Tour, and he's one of the guys that you was potentially expecting to come back through. So this is tough. Got to reel off a couple of legs here. He needs to make sure he beats Kiss. Stephen Burton currently leads Kieran Tehan 2-1, averaging 70. No idea what's going on in that match. He's obviously missed a few darts in one leg, but 70 average and he's still leading is impressive when Tehan's averaging 86.
I think Kai Fan Lung won with a 76 average earlier on, so we've got some way to go to be there. I think it was like a 6-2 one or something like that. I don't even think it was that tight.
I did 75 average. He's got Gavin Collin in the next round. I missed this game because I wasn't joining yet, but that's an impressive result as well against Danny Lauby, someone who played really well yesterday. Carlin's obviously he's a very decent player, can average 90 quite comfortably, so that's going to be a tough test for Kai Fan Lung. Going to be able to win another one.
I know many people in the chat room were tipping him. We're on Scott Waits looking for a good run. He's 2-0 up against Steve Brown, which we say it all the time, but it's not an easy draw, is it? But 2-0 up, he's found the break and he's wanting to go. But back to Benito. Benito's now 4-2 down, and against the throw now, Kai Gotthard, has just found a 180 to start off the leg. So Benito in the next 3 minutes is looking likely that he's going to be out early doors.
And he only picked up 1 point yesterday, so another one that's going to need a big run in these last 2 days, or go all the way and get a tour card outright. So a tough little draw for him. But you mentioned Scott Waits. Remarkably, drew Richie Bennett in the first round yesterday. He's on the same board today. So if Scott Waits wants to make the last 32, he's got to beat him again.
I was actually surprised to see him lose his tour card because he just always seems to be in the last stages. But here he is, and Q-School was Mickey Mansell 2-0 up on George Killington, who's been fantastic pretty much since the opening day of play. But Mansell leads him 2-0, and yeah, 140 backed up with 100. He's looking quite steady in that game.
One of the most solid operators on the tour. He was unlucky to lose that tour card. Injury played a part in that, but since the hand surgery, looks to have been coming good. So let's see what happens to the Mickey Mantle. He was a little bit unlucky last year, but proving that he can still average well over 90 quite comfortably. What's happening with Benito? Is he on the brink?
He's left a 170, which in his prime used to be sort of the thing that he could go for, like the 161 to the 170 seemed to be Benito's thing. That obviously doesn't get it. It was a big ask, and so it's looking very likely he can be broken, go 5-2 down, and then be joining Yelle Classen in the doldrums. And that's what's happened. 5-2 down. We need to reel off 4 in a row, or else Benito's going to be out again. I don't know what you think. I think Benito's got a very underrated walk-on song. I don't know, but I always it's never really Christmas until I hear Benito at the World Championships. What do you think?
No, I agree with you. Yeah, I think we missed it.
And that's the only real time he showed up on television either. Was it it's either Gabriel Clemens or Max Hopp that he managed to beat a couple of years ago, just out of the blue. But yeah, I miss Benito at the World Championships. Not really for the rest of the year, but just
really great work on is Harms as well. I think Harms' walk-on song's brilliant, but obviously we've not seen him for a couple of years yet. If someone wants to poach it off him now that he's not on the tour, go for it. Get yourself an exciting walk-on song. Good game form between Jorgensen and Telnikes. Jorgensen to hold throw, potentially a 13 darter as well, so an impressive average so far in this leg. Needs it to go 5-4 up and leave Telnikes with a lot of work to do, and he's done it. So 5-4. Telnikes on the brink of going out with no points. He'll have 2 from day one, but an uphill battle to get through Q-School.
Darren Webster has scrapped his way to be 4-3 up in Yelle Classen. The start of this game was looking really shaky. Both men have left the finish after 12, and Darren Webster has just missed the double 14 for a 1-2-1. So it's actually turned into a cracking game after a wee scrap. It's 4-4, but Darren Webster has the throw. If he holds throw twice, he'll be through to the last 64.
Killick gets a leg back against Mansell. Off the back of the 9 darter yesterday, Josh Payne in leg 3 rather. He's tuning up. He's left the 170. Do you think he can hit it? Is he going to get the 170 as well as the 9 darter?
No.
It was a 58. I don't think he hit a treble, so that pretty poor visit, really.
Speaking of 50, that's what Benito van der Pas had left when he lost the game. Gets it wrapped up with a 19 darter. So Benito van der Pas and Yelle Classen both fall at the first hurdle today. And it's a real disaster for Yelle Classen, and that's not far away from Benito as well.
I know Malik has just said it in the chat. I can probably answer this one for you because I've been told repeatedly by Phil that Sky are fully against extending to 12 players because of the time it would take to get all the matches done. So I think that one's highly unlikely from what I've heard. But you never know. If they really want to try and fit Barney and Fallon in there, then potentially. But I think it's really unlikely that the format gets extended in terms of how many players are in the tour. I think you would potentially have maybe 2 days, maybe a Thursday and a Friday potentially as an option, but it interferes with European tours and qualifiers and pro tours. So I don't see the format getting changed from 10 players, but potentially the way the matches played, maybe it's 10 players play one week, 10 players play another, but I don't think there'll be 12 players on a night.
We're already talking about 10 players that we're selecting, not all of them being that fashionable. If you extend the field, are you really going to get that many good marketable players in? I don't know if we have 20.
Exactly. You're just going to dilute the quality. I think the whole point of the Premier League is that we have potentially the 10 most marketable players playing it off, and we get to see a first to 7. If we took that down to a first to 5, maybe like we do in the Grand Slam, there are some games of the Grand Slam first round. As much as I do love the tournament, there's some stinky games. So really, you want to keep the quality, the best 10 players in the world, or as close to, I think. Jamie's just said that the idea of that maybe a Premiership and a Championship, although I think that would work. I don't know how much interest would be around the Championship. Like, do you think the sort of social darts fan is going to be interested in watching the Championship or just the Premier League? And I think that's going to be the issue there for Sky. Really, they want to try and focus it around the best 10 players in the world. I think it's difficult to market sometimes the young players unless they've been exposed to that top level darts. If you put someone like Callum Ridge in there, the social darts fan now knows who he is after the World Championship. If you put him in for 10 weeks in the Premier League, he's going to become a household name, a lot like Nathan Aspinall. But if you put him in a Championship and nobody's watching it, then I think it's difficult to create characters from that.
Louis Ashton's just missed 3 clear at double 16, and it looks like Alan Tavern is going to knock her out 6-2 if he can land tops. Really good start for this leg, but Webster got through 6-4.
He got through 6-4 against Niall Cullerton. Impressive result.
And Louis Ashton is out 6-2. an 80 average played against Alan Tabern's 89, so it was not a bad performance from Alan Tabern, but not good enough from Wisha if she wants to progress again.
Noble leg between Jorgensen and Telnikes. Jorgensen's got 3 darts at double 16 to take him out and get himself a point on the board at Q-School, but he's missed all 3. So Telnikes, for a mighty 149 finish, he's currently averaging 59 in this leg after 18 darts thrown. So if he takes this out, it will be a hell of a shock to Andreas Toft Jorgensen. But let's see whether he can do it. He makes a dent. He's left himself 52. Jorgensen's got 3 more darts at double 8. If he misses these, he invites Telnikes in to potentially have 2 darts at a double. And he doesn't. He takes it out in 1. So that's Dirk Telnikes. Past 2 card holder is out. Again, second round, no points for him on day 2.
Steve Brown has found the break against Scott Waite, so it's now 3-2. Waite was running away with it 3-0. There is still a break in it, though. Waite's had found 2, so Steve Brown is still 3-2 behind, and it's looking likely to go 4-2 behind as well. See. We've got a good game warming up. Diego
I don't know what you think about this. Someone suggested having 4 or 5 leagues to settle the Premier League down. I think let's say someone has a shocker like Glenn Durham, right? If he then gets relegated to the Championship and has to continue playing, averaging 80, and then has to keep getting knocked down and keep playing these leagues, like I don't think it's the concept idea sounds nice, but it doesn't make sense. What do you think?
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense for relegation. We've seen Peter Wright be relegated from the Premier League before, and Michael Van Gerwen, what was it, 2020, when he was having that performance? I know they didn't get relegated, but he was not far away. So I don't think they will ever risk doing that, because someone can just have a really bad patch of form, and then can you imagine Michael Van Gerwen stuck in the Championship having to watch everyone else a week? Nah. So 100%. Nice idea, but they will never risk that.
Stephen Burton pulled his average up in the end, averaging 73 after the first 3, but does win the match against Kieran T in 6-3. Average 91, pretty solid, and he's through to the second round.
Did you see how he won it though? It was
I didn't.
Kieran T had a brilliant start to the leg, and then Burton goes 139, 180, takes like 42 and 2. Just
hugely unlucky not to beat Danny Lauby yesterday. David Pallett. I'm pretty sure he led 5-3 at one point, but Pallett reeled off the last 3 legs. So it's one of them that he needs to fight through this and get himself through the next round. Good game forming in the EU between Kist and Sedlacek. Kist and Sedlacek's 4-4 at the minute. 91 and 94 averages. Pretty solid so far. Nip and tuck. Kist leads the leg, and with a 114 sets up double 18 to take it out on throw and leave Sedlacek needing a break and the last 2 legs to win this one. But this is tough. Good little match so far.
Just waiting to see if Kist gets that, and he doesn't. I don't know, I just have a feeling that he was going to miss a double, and he has. Sedlacek is going to get the 2 darts to try and break him here.
Big opportunity, this.
And it misses. Kiss is, oh my god, right, so Kiss misses free clear, then Sedlacek misses 2, then Kiss manages to bust on double 2, so Sedlacek's going to get a second bite of the cherry, second, third and fourth actually, and he does it. So Sedlacek breaks, goes 5-4 up on Christian Kiss.
Massive.
And given what happened yesterday, that is massive.
Kachuk knocked out Nico Kurz there, 6-3. He's through to round 2. Good performance from him. Andy Hamilton and Scott Waits are both on the brink in the UK. 5-2 up for the pair. Scott Waits is in a decent position, has left himself 120 after 12 darts. Steve Brown's not very close. For Hamilton, he's currently left 100, but Paul Nesbitt's on 44. So there's a chance here for Paul Nesbitt to hold throw and push Andy Hamilton that little bit further. He misses these 3 darts, though. Hamilton's going to have 3 at 32. While I say that, David Pallett's gone through 6-1 as well. Nesbitt gets the leg. Hamilton is 5-3 up on throw to win this match. Pallett with a 98 average as well. Really impressive. What a marker.
Is that Pallett with a 98 average?
Yeah.
Scott Waits has missed a match start, but is going to come back to get 3 more. Steve Brown does put a bit of pressure on, but double 10 for Scott Waits to get through 6-2.
I don't know a great deal about him. Obviously, he was playing from America, but Jules van Dongen, what are you thinking of him so far at Q-School? He's been playing quite well, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's just sort of came out of nowhere. There is always one that does that, and I feel as if he's not quite going to get enough results to go for it across the accumulative thing, if that makes sense. But on a given day, I think he could well make his way to a semi-final and win it.
Yeah.
Result in from Niedernhausen, 6-4 Karol Sesbocek. Takes it out in 14 darts in the end, but it was the second last leg where that was really won and lost, wasn't it? That breaker throw and Christian Kiss misses 6 darts. So yeah, Sesbocek threw 6-4 on the lipstick.
Jeremy van der Winkel with a break there against Jimi Hendrix, 3-2 up, averaging 88 against 97. So, potentially scrapped through this so far, but close match. And as I say that, Jules van Dongen loses the 8th leg to Erik Tautfest. 5-3. Looks like Phil's back, but we can't hear him.
Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't know what's going on with my mic. I'm going to have to suffer with the awful mic for the rest of the day until I can look at it properly. But, oh well. It's what we do. So, did I miss anything good?
I don't think anything too major. Really. There was a couple of nice bits and bobs, but no major stories. Yeah, Van der Pass is out. Didn't play that well either. And Darren Webster threw. I don't know how big that is, but he's really scrapped well. So big props to Darren Webster.
Decent.
Brian Raman is through to the last 32, where he's going to play his fellow countryman Ronnie Hybrids for Christopher, who was asking. So that actually might be a cracker.
Remember, everyone, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe to the channel as we etch closer to 20k. Now, a couple in the chat room says PDC should definitely give CDC more funding. Look, PDC give the CDC decent amounts as it is. And I think we're seeing that now that the CDC is really coming on, boys.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I think the Continental Cup was really impressive to watch, actually. I'm glad they're starting to get streamed on the PDC website as well. So we're seeing more opportunities come for them. And we're seeing the likes of Leonard Gates, Jacob Taylor are capable of averaging 90 every game. So, there's players out there that are well capable of hitting this level and potentially getting to a card. So it's exciting to watch, and the more coverage and exposure they get through the app and potentially in TV tournaments in the future, the better. I do definitely agree with the idea of putting the top player from each tour around the world in a Grand Slam. I think that'd be a brilliant way to replace what we used to have with the BDO.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't dislike that idea at all. Yeah, I quite like that. For those searching, Matthew Edgar is on board too. Speaking of CDC and North America, Jacob Taylor is warming up. Played some good stuff so far.
He was pretty unlucky against Leighton Bennett yesterday. Maybe a slightly easier draw today, but we'll see.
Sean Fisher has gone. The man that came so close last year departs, beaten by Carl Beattie 6-5. think when Danny Lauby gets his card, it'll be big TV push for the States. Yeah, look, and it's also important that when we go to MSG, that the North Americans are competitive. And look, you're guessing we'll see Jeff Smith, Danny Lauby, Matt Campbell, John Norman Jr., Jacob Taylor here as well, Leonard Gates, maybe Jules van Dongen if they can fly him over, who's doing well in Europe. So it's important that they compete. Because that was one thing down under in the World Series. The Oceanic players always competed, didn't they?
100%.
And we're seeing
it wasn't just the one guy.
True quality of them. Yeah.
So it was just in like sometimes you go through these places and you think, oh, you'll want to avoid this one player who might actually cause an upset. But Oceania had maybe about 4 or 5 they could do.
Yeah. Oh yeah, massively. You think Kyle was in that bracket? Corey Cadby, Raymond Smith, who
goes out and wins it.
Damon Heta, yeah, Chris.
Heta, yeah, exactly. We see them. We see Damon Heta win a World Series event. Auckland, we had Kyle Anderson against Corey Cadby in the final. It is the thing. So it's making sure that the local element is competitive.
I do agree with what Mark said in the chat. I think Damon Heta's win there was. I mean, look, it was a massive shock at the time. It was unbelievable, but I think it's done wonders for Australian darts because I think there's a few over there. Raymond Smith that alluded to it on Twitter. His family's all over there. So to be honest, whether he wants to relocate now at his age, maybe not. But if they set up a proper tour over in Australia and give them a couple of chances, whether that be the World Series, whether that be a potential Grand Slam spot or a couple of spots to get the World Championship, it's just a way of including some brilliant darts players that we've got on the other side of the world in big tournaments.
Paul says, will the PDC give out any free tour cards this year? Not this year, they won't. Look, long term, do I think they will, like in snooker? Possibly, yes, I do. I know that might not go down well, but I think long term they may go back to giving a couple out if things work. But time will tell on that. So what's the latest on Cadby? I haven't spoken to him for a while. I spoke to him around November time. He was just playing some local stuff, just learning to play again almost, and that. So, look, being in Australia, it's hard. We saw what Raymond Smith and his son Kai had to go through to get over here for the Worlds, and that. So, look, I think if we can see him play on the DPA tour this year, it's a good start.
I know people have said about the CDC tour. I mean, I think the investment that this PDC have put into the CDC tour is actually quite impressive, and the fact it's starting to get streamed is really good. But I'd like to see the same for the DPA tour. I don't think we get to see them enough. There's so many good Australian players out there. If they could reduce the format a little bit, because obviously with COVID they bubbled it, but if they could have a good format, then that could be watchable, really good quality. Yeah, I think that'll come this year. Obviously, the CDC managed to get their tour on because they split it where they did one in Canada, one in America. But I was chatting to Rob Denny, who runs the DPA. They've been hit massively because they can't travel over state lines. So they did the satellite tour, which was like a bridger to keep people playing, but it wasn't the full tour. And the satellite tour did its job. But once they can do the full tour again, I think we will see the DPA stuff streamed on PDC TV as well. Yeah. And, I see no reason why. I know currently it's brilliant to have 32 tour cards on offer at Q-School, but I see no reason why we couldn't have 1 or 2 on offer for the DPA, 1 or 2 on offer for the CDC. That's a full tour. It's potentially 12, 14, 16 events. So it's a good representation of the best players in each of these areas. So I think that's got to be something that PDC will look at in the future. Yeah, completely. Mate, Denon is flying right now, boys. Another one that got quite
107 average. Well, he is fine. I've just seen you do play the board, so this has nothing to do with it. But his opponent's averaging 68. That's possibly the biggest gap we've seen in stage 2 so far. 107 average, 4-0 up on a 68. Yeah, it's up there.
Killington after a run yesterday. needs to win the last 2 against Mickey Mansell. It's a tough one, this one now.
Yeah, it was a similar situation in my match. Just watching Adrian Gray was 5-4 up, missed 3 clear at double 4 for the match. He has the throw against Nathan Treadgold, but I know a few people were tipping Adrian Gray for the day. Needs to start finding trebles, or else they might be in a bit of bother. Does well. So Adrian Gray blew the last leg, but has still got a good chance of getting through in the Noble here.
Result then in the EU as well. Jimi Hendrix beats Jeremy van der Winkel 6-3. Now, not many people have heard his name before, but he did finish 9th on the EU Challenge Tour and would have been to the final stage had he finished 1 place higher. So he's a name to look out for. He's got not a bad third round draw against Konterman, so could potentially get some good points today. So potentially a big win there.
Yeah. Absolutely. Nick Fulwell is in front against Kevin Bennett. Remember, Bennett had a good run yesterday. Mickey Mance was beating George Killington. Again, George Killington accrued points yesterday. That's a big one as well. Menzies gone early. Killington gone early.
That's a hell of a tie in the second round as well. Ryan Murray against Connor Scott. Connor Scott's really looking to get started in Q-School. Didn't have a brilliant day yesterday, and Ryan Murray obviously has come through a few times now. I believe he's come through 3 times already, so potentially trying to make it 4 times coming through Q-School. But that's a big match on day 2.
Huge. Yeah, absolutely. Diogo Portela. Again, Nathan Gervin, another one of these youngsters that's A game is very, very good. But today we're only seeing the C game from him as Portela 3-1 to the good.
Just to confirm, Adrian Gray does get through 6-5. It is 9th attempt at a double to win the match, and his opponent was sitting on 6-1 to pound, so fair play.
Matty Dennett continues that absolutely relentless run. 109 average so far, 5-0 up now. Wawarzewski, is that always saying this? No idea. I probably butchered his name there, but it's got 5-0
something like that. Or what was up for sure?
Right, okay. As I say that, he's pinched a leg, 5-1. 73 average now.
Jared Cole, Ryan Finesse. That's a nice looking little game on board. 15.
Tidy game from Nathan Rafferty. 3-0 up on Chris Hurds. Looking very likely to go 4-0 up as well. So that's going to... He should really cruise this out. 12 points ahead in the averages.
You'd got to think so.
We mentioned this one earlier. Ronnie Heinrichs leads 1-0 against Brian Raman. I don't know what your thoughts are on this, but obviously Brian Raman is the number 1 seed for the WDF World Championship. If he gets a tour card, he's probably not going to be there. I mean, he's not necessarily a household name yet, but what does that do for the WDF losing the number 1 player before the World Championship even takes place?
Yeah, look, it's... We were talking about this yesterday, that the WDF could get absolutely rinsed coming up.
Mm. Is it April it's rescheduled for? Or?
Yeah.
Look, I'm still not convinced it happens then either, but at the moment it's scheduled for then, yeah.
Yeah, as some people in the chat room letting you know, Phil, it's Edgar's on the way. He
is.
It's Barstow that has the darts. Just, I know it's the first leg, but in a race to 6, it's higher advantage than usual, as you saw.
I hadn't even seen the draw. No way if they drawn each other again. What are the chances of that?
Yep.
That's incredible. That is incredible.
Yeah.
So it's like Labanauskas all over again.
Yeah. For those that are asking, Matthew Edgar is there. He's underway against Chas Barstow on board 2 as we speak. Christian, Luke is on with us today. That's who you're talking about. So, a couple of real Robert Rickwood and Robert Owens, a nice little game warming up as well, as is Lee Budgeon and Graham Usher in the last 64.
There's a break for Edgar in leg 1. 17 data, 8-8 checkout does it. 1-0 against Chas Barstow.
If Barstow loses here, he's in a world of trouble. That's 2 first-round exits in the first 2 days.
The Deans have descended on Q-School and are here to mix it. I mean, Vlad Anderson, another good day yesterday. 92 average so far, 2-1 up against Roy van der Grient. If he gets through and gets another point on the board, he's slowly ticking up that order of merit. There may potentially be a Dane on the tour. I believe Lawson had a tour card a few years ago. So it's been a while since we've had one, but potentially we see some Scandinavian presence back on the tour.
I know that they've both got work to do, but it could be on the, especially the UK order of merit, could be a good day for Bennett and Cole. They could potentially seal their tour cards today.
Connor Scott's taking a 4-2 lead against Ryan Murray. I don't believe Ryan Murray got any points yesterday, so it is going to be an uphill battle if he doesn't get any today. A good little game, 91-86 average. Both players well capable of playing on the Pro Tour. This one could go deep if Murray can hold through here. But Connor Scott has the all-important break. Currently leads.
Rowby John is in a good position after a bad day yesterday. He's 3-1 up. Ryan De Vrede 3-0 up on Johan Enstrom. Not a great game average-wise.
Is that Matt Edgar finding a break against Chas Barstow to go 2-0 up? Could he get the better of him 2 days in a row? Chas Barstow was one of the most phenomenal players last year, qualifying through the Pro Tour Order of Merit without a tour card, and yet here he is facing a potential exit again in the first round. He started this leg with 29, so Edgar could potentially steal the darts. Chas Barstow is going to need a hell of a last 2 days if he gets beat here.
Yeah, completely. Connor Scott 4-2 to the good. Ryan Finesse is 2-1 up on Jared Cole. Chat room is on fire as always. Kevin Burness, we said it could be a good day for him, but he's on the brink of defeat to Nick Fulwell. Sean, yes, I've got the MVG windmill jacket on today.
Super Mario playing well, 3-1 up. Another one who's on a healthy deal of points so far and really looks one of the big favourites at this point to get a tour card. If he wins this one, I believe he'd be on 6, and that was just enough last year. I think someone got through on 6 plus 14, so potentially 7 points is what you need to get through in the EU. But Mario van den Beauregard is going the right way about it.
Yeah. Saw there was some big news kind of breaking on Twitter last night as well, boys, which could impact darts in a few years, but DAZN on the verge of buying BT Sports.
Huge. Really big. I don't know how that would affect all the tournaments and stuff. You probably know a hell of a lot more than I do, but yeah, it's huge. And they're really starting to have a global impact on sport in general. You know, the brand itself is expanding all the time. So I hope it's good news, but yeah, don't know too much about it.
Yeah, and look, that then gives DAZN a TV platform as well.
What sort of impacts do you think we'll see on the darting landscape if they get an influence and potentially take some tournaments off Sky?
Well, it's a strange one because right now I know they'll be buying BT Sport in the UK, but DAZN already show the darts in Germany, North America. So that link up is there. Obviously, we all know the link up they've got with Matchroom anyway, with the boxing and everything like that. So it certainly makes negotiations for that next contract interesting. Joe says, how many points do you need the order of merit? We think 6 will get you a card.
Yeah.
Charlie is in the chat room. Graham Usher's #1 fan. And he is 1-0 up as we speak, Charlie, on board 9. Jared Cole, Ryan Finesse going along quite nicely. Ryan Murray is back to 4 apiece with Connor Scott. And Chaz Barstow has a leg on the board.
Ryan Murray's left 25 after 12 darts here to potentially take a 5-4 lead on Connor Scott. So really good turnaround from 4-2 down. A hell of a match so far. Murray, when his back was up against the wall, has pulled it out and potentially needs to make sure he wins this leg. Connor Scott would need to win the last 2. So he's in a good position now, commanding position after a rough start. But he misses 2 darts at 8-8. And he's left himself on 16. Connor Scott with 66 left to find another break. This would take him 5-4 up and give him the darts in potentially what could be the last leg of the match. And he does it in 3. So Connor Scott, massive missed opportunity for Ryan Murray there. Scott takes the leg and is thrown for the match.
Kevin Burness, Iron Man, has gone, beaten by Nick Fulwell, which is an interesting one there. Andy says, how many points is Richie on? Richie's on 4 at the moment, so not far away.
Just some huge moments in Diego Portela and Nathan Girvan match. Diego 4-2 up and is averaging 10 points higher than Nathan Girvan at this point. On a double, when Nathan Girvan's on 91, he hits that 91 to get the break back to 4-3. Next leg, same scenario. Nathan Girvan's on 120 with Diego on a double. Nathan takes it 120. So he's finished the last 2 legs and is now making an attack on Diego Portela's throw. It's 4-4, but turning into a cracking game despite Portela playing it a lot better for the majority of it.
Yeah, Cameron Menzies is on 5 points from yesterday, so look, he probably only needs a point. Still has to get it, of course. Jared Cole was levelled up with Ryan Finesse. This is a tiny little battle going on right now. Matthew Edgar still has that 2-leg cushion over Chaz Barstow. It's just disappeared off my screen, but another good result for North America. Jacob Taylor, 6-3 win over Gary Blades. The Canadian flag still flying high.
Connor Scott beats Ryan Murray 6-4. He does hold through in the final leg of that match. Huge win for him. And in the EU, Tony Alcinas, 15 darter in the last leg against Mindaugas Barauskas, gets his first point on the board. A disappointing day yesterday, but is obviously trying to join his teammate, Jose Justicia, who has already got a tour card.
Yep, some big games warming up as well. Mike Warburton against Sean Carroll. These are all last 64 games. Lee Cox against Tom Lonsdale. Ben Hazel, Ted Evans, Gavin Carlin against Kai Fan Young. Jordan Brooks against Richie Bennett. And Hope Puhau against David Pallett, all warming up.
We talk a lot about games for the future with the UK lot, but this could be a game for the future for many years to come. Sebastian Bielecki takes on Kevin Doetz in the last 32 in the EU. This could be high 90s averages from the pair. They're both quality operators, and again, both trying to make a run today.
Yeah, massively. A massive fan of Sebastian Bielecki. Only 17. Remember, hit a 9 darter in this year's UK Open. Top talent. If he could have a push, Poland World Cup team could be interesting. Ratajski and Bielecki.
quality. That would be a really, really dangerous team. Could go all the way. You know, we saw it happen with Austria last year. Those two, yeah, very dangerous.
Charlie, so the points, you only get points if you win your last 64 game. So if you get into the last 32, you get a point. Last 16, 2 points. Last 8, 3 points. Semi-finals, 4. And if you get to the final, 5 points. Hope that helps, mate.
Someone was asking about Sean Wilkinson. According to mine, he's got 1 point so far, sitting just outside of the qualifications was.
If Richie Bennett gets to the last 16 today, I think that will be enough. So yeah, if he wins his last 32 match, I think that will be enough to see the Prince of Wales back on tour.
I know a lot of people are interested in Matt Edgar's performance so far. 4-2 up against Chaz Barstow, has kicked up with a 180 against the throw, and is obviously going to try and get another break here to take a 5-2 lead. But he started well, maintained the average so far, and kept his break of throw. He's effectively taking the darts with Barstow, only hitting at a ton 80 in his first 2 throws combined. Matt Edgar now with a potential to break here and take a 5-2 lead.
Again, Jared Cole as well has taken the lead against Ryan Finesse. And Cole's in a good position on that order of merit. And that would be another disaster for the WDF. Jared Cole were to miss out as well.
Yeah.
Of course, he had Martin Adams in round 1.
That would be a massive shame, because that was one of the biggest ties we could have had at the WDF World Championship, and Jared Cole's proven what a quality operator he is so far. But just have to see how these next 2 days go.
We've got a couple of nobles going on right now. Scott Taylor and Dom Taylor. Taylor will win, but which one? That's 5 apiece. Nathan Gervin has sent us to a noble as well. But you said Matthew Edgar started with a maximum, but it's Barstow that wins that leg.
He can dig in, Chaz Barstow. His B game is solid. And that is an important break of throw. Let's see what happens. Important hold of throw, rather. Yeah, it was only a hold. But this is it. This is the leg. He needs to find the break in the next 2. So this is all or nothing for Chaz Barstow. If he wants to win this match, really still needs a break of throw. Matt Edgar hasn't started too strongly here, so there's a chance the door is open if Barstow can hit a ton 40 here.
I've got a question. We think it'll be 6 points in Europe as well. Look, that might come down to 5 by this time tomorrow, depending on results and where people are and whatever. But we think 6 in both will get you a card.
Yeah. Just to jump in quickly, just a result from Europe. Roby John wins 6-2. So looking as if he's going to go on the match today.
Roby John doing the business.
Arjan Konterman has started like an absolute train, averaging 113. It's currently 2-1 up on Jimi Hendrix in Europe. He's playing well. And 2-0 lead for Kevin Dotes against Sebastian Bielecki in that young derby. Bielecki's got the throw to potentially try and get himself back in this match. But if he's broken again here, could be facing the exit door.
Dom Taylor edges out Scott Taylor in a noble leg. But all eyes are on Portela and Gervin. 5 apiece. Who do we fancy, boys?
Portela.
Portela. Yeah, I'm going to go with that as well.
Should get 6 starts at 153, but big moment in the Edgar match, okay?
I know, big moments come and gone for Chaz Barstow. 5-3 lead now, and he's kicked off with 41. Matt Edgar is potentially going to get the better of him 2 days in a row. He's still going to finish the job off, but now Chaz Barstow needs the last 3 legs, or he is out 2 days in a row to the same player as well. Not the same scoreline, I don't think, but it's tough for Chaz Barstow. This is going to be a hard last 2 days, given the quality of Q-School. Needs to reel these last 3 legs off. It's going to be absolutely critical.
Diego might have won this. He's been a better player throughout these 10 legs, but finds himself 5 each. He's missed 2 darts for the match, and if Gervin takes out 100, he will pinch this game, and I don't know how.
It's actually been a horrible last leg from both of them.
Matt Edgar set himself up on 1-3-4 after 9 darts. Chaz Barstow, he had the throw in this leg, but he is potentially giving it a win. A 180, leaves himself on 80. That is a really, really good shot under pressure. Matt Edgar's probably going to have to take out this 1-3-4, or Chaz Barstow will get darts to hold his throw. Again, it is only a hold, so this is a chance. Chaz Barstow's got 80 left. If he doesn't get it, then he is going out to Matt Edgar, probably. Van den Beauregard and Brian Raman have both gone through in Europe. I've just seen pop up as well. 6-3 scoreline for the pair of them. This is a massive opportunity for Chaz Barstow. He misses it. Edgar's going to have 2 darts for the match. And he's missed it. I don't even think he might have had a dart at the ball.
Portela gets over the line, Scott.
He does. Just quickly before we move back to Edgar, Portela did. She's 5th dart at the match he had to use, with Nathan Calvin waiting on 50 odd. But Portela deserved to win that match. He's better all the way through. Squeezes over the line.
Matt Edgar 6-3, phenomenal from him again. He's an impressive player under pressure. He can get the results when he needs to at Q-School. He's proved it again now. Again, this is only a last 1-8 though, so there's no points for this. He needs to keep moving forward. He has to get another couple of wins and get himself on some points. He needs to be on some points after 2 days. So this is a big win against a very tough opponent in the first round, but Matt Edgar's got to build on it.
Also, one looks as if Leonard Gates has thrown away a huge opportunity here. I'll tell you about that in a minute. But Steve asks, why is it called a Noble at 5-all? So the running gag is that George Noble, one of the legendary PDC referees, that for a few years now, his games always go to last leg deciders. On the Euro Tour one weekend, I think every game bar 2 of his went to a last leg decider. On the UK Open last year, he was averaging 10.3 legs a game when they were only best of 11s. So he got re-nicknamed the Noble. But I said the stars and stripes were flying high here. Leonard Gates through for the match. He's made a pig's ear of it, but Daniel Day cannot take advantage. So Leonard Gates coming back, looking at double 13 to win it 6-4. And it goes. Leonard Gates marches on.
I mentioned the potential Danish domination earlier on. Vlad Andersen's through 6-4. He is now in a position with 5 points. He needs probably one more win from here to potentially lock himself in a 2 card on the order of merit. A huge result for Vlad Andersen and a big win with a 92 average.
Just going to say, Jared Cole might have done something similar. He might have completely blown this. There's at least 3 darts he's missed for the match. And that would have been for a 6-4 win over Ryan Furness. He blew it. Furness pounced on that. And now Furness has the darts in the decider. So Jericho, who played so well in the 1-8, but obviously that gets you 0 points. He has to find a way to go over the line here. He's about 140 points behind and does not have the throw.
Reese Hayden on the verge of a whitewash as well. Has Paul Hinks retired? Has he retired from refereeing? No. Is he refereeing in the PDC at the moment? No. So there's the clue that you may see him on the live league some more this year.
Some people have mentioned in chat there, Van Dongen against RJR. That could be a good little game in the 3rd round of the EU. And against Mario van den Beauregard as well.
I'm on board with the Jules van Dongen as well. He's played some good stuff. He caught the eye in stage 1 and he's continued that.
Jericho pinches the game. Furness has missed a dart for the match himself. Jericho left in 75, takes it out for a 15 darter. And yeah, they would have been sick after that last leg. But Jericho does get through to the last 32.
Warming up, Shay Mac and Mark McGeeney. Remember, this is for a point as well. the winner will go into the last 32. Aaron Monk has a leg back against Matt Clark. Hopai Puhau flying the flag for the Oceanic region. He's 2-0 up on David Pallett. Just going to look. EU order of merit. And I think Mario van der Boomgaard has done it. Yeah. After a day and a half, I think he has a tour card.
If we go back to last year, Robert Marjanovic got through on 6 points with a plus 14, but there was only 8 spots in order of merit. This has obviously been extended to 11. So for me, I think 6 points is probably going to be enough for the good leg difference.
Yeah. And he's plus 24 at the moment.
Yeah. He'd need some heavy losses.
Super Mario has done enough.
Flan Anderson is 1 win away from joining them as well. Impressive stuff the first 2 days.
Yeah, I'm with you. Jules van Dongen is right in the mix as well. It's interesting, obviously based in Holland, but has the stars and stripes next to his name.
Could he make the World Cup team in a few years' time, potentially, for the US? Him and Danny Lauby, maybe?
Yeah. It's interesting. Brian Raman just outside that top 11 on leg difference at the moment. Here's one for you, lads. I'm playing devil's advocate here. It probably wouldn't happen. But say you're on 6 points and a very good leg difference. Do you take a day off so your leg difference doesn't get hammered?
If I'm on 6 points at Q-School after 2 days, I'm going to back myself as I'm a half-decent darts player. So I'd hope that I wouldn't be getting battered in the next couple of rounds. But, yeah, potentially. Look, I honestly think he probably is safe. But unless I was 100% mathematically safe, I think I'd play it. You know, he's averaging 90 most games, especially in the EU. There is some really, really poor quality that has still got through that are averaging 75. So if you draw one of them in the first round, then surely you're just expecting yourself to get through and potentially get another point on the board. I think 7, a different story, but 6, obviously we're still thinking is probably just on the cusp.
Yeah. My bad. I was doing a bit of research last night and the article I was reading said he was based in Holland. My bad. Doing some research last night, and the article I was reading said he was based in the Netherlands. Dick says, unless I'm dark green, I'm playing. Fair one.
Yeah,
I love it. I love it when it all starts going dark green. You know, it's Cup Connection Day when Darts Connect is going dark green.
Sebastian Bielecki's beaten 6-1 by Kevin Dortz. He was heavily tipped for a tour card, Kevin Dortz. Didn't have a brilliant day yesterday, but starts it the right way today. He is through the last 16 and he needs a couple more wins to get himself a few more points. You never know, he could even get through automatically today, but he's playing really well. Good win there, 6-1.
Have some bad news for Charlie. 6-5, wee budging pinches it in the last week, decider. Usher misses 2. Actually, 3 darts, because he missed the boo as well. 3 darts missed from Graham Usher to get through. 6-5, wee budging. That's a bit of a sickener.
Didn't Graham Usher lead 5-2 there as well?
He was miles in front. Mike Warburton is 4-1 in front. And again, this is for a point as well. Wayne Jones is looking to get a point on the board. What else have we got? Dan Reed absolutely motoring along, nearly 110 average against Robert Thornton. Robert Thornton averaging 105 himself. Ben, we got no idea, mate. Dan says Edgar versus Mansell could be a tight one. Could go either way. Definitely could take some time as well. Mickey Mansell is definitely one that needs a shot clock. Andy says Dan Reed's playing well. Yeah, absolutely. I tell you, Jamie Clark's impressed me a lot. I remember his first stint in the Live League. I'm not going to lie, I thought he was out of his depth that first stint in the Live League. I was like, I'm not sure here. But he got better and better. He came back for a second go, got to finals night, and he's impressed me.
Yeah, I mean, even on the Challenge Tour, he was 9th on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, which takes some going. He's playing really well. He's a consistent operator as well. You know, he's always averaging sort of the 90 area. So, yeah, he has really impressed me. Picked up a point or two yesterday, I think. And he's one of these players that I think he's an outsider for a tour card, but he could definitely do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to have a look now. Let's have a look. He picked up a point yesterday, so he's only just outside the green at the moment on the ranking. Jared Cole moves up into joint second place with Richie Bennett on 4 points. Of course, Bennett not played again yet.
I'm going to say it's a mini surprise just because of how well Richard North played in the first round. But Wayne Jones takes it 120 to see him off 6-2. And Richard North only averaged 78, which I think is about 15 points more than what he did in the first game. So, bit of a surprise to see how far Richard North fell off there.
Yeah,
North's a good player, but he's blown hot and cold. His first round was very similar.
When he's on, he's brilliant, but when he's off, it's toilet.
It was the same in the Live League as well. There was times in the Live League where sometimes he'd just come out and he'd have shocking games. But yeah, as you said, when he plays well, he can compete with the best.
Speaking of the Live League, Scott Waters is in the chat room. Hope you are well, mate. Andy says, Phil, your mic's really crackly. We've got some technical issues with my mic, buddy. We've just got to try and soldier through for the rest of the day. But it'll be fixed for tomorrow, don't worry. Any news on who's in the running to take Hankey's place in the seniors? All will be announced after Q-School. Ben says, would you prefer contenders or not? Good question. For me, I think it needs tweaking slightly, but I like the contenders or challengers, whatever you want to call them. I just think it needs a little tweak, but I like it.
I personally did like it. I felt the second one lost a little bit of magic, and I would personally drop it. But I enjoyed the first year, but I'm a bit bored of that concept now personally. Don't know how it feels.
I don't think it worked the second time because half of them behind closed doors, so it lost the element of what it was meant to be doing. Jeffrey Deswan, Chris Stoney, and that in Milton Keynes didn't quite have the same.
It really wasn't. Just in Jermaine Water, I get battered by Gavin Price in front of no one, was just it's not Premier League, was it?
Yeah. Hope Paul Howard's broken Dave Pallett. Big moments here. Where's Mark McGeeney pulled this from? With all due respect, he has been absolutely useless for 18 months, and now he's pinging 107 averages. I don't mean that horribly, because he's a good player, but let's be fair, for 18 months, he's done absolutely nothing.
Yeah, no, you're right. He'd won 2 games all year on the Pro Tour, so this is a complete shock. Nobody expected this. FTI had him as a 0.6% chance of getting a tour card, so this is a shock. Let's not beat around the bush here. He's playing well, but it was not expected.
No, not at all. Mike Warburton is on the brink of victory. Richie Bennett level at 2 apiece.
I've been watching this game all the way through. Arjen Konteman, Jimi Hendrix has gone to a noble leg. It's close, it's nip and tuck. I've got no idea who's going to come on top, but I will keep you updated.
I'll say Arjen Konteman's a weird one because he was really good at Q-School last year, and then the starting Group 1, he was horrendous this year. Only just got through with a magical run on the final day, but now he's back to his best.
There is this run as well for the pair of these players. They're either going to face Andreas Toft-Jorgensen or the winner. No, it will be Andreas Toft-Jorgensen. So there's a chance there because, to be honest, he's sort of only averaging in the low 80s area. So again, these two would both be looking at a potential last 8 spot. So it's a big game, this big last leg. Konterman had the throw. He's kicked off not too badly on 192 after 9, but Jimi Hendrix has come in with a 134 and a 140. Really is stepping up to the plate in the last leg.
Absolutely. Chris says, just back from the gym. How did Gary lost to Aaron Monk. Probably should have won, if I'm being honest. Yeah, Scott, I'm all good. Thank you, mate. Ben says, Phil, what do you think the potential twists could be for the Premier League? I don't know is the thing, but I think that they want to try and get more variety of players in there. So, again, I'm just surmising here. It wouldn't surprise me. Remember when Wayne pulled out because he had the mumps? And we had a guest game when we first saw Gary Anderson and Mark Webster playing the Premier League for the first time. Maybe if we saw something like that, and look, throwing the cat amongst the pigeons, maybe they only pick 8 for the Premier League, and then we kind of have a mini league running alongside it where there's, 5 or 6 players and they play each other one game a week as well. I don't know.
Jimi Hendrix does get through that one. 13 darter against the throw in the last leg to knock out Arjan Konterman. Good result for him. And one we didn't mention as it happened, Tony Alcinas won 6-0. So he's through the last 16, 94 average. Impressive performance for him. Has made the most of that early win against Yelle Classen.
Mike Warburton, job done. 6-2 over Sean Carroll. Matt Ward is back with us in the chat room. I hope you've calmed down from yesterday, mate.
Some brilliant performances going on, by the way, so far. McGeeney, as we mentioned, 3-0. But John O'Shea also 3-0 up on Greg Ritchie, averaging 92, which is very solid and very opportunistic. And Dan Reid, who we mentioned, was 3-0 up, pegged back to 3 each, but has absolutely stormed away from it since then. And if Fulton misses these darts at tops, we go, he doesn't know, 4 each. What a cracking game. 101 from Dan Reid, 98 from Robert Fulton, 4 each.
If we're talking about good games, then look at Kai Fan Lung's average, 103. Gavin Carlin did the hard work against Danny Lauby in the first round. And here we go. Kai Fan Lung averaged 75 in his first round match and is now averaging 103. I mean, this is when we talk about the difference between A, B, and C games. You know, these players have quality in bags, but it's when they can turn it on. It doesn't always happen. It's a lot less frequent than the top players. But Kai Fan Lung, what a performance here. Gavin Carlin is on the brink, needs to win 4 legs.
Someone said, had I seen Cammy's tweet? I hadn't. I'm just going to look now. Yeah, he's just let rip about social media. Yeah, Johnny, I get what you mean, but look, is the Champions League, I'm talking football now, is the Champions League really a Champions League? It's got more variety in it because that's what the broadcasters want. And again, unfortunately, the broadcasters might get their way with this one as well. Mark McGeeney,
that's a perfect analogy. Yeah, I was just going to say that's a perfect analogy for when these people say about the championship idea of the Premier League. Now, don't get me wrong, people are probably going to disagree with me on this, but the Champions League, any football fan will watch it. I mean, I support Sunderland, but I'll watch the Champions League because it's the best teams in the world. Now, unless you're supporting someone that's in the Europa League to me means absolutely nothing. That's what, when people suggest the idea of a Premier League and a Premier Darts League and a Championship Darts League, that's the sort of message that I think pretty much sums it up. You know, if you put a championship in there, if there's not players in there that I'm actively going to watch I'm quite an avid darts fan, but if your social darts fan isn't going to watch the likes of Rennes from France play in the Europa League, so that's where for me that's the perfect analogy.
Yeah. Mark McGeeney 4-0 over Shay Mac. Didn't see this coming.
And a possible 9, Phil. He's playing well enough to hit it.
You know, I'm going to say he does. I'm going to stick my neck out. He is playing well enough to hit this 9. 180, 180. Turns yellow. No, he hits 42 and leaves another free data. Okay.
Dan Reid is on the cusp here. 5-4 up on Robert Thornton, and he is attacking the Thornton throw to win it. He's gone ton 181
after 9
to leave 81. Super stuff from Dan Reid.
It's been a fantastic game, by the way.
Yeah.
Kai Fan Lung, 11 darter against Gavin Carlin, wins 6-3.
Well,
104 average as well. Very good.
Oh, what a game, Phil.
Thornton.
Reid misses a dart at the bull. Thornton takes it 7-8 and 2, sends it to the last wing decider. Dan Reid has the darts to win it, but this game definitely deserves this. We see who has the bottle to go for it now.
How does that affect you, though? You've thrown everything at Robert Thornton. You've hit a 180, a 140. Oh, my, Robert Thornton. The wily old man that is Robert Thornton.
Back-to-back turns should be enough on your own throw to keep you happy. And yet Thornton has hit 180 start. And as long as he doesn't do a stupid 26 or something like that, 83 scores. What a game. That'll do.
I'm just going to interject very quickly. There's a potential shock on here. Jules van Dongen has taken a 3-0 lead against Robbie John. He's broken the throw twice and is potentially thrown for a 4-0 lead. He's a good player, but nobody could have expected Robbie John to be on so few points after 2 days.
This is getting edgy.
Oh my fair. Wow. Dan Reid, 12 data, takes out 161 to knock out Robert Thornton 6-5. That sensational game, and that's the end it deserved. Dan Reid slightly the better player, and what a bloody way to win it. Dan Reid 6, Robert Thornton 5. What a game.
Jamie Clark is just going about his business here. Something I like about Clark today. Hope I Puhau in a good position as well. Of course, the Joker, John O'Shea, about to get his first points of Q-School for the day on the board.
One of the polls that I don't know a great deal about, Radek says Gansky, maybe? We're going to go with that. 5-2 up, averaging 101 so far, is looking for a last 16 spot. So Poland, a little bit of a hotbed. You know, I heard you talking yesterday about which area is most dominant for darts at the minute in the UK, but, you know, there's some hotbeds in Europe. Poland is suddenly producing some really good darts players at the minute.
The Joker is into the last 32. John O'Shea, 6-1 winner over Greg Ritchie.
Look, don't read the comments. Just don't rest of the debate, buddy.
Am I getting stick for being a Mackem? Oh, honestly, what a nightmare. Look, I appreciate our position's horrendous, right? It's rough. It's rough. It's rough.
Mind you, the guy from the forward that got the hat trick, I did love his celebrations on his first goal to Lee Johnson.
Oh, honestly, you know what? Lee Johnson's some of the things he says and some of the actions are questionable. So why not? It's a bad result for us, but fair enough to Chris McGuire. He was a good player. I don't think we should have got rid of him, but
just looking at the order of merit in the UK, there's a huge gap now in green with players that are out for the day. They are there to be attacked on that order of merit.
Mm-hmm.
Robbie John's got a break back against Jules van Dongen as well. It might not be all over. A really, really big break there. Kicks up in the 97. He's still 3-1 down, but at least he's in the match. And just I've seen that pop up as well. Jamie Clark, 6-1. We mentioned him earlier. Gets his first point on the board on day 2 as well. Another one who's performing well. Needs a couple of points, but to take a point on the first 2 days at least, it's good going.
Again, another huge result. Go on, Scott.
I think we're going to say the same thing. We're talking about Oceanic Darts earlier on. Hopai Puha wins 6-4 with David Pallett. 96 average beats David Pallett's 101 average. Cracking game again, and something in the water with Puha right now. It seems like a little bit of a dark horse for me.
Yeah. Also, Ross Montgomery is out, bageled with an absolute shocker of an average. Ross Montgomery is gone. Not a good day for the boss. Darren Johnson swept him aside. Also,
big result in Europe for Sedlacek. Beats Ryan DeVries 6-4.
Huge. Andy Hamilton 2-1 up on Nathan Rafferty. And Jordan Brooks and Richie Bennett involved in a slugfest here. It is 4 apiece. But more importantly, Richie Bennett has the darts. Jordan Brooks is going to have to find a break of throw from somewhere.
Jordan Brooks needs to be renamed James Wade. The way he's winning these low 80 averages, honestly, unbelievable. He's really impressed me. How he's managed to scrape some of these wins together, I've got no idea, but he's put himself in a position. Richie Burnett is usually in the high 90s, and yet here he is, scrapping away with an 83 average, 4-all.
Prime wading from Jordan Brooks.
A big moment in Europe there, by the way. Van Dongen takes out 94 to break Roby John Rodriguez's throw. He's now 4-1 up, has the darts to make it 5-1. And this is very bad for Roby if he doesn't get a grip very soon.
Let's take nothing away from Jules van Dongen. He is averaging 93, so he's put together quite a handy performance. But Robbie John, we expected to come in a level above pretty much everybody in EU Q-School, and it's not played out that way at all. He's right down the list so far. He's picked up 1 point so far, but this is a massive, massive moment, really.
Yeah. Oof. It's unfortunate. Jordan Brooks hits a maximum, but doesn't leave a finish. Leaves himself on a bogey. It's unfortunate. But this is masterful from Bennett.
Oh, that's a huge moment in your game, Phil.
What have you got?
No, I'm just talking about yours, Burnett, how Brooks has left 888. If Burnett doesn't take out their 6-1.
Ultimate wading from Jordan Brooks. 180, 150 to leave 16. Is Richie Bennett's back up against the wall here? Prime wading, we all know what would happen. However, not this time around. Jordan Brooks has fluffed his lines at a key time. So Bennett, lifeline.
Jules 5-1. Robbie John needs 5 legs or he's out.
Bennett's missed. The scoring has been sensational. The doubling has been dog and duck. And somehow, Jordan Brooks leads. I'm not quite sure how, but he does. Something that we've said many a time. I'll tell you what, there's some heavyweight games going on right now. Some of the ones that are underway and warming up. Alan Tadd and Diego Portela getting underway. Darren Beveridge has just taken the opening against Matty Dennant. Darren Webster up on Stu Wilson. Then warming up, Jared Cole against John O'Shea. Connor Scott against Hopai Puhau. Adrian Gray, Robert Owen. Hold on to your hats. Boise is in. Hope you are good, mate. I'm going to stick with Bennett for the time being. He needs to find something.
For any Robbie John fans out there, he may just about scrape through this leg. It saves one. He needs another 4 if he gets this. Jules van Dongen's got 106 left. If he doesn't get it, Robbie John's going to have 3 at tops.
Oh my, Richie.
Robbie misses 3 at tops. Jules van Dongen's got 64 left to take out the hottest property in EU Q-School. And he does it. Jules van Dongen, 6-1 against Robbie John. He is absolutely routed there. Robbie John has won 1 point after 2 days. Nobody would have called that, but a hell of a performance from Jules van Dongen, who moves further up the order of merit table in the EU.
And it looks as if, everyone, at some point, we are going to be joined by Mr. Matt Ward.
Edgar's on the way, by the way, just to let everyone in the chat room know, so keep an eye on that when he hasn't become answer.
Brilliant from Bennett. Back up against the wall. And he breaks straight back. 180 there included. And now Richie Bennett will throw for the match. Bennett closing in on a return to the professional circuit. Only starts 60.
Adrian Lewis is having a nightmare after just CC got through yesterday. Another player that he's had a run in. Richie Bennett making the tour. Disappointing 2 days for Lewis.
Look, let's be honest, there's more that have had the Barney wagering list than not, so the chance of avoiding that's where it's one.
I think James Wilson's safe. As far as I know, James Wilson hasn't had a run in with anyone, but
Bennett on throw, doing enough. This is astonishing from Bennett. Look, go back to the mid-90s. For two and a half years, Richie Bennett was unplayable. And including Taylor in this, Bennett was the best player on the planet.
Just before that gets down to the very end of the leg, Phil, just thought, Edgar's been broken in the opener, so it's 1-0, man. So I think that's a bit an 18 data. I'm not sure for man, so it was a bit sluggish, but Edgar has been broken and is 1-0 down.
Oh, Richie finds another maximum in the last leg. This is vintage from the Welshman. But Jordan Brooks isn't done. Richie Bennett leaves double 12. Will he get a go? Will he get a go? He will. Richie Bennett is through. And I am just about to tee up. Matt Ward will be with us in a second. Just getting the screen sorted.
Bennett on 5 points now as well. All but there.
2-0 to Mansell against Edgar, and it's inflated because it's only 2 legs in, but it's a 30-point gap in the averages. So Edgar is going to have to. It's obviously going to have to step up. He's only averaging 75.
Let me get rid of that one. Wrong one.
Yeah, that was. I hope that was the wrong one.
And there we go. We are joined by Matt Ward, and here's got the big Willie Borland show. Here he is, Matt Ward joins us again. But you're one happy man right now.
Well, I am now. Carroll's just got through that one because that was a tough game. So yeah, then could do with Carroll getting back on the tour because I think he's quality. But if you look at James's averages last season, he was like up there in the top 30 all season. He just wasn't winning. So he's sort of given up on the last 6 months of the tour. He knew he was probably going to lose his card. He wasn't staying over. He was sort of driving to events and coming back. And then we had a chat and he gave the World Championships a good go. And I always thought he'd be favourite to get his card. I mean, to get on the first day is a bit ambitious, but you know, he had a little bit of luck, but a lot of quality as well. And yeah, he's on his way home now, so that's good.
I say people don't understand how serious that eye injury was, do they?
No, I mean, go back 3 years, he was playing Johnny Clayton at the Euros with 104 average, with 80% on the checkouts, playing amazing. He was getting to quarterfinals. He beat Adrian Lewis and Simon Whitlock at the Grand Prix. Year after Simon had got to the final, Adrian was still in the top 10. He beat Ratajski at the Worlds, and then all of a sudden he was just blinking and couldn't sleep, couldn't focus, and a year of that, and just lost his confidence, and then COVID hit, and he just couldn't be bothered. I just think he couldn't be bothered to try and get his tour card through the Pro Tours. Daft as it sounds, he was turning up to win 1 or 2 games. He wasn't turning up to win the events. And now I think he'll listen. We're not stupid. We don't think he's going to storm into the top 8 or the top 16, but he could make a really decent living at darts for the next 3 or 4 years, and really maybe win a Pro Tour and get back on the TVs. You know, I'm not going to sit here and think he could be world champion or anything like that. I'm not stupid, but he can earn some decent money on it, and that's all that we really want. You know, is him to have a good living. He's a nice bloke. And, you know, the dream of owning his own house is really what we want to do this next year. Just get that done.
Yeah, no, completely. But looking around, obviously, you manage some of the best players in the world. What's your thoughts on Q-School as a whole? Are you a fan or not? Or is there a better system they could use?
Well, there's definitely a better system because, you know, Rabi Rodriguez is struggling. I don't know how his second game's gone today. But I know he's struggling. And Rabi was one of the best players on tour last year. So to judge somebody's darting ability over 4 days is difficult. My opinion should be you drop off the tour, you go into the Challenge Tour. And then the top guys of the Challenge Tour go onto the tour. And then you have a Q-School to get onto the Challenge Tour. This will do 2 things. It will dilute the rubbish, get the rubbish out of Q-School and the Challenge Tour, which there is a lot of. And it'll give this card more meaning because you can't get straight back on. Now, James has got straight back on. Probably a bit unfair, really. You know, he was really poor the last 2 years. He deserved to come off the tour. So, really, you spend a year in the Championship. Like, if Newcastle get relegated, they're not going to say, oh, play 1 game, you get back into the Premier League. It's more of a fairer system and you'll get the better players on tour. Because all due respect to Aaron Beeney, I like Aaron. He improved a lot. He got through on one good day, and a lot of players have got that. And his averages weren't that great on that day either. And that's not being horrible to Aaron because I like Aaron. I've got a lot of time for him. This is just facts.
Yeah. No, you're not saying anything that I haven't said or we haven't said on the show. I'm fully with you on that one, and I prefer the promotion relegation system between the Pro Tour and the Challenge Tour. Not a good result for you there. Stephen Burton has just lost to Nick Fulwell.
Oh dear. Cheers for that. He ain't. It's 5-4. It's 5-4. It's saying
sure,
still.
Just flash that tick on my screen.
It's 5-4. God knows.
Fulwell just taken out 30.
Rafferty still wins there.
Yeah,
I think that was an interesting point about the challenge tour. I think it's a good idea actually, because the other thing with the challenge tour is the days go on far too long. If you're having 2 events and you've got 300 plus players and the days are going on for 12 hours, and it's ridiculous. If you could get the challenge tour down to 128 players through a Q-School filtering system, then yeah, I think that's a good idea actually. It's too long for the players to be playing.
It's the only idea really, because it's the only idea really, because it'll filter everything out. But it's a massive money spinner. You know, it's probably £500,000 in entries. Is it for this?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
This year it's a bit lower because the numbers weren't there. But before COVID hit, when the red record numbers was like 860 or whatever it was the best part of £500,000.
You know, the thing is, it generates a lot of interest, though, Q-School, doesn't it? I'm not being rude. I'm just checking some scores. Generates a lot of interest, Q-School. Look at Fallon. You know, Rafferty's 5-3 up. Come on, look at Fallon. She's got more headlines than James has for winning it by losing 2 games. But you know, it's good. But Q-School now, there's no BDO or there's no actual alternative to the PDC, in my opinion. Maybe the live league is a good way to make a little bit of cash. But now there's no BDO. You've got a stepping stone system. Because look at Jamie Hughes and Ratajski, didn't even get a card. They've both won Euro Tours. And Ratajski's got to semi-finals of 3 majors. So, you know, I think there's definitely ways to improve it. But, you know, I'll email the PDC and ask to look, but whether they're going to listen to me, I'm a nobody. But you know, I think the players would appreciate 24 events with 128 players to determine who goes through. I'll be interested to see how many from the top of the challenge tour go get a card this year.
Yeah, that's a fair point. You'll be pleased.
Who won the challenge tour last year?
Jim Williams.
Jim Williams, didn't he?
No. Who was the best runner-up? Sorry.
Sean McDonald.
Sean McDonald.
So where's Sean?
I don't think he's got
any
points so far. Yeah, I don't think he's got any points.
No, he lost first round yesterday, second round today.
Yep.
And Sean McDonald, over 20 events last year, got to the top of the challenge tour and was 1 win away from getting a card. This is where it's probably not a good system, but Rafferty's gone 180, 140, 95 against the throw. So come on, Nathan.
Yeah, if he doesn't win it for the other side, wrong.
Yeah, one lad that is superb is Nathan. Nice kid. Be good to see him on tour.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. But if he doesn't get it, he doesn't get it. There's no rush for him. You know, they're all Leighton Bennett giving himself 11 darts to win. Lovely. Leighton Bennett giving himself, I've got to have a card before I'm 20. It's like, you'll have a card when you get a card. Sorry, I've got my son here today, so he's running about the office. You get a card when you get a card. If there's no way, I mean, Martin Adams didn't become world class till he was 50, and Dean Winstanley was finished at 36. So darts there's never a time limit on darts. You peak when you peak. Johnny Clayton's now world class. 10 years ago, he was a bit of a job off, you know. Peter Wright was the draw when I first started managing players. Peter Wright was the good draw in 2010. Everybody wanted to draw Peter Wright, and now he's 2-time world champion, maybe top 5 players of all time. So you peak when you peak. There's no rush on it. You know, Rafferty will get a card when he's good enough to get a card.
Also, Richie Bennett, 1 game away, we think, from returning to the tour. He's on 5 points, 6 points we think will be enough. The madman himself returning to the pro ranks, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, Richie Bennett as well, though. Richie Bennett's a great player when he's on. I mean, I don't know him personally, but obviously he's done everything you can in darts, you know, world final, match play final, Grand Prix semi, you know. Did he win the I think he won the Masters as well. But the guys like him and Kevin Burness, they're forfeiting a lot, you know. Next year, I spoke to Kev and said, you know, if you get your card, you can't play in the seniors, which, you know, might be the only time you get on TV. So they're forfeiting a lot, and there's no guarantees of success just because you get a tour card. So it's a catch-22 for the guys over 50.
Just out of interest, obviously, because you're a manager, so you obviously have to guide players and look at contracts. I understand why the PDC clause is in there about they can't play in other TV streaming events, whatever you want to call them. And I get that for the top 32. But for 64 to 128, that's a little bit harsh when you can go and earn money elsewhere.
Yeah, I think there was rumours of that changing. I'm surprised they're not letting the guys go on the seniors for the one event at the Worlds in February at the Circus Tavern. But it's written into the contract. I suppose it just protects the PDC exclusivity and everything. If they get somebody who's over 50 in the top, if Peter Wright, I suppose, could go and play in the seniors. Really. So if they sort of set it for one, they'll argue that he can do it as well. So yeah, I mean, it's not going to harm the PDC with Bennett playing in it, but I suppose it's one rule for everybody.
Yeah, in Europe as well, just a quick update. Super Mario is now on 7 points, boys. Can we say welcome to the tour for Mario van der Boomgaard now?
I think, given last year's ranking system, I think, 100%.
This is Jack. He's going to be world number 1 in 20 years, isn't you, mate?
Just out of interest, would you let him play darts, knowing the environment?
Pardon?
Would you let him play darts, knowing what the environment's like?
I'd rather he didn't know, but if he's good at it, I won't stop him,
Mickey Mansell, 5-2 up on Matthew Edgar. Could it be another pointless day for Edgar TV?
How good is Mansell playing? He's got a poorly hand as well. He's playing really good.
Did he have the
102
operation,
average.
do you know, or not?
Yeah, he's had it.
Nathan told me around the Grand Slam that he couldn't throw a dart. He lives in the same village as Nathan, so they practice together. And he thought he'd lose his card and not get one at Q-School, but he must have had it. I mean, when he's playing well, he's up there, isn't he? But obviously he's not good TV. You wouldn't want him in the Premier League, but he's a great player.
Yeah, completely. Diogo Portela has beaten Alan Tavern 6-1. Could we have the first Brazilian on tour?
He just beat Gervin as well.
Yeah. That final leg was a shocker from both.
Yeah, 24 darts. Gervin didn't get a shot at double after 21.
Yeah, not a good one. What's your take on the PDC delaying the Premier League announcement?
I don't know. I'm out the loop now because Darrell's not in the mix. But I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know. Format change, different players. I don't know. Honestly, I don't care because it doesn't affect me.
Format and venue. I think it's format and venue. Probably.
The venues are in places where you can't have crowds, I think, in the first few. So that might be why as well. So
Mickey's got the job done there against Edgar.
Mickey Mansell defeats Matthew Edgar.
105 average as well. So the hand surgery. He's through so far. I think he's in the last 16 now.
Yeah, Kevin Dowitt is warming up now, and he has Mario van der Boomgaard next.
Yeah, but Mario's already qualified, so probably it might go one way or the other. It might be he's a bit relaxed, or he's just wants to win, so or might not be bothered. So it could go either way, really. That one.
Yeah, Brian Raman.
I'm surprised that Roman Benecki didn't get a point because I thought he was really good at the Worlds.
Yeah.
Pen to paper.
Yeah, no, I agreed.
Yeah, didn't even get out of stage 1, did it?
Big result. The Joker, John O'Shea, 6-3 win over Jared Cole, 96 average. Very tidy from the Irishman.
Yeah, Dowell rates John O'Shea very highly.
We said this, that look, there are still a lot of casual fans, as you know, that don't know of things like the BDO back in the day, but you don't win a Windmill World Master if you haven't got pedigree in the game.
No, it can play darts. They all can play darts. It's just, if you looked at a great example, Jamie at the Worlds against Raymond Smith, I think that Jamie was the better player, but Raymond Smith took out the two big finishes at the right times, and that won in the game. So it's all about just the best players know when to do it. But Peter Wright's pretty good at that, doing a 12 dart when he needs to. At the Worlds against Smith, I think he took out a good 81 that won in the game, really, when it was tight in the last couple of sets on the ball.
Yeah. Agreed.
Steve Burton's ringing me, so I'll probably have to cut this short because he's on something's up with the hotel, probably.
No worries, buddy. It's always a pleasure to have you on.
Yeah, hopefully I'll come back on the last day if I've got another card. If not, you can.
Cheers, Matt.
See you later. Bye-bye.
See you later.
Always a pleasure having Matt on. Right, back to the action. Robert Owen, 6-2 winner. Good stuff from Stack Attack. Leonard Gates averaging 97 and change, and he's 4-3 up on Joshua Richardson. Super stuff. The stars and stripes are flying today. Jules van Dongen over in the EU. Leonard Gates, and also North American darts, Jacob Taylor. He has Lee Cox next.
And another one, we mentioned him earlier, Sazanski. I'll just quickly say Sazanski 4-2 up against Ryan Raman. Got a good chance of being one of the first names into the last 8, I believe. So good points for him today. He's obviously only a couple of wins away potentially from a tour card. And Sedlacek's gone 2-0 down as well to Daniel Closer, averaging 70.
Absolutely. Mickey Mansell up into 6th on the order of merit. Matty Dennett is now there. John O'Shea is now in the green as well.
I was just going to quickly speak about that Mickey Mansell game, just to say how much Matt Egger really get shafted in that game, to be honest. It was very unlucky. 123 checkout for Mansell when he was sitting in 42. That was backed up with an 103 from Edgar. And then in the last leg, it was an 11 data on throw from Mansell just to shut it out. So Edgar didn't do too much wrong, but Mickey Mansell was just pretty much unplayable.
Minster Warby says, I hope this comes across right, but would Lennon Gates be the first black player with a tour card? Comes across fine, mate. No, obviously Devin Peterson is on tour. Kevin Painter retired from PDC darts. Not retired from darts, he still plays, but just retired from PDC darts. Remember, everyone, if you haven't yet, please make sure you give us a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel as we try and get to 20k before the end of Q-School. All your help is massively appreciated from me and the whole team. And that blockbuster game in the EU is now warming up on board 7. Doets against Super Mario.
Yeah, I'm just watching the final stage of Hendricks against Jorgensen. Jorgensen led 4-2, but Jimi Hendrix may be the first man through to the last 8. He's got 109 left after 12 darts. If Jorgensen, he's got no chance of finishing here. He needs to set this up, but if not, then Jimi Hendrix is going to have darts to be the first man into the quarterfinals today.
I'll tell you what, we've got to repeat. These two met in round 1 yesterday, and now it's in the last 32. It's Richie Bennett against Scott Waits.
There's some good games warming up there. Mark McGeeney, Robert Owen springs to mind as well. That could be good. The way Mark McGeeney's playing.
I was going to say, you just know that he's going to average 84. It's just going to happen after he just did the Shay Mac.
Also, my left field pick is still in. Connor Heenahan.
Mm-hmm.
this is a big result as well because Lee Budgeon's right up there in the order of merit in the UK. I'm pretty sure he's currently third on 4 points. So if he gets knocked out here, it does keep him a little bit too far away from getting a tour card. This is another day, a potential knockback that he really doesn't need. If he could get 2 more points, I think he'd be pretty much there. So Lee Budgeon, obviously, in a position, is he going to get the chance?
Also,
Jimi
some
Hendrix
big games coming up for people just in and around the green, maybe just outside. Lee Cox against Jacob Taylor. Lee Cox just in at the moment. Mike Warburton against Josh Rock. Mike just outside, but this win would probably tip him in. Richie Bennett, as we said, a win would put him on the hallowed 6 points. Nathan Rafferty against Reese Hayden. A win for Rafferty would put him into the green as well. There's a lot going on right now, boys.
Yeah, I mean, there's huge opportunities. First day, it's obviously difficult to get to 6 points. So this is the day now where some of the people that had good runs yesterday can make up every advantage, get through a couple of rounds, put themselves on 6 points, and then they're all but there. So there's a few chances. Few people are in spots to get up to that point, and one of them is Vlad Anderson leading 3-0 against Stefan Belmont in the last 32. The last game of the EU last 32. If he wins this, he'd put himself on 6 points. We think that might be enough. So Vlad Anderson, 3 more legs to potentially get himself on the PDC Tour.
It's all going along nicely. Just looking at the order of merit, it's going to go down to the wire, you feel. But who will get there is the question. Some fabulous stuff going on right now. And
could be a big moment. Whether Gates and Josh Richardson. Gates misses 7 darts to hold his throw, and Josh Richardson pinches it in double 8. So it's 5-4 to Josh Richardson, and he has 2 attempts at legs to go and get through to the last 16.
Again, Jules van Dongen not missing a thing. 4-2 up. Brian Raman at 4 apiece. I'm going to have a look at the EU order of merit. Jules van Dongen wins here. He goes to 5 points. Again,
Raman's just broken.
5 points.
5-4.
There. Who else was I looking at? Brian Raman. A win here would put him to 3 points. What's his leg difference? That would put him in the green as well because of his leg difference. So huge moments on both sides of the Q-School divide.
For Brian Moran, this is critical for himself, but also to stop Radek Sazanski getting up to 5 points and putting himself pretty much on the brink. So this is huge because 4 points is definitely not going to be enough. He'd need wins in the last 2 days. Brian Raman for his own chances, but to also stump the chances of Radek. He needs to get that win. He was 4-2 down, has come back to 5-4, and is now in the prime position to go on and win this game 6-4.
How many points does Jacob Taylor have? Of course, 2 seconds. We will let you know.
Pretty sure it's 1. I think it's 1.
I think Jacob Taylor is on 1 point at the moment. So again, a good run here today puts him in the mix. After halfway, if you're on 2 or 3 points, you're in the mix.
Yeah. Karol Sedlacek has run in to Daniel Klose, having the game of his life, averaging 95. He's 4-1 up against one of the highly fancied players. Matt Ward's just mentioned Sedlacek was one of the favourites, really. And to be 4-1 down to Daniel Klose, this was an opportunity to earn more points, and he's going to potentially miss it again. It needs to reel off 5 of the next six legs.
Connor Heenahan, 4-1 up as well. Connor Scutt, 1 away. Robert Thornton, if he gets a tour card, that would make him eligible for the World Seniors. So 99% yes, the PDC could sign an exemption and let Bennett and Thornton play, but unlikely, I would say. It doesn't normally happen.
Two results.
Go on, mate.
Josh Richardson punishes Gates for those missed doubles in the last leg. He wins 6-4. And in the other game, Connor Scott did get over the line against Puha, so 6. I can't remember if it was 6-2 or 6-4, but Connor Scott has beaten the New Zealander.
We've got a second result in the quarterfinals in the EU as well. Brian Raman did get the job done against Radek Sazanski, so he's through the last 8 as well.
That result puts Connor Scott on to 2 points and in the mix. Fallon doesn't have any points so far, so she would need a big 2 days. Yeah, Brian Raman now sits 6th in the EU Order of Merit.
Jules van Dongen's getting close as well. Leads 5-3 against Patrick Matt. He started the leg quite well and he is on throw. Can he get the job done here? If not, it would be a break and Patrick Matt will be thrown to take this to a noble leg. But we'll have to see. Maybe not capitalise as much as he should have done on Jules van Dongen's 30. So this is going close. Can he get himself over the line?
Conor Heenahan is now 1 away as well against Lee Budgeon, and that would be a big result in the Order of Merit for the UK.
Jamie Clark against Diogo Portela just starting. That's going to be a good game.
I'm just going to the loo, boys. I'll be back in a sec. Quick toilet break for me.
Yeah.
No worries.
A big leg. This is Stefan Belmont from 3-0 down against Vlad Anderson has come back to 3-all in the last 32, I believe. Or is this this might be a last 16 actually. Last 32 still.
No, it's last 32.
Yeah, this leg game's a little bit behind, but it's a good result for Stefan Belmont. And we'll have to see where this goes. But yeah, really good result so far if he can get over the line. But a good comeback from 3-0 down.
Just not a couple of ones from Europe. Van Dongen lost that leg, but still has a 5-4 advantage. And in the early stages of the last 16, Van den Boogaard has shown no mercy despite his good position. He's 2-0 up against Kevin Dotes with the 93 average, so stepping it over him so far.
Another one showing no mercy, Tony Alcenas, 3-0 up against Kai Gotthard. He's had a good run. Oh, is that 1-0? 1-0. Apologies. Not
just
1-0 against Kai Gotthard. I thought it was 3-0. It's blurred on the screen.
Oh, right.
A 1-0 lead though for Tony Alcenas. So that's a good start from him so far. He's taken full advantage of beating Yelle Classen early on. One game that has caught my eye early on is Jamie Clark against Diogo Portela. Portela's had a good run so far today. But as we've mentioned, Jamie Clark, 9th on the Challenge Tour and a good few runs on the Online Darts Live League. Jacob Taylor leads 2-1 against Lee Cox, averaging 104, with a chance here of going 3-1 up. But if he was to lose this leg, it will be a breakthrough for Lee Cox. He's got 72 left, but he's missed all 3 darts. So a chance now for Jacob Taylor to take a 3-1 lead and continue the North American contingency's run. He hasn't done it. Lee Cox may break him back here.
A reprieve for Lee Budgeon, 5-2, and that's a breakthrough actually against Conor Heenahan, who was waiting on a finish. So 5-2 in that one, but you'd still fancy him to get through, but it's a cliche leg difference. Very, very well might make the difference to some of these guys. So that leg might not be wasted after all.
Vlad Anderson has handed an opportunity for Stefan Belmont to break his throw here. He's currently 3-all. He did lead this match 3-0. He's got 118 left after 12 darts, but Stefan Belmont's left 20. So if he doesn't take out this 118, Belmont would have 3 darts at double 10. And he does take it out. A 118 finish for Vlad Anderson. It's a whole throw. Really important ton plus check out there. The other game, Patrick Matt has just pulled this back to 5-5 against Jules van Dongen. It's Van Dongen's throw, but Patrick Matt's kicked up with a 140, so he's under pressure. He did lead 5-2 in this one, but he has left himself with work to do in the final leg.
See, this is a very interesting game. Kai Van Loong against Darren Webster. It's 2-1 to Webster, and they're both averaging about 84, but considering Webster, pretty sure, has already produced a 90 average in the last game, and Kai Van Loong has produced a 75 winning and 100 winning one as well. So
it's very unpredictable to say the least, but Webster, it's going on for so far. They're both playing some decent stuff.
We're getting to the closing stages of this leg, and Jules van Dongen has fluffed his lines. A 41 score leaves Patrick Mac with the potential of stealing the darts here. Van Dongen's had a hell of a run so far today, but is in danger of losing this one against the throw in the final leg.
Just jumping back into the chat room. Niall says drama off the board after Rafferty beat Hamilton.
Oh, we want to know more. Come on, you can't leave us hanging like that.
Niall, if I ping you a link, do you want to come on the show and explain all?
Yes, we want this.
I'll ping you a link.
Patrick Mac, 60 left against the throw to beat Jules van Dongen. He's missed 2 darts for the finish. Van Dongen's got 105 left. As I say that, Sedlacek is out, beaten 6-2 by Daniel Closer. Big shock there. Jules van Dongen needs 105 finish. Otherwise, he's staring the exit door, and he is. Patrick Mac, 3 more darts. He's already had 2 match darts. 3 more from a comeback. 5-2 down here for Patrick Mac. Jules van Dongen has fluffed his lines a few times, but Patrick Mac can't finish it off. Another 3 missed. Van Dongen can punish him here. He's got 3 darts at tops. Can he get this? It would be for a 22, 3 or 4 darter. So this is a pretty poor leg, really. But he gets it in 2. 23 darter in the final leg. Jules van Dongen holds throw, beats Patrick Mac 6-5. He's through to the quarterfinals, and that does a lot of good for his leg difference, and not for his leg difference. Sorry, his point on the table. He's up to 5 points now.
Matt Dennant 3-1 up on Matt Clark.
That's Waits Burnett underway, by the way. And Conor Hennigan did get through 6-2. So Phil's pick is still in. And Darren Webster has found a break. 3-1 up against Kai Fan Lung. Hits a 180. Leaves him 60 after 9 darts thrown. Darren Webster, he's played some decent stuff. And amongst a lot of inconsistencies, but some good darts thrown today.
To be fair, Jimmy's got a point there. Bit of a mismatch when it comes to beefing darts, Hamilton and Rafferty. Yeah, one of them was huge, and there's nothing of Nathan.
This one looks like it's going to go deep. Belmont was 3-0 down. It's 4-all between him and Vlad Anderson. Anderson's potentially looking at 2 legs for a tour card. Can he hold his nerve and get through this one? He does have the throw in this leg, so if it did go to a last leg decider, he would have the throw. But right now, he's a small advantage.
Cheers, Niall. Thank you very, very much. Let's just say Hamilton's not covered himself in a lot of glory. Obviously, look, we're not there, but I've had 2 accounts from 2 different people that are exactly the same. Being escorted out the building by security at Q-School. Not a good look.
Oh my God, that's not a good look. Just think 10 years ago, probably this week, he was in the World Championship final. 10 years later, yeah, not a great day.
Yeah, someone's just pointed it out in that chat there. McGeeney's performance has dropped off. You know, we knew he was having a really good day today. This is more realistic of his performances so far this year. I have no idea where he pulled the first 2 games from. So to be honest, this one is more in line with what he was doing throughout the year than the 2 beforehand. But McGeeney's 3-0 down to Robert Owen, averaging 72. So it's pretty poor so far.
Afternoon, Shawnee Mac.
It's not a good thing for Sean to join after we've just told him. So I've just told him the man that destroyed him 6-0, played out of his skin, is now averaging 75 against another opponent. So Sean, sorry, my man.
Yeah.
Battle of the world champions is only going one way, and don't know if it's the way that you relied. Felt 3 now to Scott Waits. He's averaging 105 against Bennett.
Stefan Belmont is pushing this. I think we could get a last leg decide here in Europe between Vlad Anderson and Stefan Belmont. He's pushed it. He's on 136 after 9. Left himself with an opportunity. Vlad Anderson, 1 leg shootout for a 2 card potentially coming up.
Someone said, who got escorted out? Andy Hamilton. So, look, the long and the short of it is Rafferty won. Andy Hamilton squared up to him at the end of the game, ranting and raving, and was escorted out by security. That's the long and the short of it.
I don't think it went as far as this, but was there not something very similar between Hamilton and Luke Humphries maybe about a year or so ago?
Yeah, that rings a bell in Coventry Pro Tours.
Yeah, it was a Pro Tour.
Yeah.
We've all said Kevin Dortz has got quality. He was 2-0 down to a rampant Mario van den Beauregard. He's come back to 3-3 and now has the throw. He's playing quite well here, Kevin Dortz. This is a hell of a game. These two could be pushing all the way to a last leg decider, but it's a good game for a spot in a quarterfinals. Van den Beauregard's probably safe. Kevin Dortz has proven that he can mix it.
Yeah. So, on the EU order of merit, Jules van Dongen is now joint second on 5 points. I think we're soon going to have another American on the tour, boys.
We could be about to have a Dane as well. Vlad Anderson has 4 left. He's got 3 darts at double 2. He'd be on 6 points if he gets it. And I think that's going to be enough. Belmont's missed a hell of a lot of darts in this last leg. Started really well, but fluffed his lines on multiple occasions.
Just looking at the order of merit in the UK as well. Richie Bennett on 5 points. That race might end for the day. But if someone anywhere near MK can go and hide Mickey Mansell's darts because he's on 3 points in 6 pot, that would be amazing. Don't get me wrong, I love Mickey as a person. But unless we can speed him up like we have Brendan Dolan.
Vladimir Anderson is probably going to be on the PDC Tour next year. 6 points. He's got a good leg difference. I think it's going to be very difficult to see him get knocked out of one of these green spots on the PDC rankings. So I think Vladimir Anderson might have just joined Mario van den Beauregard and Jose Justicia on the tour next year. Impressive performance so far in Q-School. He's done really well over these first 2 days and is fully deserving of that spot. That was a tough match. Belmont missed chances to take that to 5-all, but he's got himself over the line.
Big win here. Ted Evans beats Nick Fullwilt 6-3. And given the disappointment of yesterday, he's did fantastically well to accumulate some points today.
Love that, Big Johnny. James says Hamilton 1 to 100, Rafferty 1 to 25 in a celebrity boxing match. Not sure what catch weight we're having this fight at. Heavyweight against super flyweight.
McGeeney's back 3-2. He's got a chance of holding throw to get this back to 3-3. This incredible run of form may yet continue. He's not out yet. Mark McGeeney is potentially going to level this match up with Robert Owen. Good performance in the comeback. I really didn't expect this from him, but he continues with these ridiculously high averages. Considering he was averaging 72 in the first 2 legs, his average is up to, I think, above 90 if he wins this.
Yeah, Nathan Rafferty is back in action and he's 5-4 down to Reese Hayden. It's only on throw. Rafferty starts with a maximum. Mike Warburton is going well right now. 5-2 up against Josh Rock. But the Canadian flag is still flying. Jacob Taylor into the last 16. Darren Webster, where's this run come from? Yesterday, it looked like he was throwing a bag of nails, but is the Demolition Man turning his tide around? Big Johnny. Mickey needs taken out. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I love Mickey as a person, but like I said, as Wayne said in our interview with him at the Worlds, there's no room for slow players anymore, and I'm with him. Rafferty levels up at 5 apiece. Hayden has the darts. Rafferty is going to have to find a break of throw.
Jamie Clark's broken Diego Portela, leads 4-2, averaging 90. Portela's had a decent run today, but we all said that Jamie Clark had potential, and he is living up to it so far in Q-School. Really good performance so far today. In the EU as well, Kevin Duerts leads 5-3 against Mario van den Beauregard. He may just about get over the line against Super Mario.
Hayden. This throw is under a little bit of pressure. What's he got? Needs a ton to leave a finish. This is a good final leg from both. I'll tell you what it's on once Rafferty's thrown his. Oh, Rafferty's blinked. Advantage, Hayden. So, Hayden's left 130 after 9, 96, 135, 140. And has 6 darts at this. And then he only hits 22. Is that a darting disaster from Reese Hayden? Rafferty 185. How handy can you leave this? 65 to leave 120, so it's still advantage Hayden. Only 56. So Nathan Rafferty may get a dart at tops to win it. Hayden's scoring in the first 9 was unreal. 2 poor visits, and Nathan Rafferty has missed a match start. Hayden, lifeline. Can he take it? He does take it. Rafferty departs. Hayden goes through. Nathan Rafferty misses a dart at tops to win it, but it goes through. Bennett is on the comeback as well.
2 results where that's going on, Phil. Just Darren Webster, Stina Kaifan Long, and Matty Dennett is also through. Both low 90s performances. So, yeah, very good from full day for them both.
Very good from Mike Warburton as well. He is through. Phil says, any ideas how many points Matty Dennett is on now? I will tell you in a second. Matty Dennett is now on 4 points.
Dort's missed match starts there. Van den Beauregard took it out. Break a throw. He is throwing to take this to a last leg decider. And Kai Gotthard against Tony Alsanas. Definitely the outsider in that one. Leads 5-4. Alsanas has the throw to take it to a decider. In the only other game playing, we have a decider between Patrick Van den Beauregard and Wesley Plazier. So really tight matches in the EU.
Mike Warburton is now in the green as well. John Shay and Conor Heenahan both just outside.
There's a break in the Burnett Waits game. It's gone to Burnett. Waits missed 2 darts, I believe, where they had him take a 5-2 lead, but he misses them. Bennett breaks, and now we're essentially back on throw. It's 4-3 to Waits. Bennett will have to find another break, but it's better that than being 5-2 down.
Come on, Richie. Andy, so you don't get any points for 1-2-8. You only get points when you win your last 64 games. So if you win your last 64 game, last 32 is 1 point, last 16, 2 points, last 8, 3 points, semi-final 4, and if you get to the final, it's 5 points, or if you win, you get your tour card.
Diogo's had a really good day, but unless he can take it a 1-5-2, it looks as if Jamie Clark's going to get the better of him, and he's not going to take the 1-5-2. So 52 for Jamie Clark to beat him. 6 ways down it goes. Jamie Clark 6, Diego Patella 2. Good day for Patella, but Clark is the little bit of the dark horse today.
Just looking where that puts Jamie Clark. That puts him to 3 points as well. Big moments coming on here. So Kevin, effectively, if you win your last 64 game, you get a point because you're into the last 32. Love that, Tony. Love that.
Somehow don't think it would.
Hamilton's another one. We talk about Mansell. Hamilton has a hell of a slow throw with that build-up phase. It's, you know, he's not box office. He wasn't when he was at the top of his game. Never mind now.
Jimmy, if Bennett comes back to win this one, I think Richie Bennett has a tour card. Wouldn't be mathematical yet, but I think he's done enough.
Dortch through, beats Mario van den Beauregard. He's 6-4. He's the 6-4 winner there. He is through to the last 8. So that ends Super Mario's day. Kevin Dortch is still in the hunt for a potential tour card outright today. And to be honest, the field is wide open. When you look at the names that have got through so far, there's not many that would have picked these potential 8 quarterfinalists.
Mickey Mansell is 1 away. Someone's going to have to go and steal those darts.
Mark McGeeney, 5-4 lead now. What is happening?
Mickey Mansell has already missed 6 darts for the match. He's on double 2. He's going to get another free at it. He's actually played fantastic in the past 2 games. Some of the ones I can remember of watching him, and he's really impressed me with the stats. But he's bust double 2, so the average is going to look absolutely terrible when it eventually gets over the line. But he will go over the line, I'm sure.
Scott Waits is I say he was about to win it. He's missed 3 darts to beat Bennett. Can you, Richie? Can you?
Oh, wow.
Oh, Richie Bennett has missed the ball for a 1-2-4. So Scott Waite's second dart in hand. Scott Waite marches on. Richie Bennett departs for the day, but is still in a very good position. Mickey Mansell has missed 11 match darts now.
Just sit.
So Sanchez, if Richie Bennett gets a card, having a pot noodle to celebrate. Dan Reed has beaten Dom Taylor 6-5 as well.
12th data to win that, by the way, Phil, and that comes off the back of the 1-6-1 12th data that he did to beat Fortin in the last game. So in the clutch moments, he's been fantastic.
McGeeney's had Robert Owen in all sorts of bother here. He's got the throw in the 10th leg. This is for the match of 115. Robert Owens set up 80 after 12 darts. He's probably going to have to take this. McGeeney hasn't left it that handy. He's left 19, so he's only going to get 2 darts at a double. But Robert Owen, potentially 1 dart to send this to the last leg. And he would have throw in that all-important decider. He gets it. 3 darts. Robert Owen checks out 80. It's 5-all. This has been a close match, nip and tuck all the way, but we're now in the last leg. Robert Owen with a throw.
Yeah.
Only 2 games on in the entire thing just now. It's just Johnson Mansell in the game that you're watching. Look.
Yeah, not a lot going on. I was expecting a few more of the EU games to start. Vladimir Anderson and Lucas Vinnick still in at the last 16 round, so they're quite a way behind.
What a game that is, wasn't it, though? Brian Raman and Kai Gotthard.
Yeah.
At the moment, Kai Gotthard is just outside the green on countback. Brian Raman is in the green at the moment.
Oh, Mark McGeeney had a chance there to steal the darts effectively against Robert Owen. He hasn't taken it. So Robert Owen from 305. Can he leave himself a finish from here? He's only at 58. So the chance is there for Mark McGeeney to get himself in a deciding position. He really needs a big score here, at least a 140, to give himself that little bit of a buffer against Robert Owen. But this one is going to the wire. Mark McGeeney's obviously trying to get himself into the green. Did a good performance today. This will put him on 2 points.
I'll tell you what, it's a big game warming up. Jamie Clark against Matty Dennant. Huge in the order of merit.
A win for Dennant would put him top of everyone that's still active in this tournament. He'd have the leg difference, and Menzies and Burnett are already out. So Matty Dennant, the only one that could seize an advantage.
Someone asked in the chat room as well about Mario van Bogengard. Look, he's out today, but 7 points with a plus 25 leg difference. You can welcome him to the tour.
Mark McGeeney gets it. 97 checkout in the last leg. McGeeney has pulled off a shock result against Robert Owen. He was 3-0 down, averaging 72 after the first 3 legs. Wins at 6-5, puts himself on 2 points, and starts to creep up the order of merit table.
Making strides. So lots of games in the last 8 warming up in Europe. Stephen, absolutely.
By the way, it might not be all written. He was 5-1 up, missed 11 darts, as we say. It's now 5-3, and he's about 60 points behind on throw here. If he doesn't find the treble in this visit, you could very well see him get dragged into the last wide decider. It does hit a 140 though, so sorry, Stephen, it's a little less likely now.
Someone just asked about the live ranking. It's dartsranking.com is the site we're all using to keep up with it.
Yeah. I'll drop it in the chat again now. Thank you very much. Garbino says, thanks, lads, for the Q-School coverage. Great work. Our pleasure, mate. Conor Heenahan will face Scott Waits, Dan Reed, Reese Hayden. That's a big game for both of them.
Oh, I think Darren Johnson has just missed a tart for a 1-4-3 checkout that would have seen us essentially back on throw. But instead, we're going to get Mansell having 2 goals at tops, I believe his favourite double is. He's 41. So he'll split it. And he's missed 2. It was tops, which came inside twice. And that's now 13 darts he's missed for the game. Johnson, if he takes it the double 16, well, move is 5-4, and he does. So we're essentially back on throw. So I don't know what God Stephen prays to, but he's coming up clutch because it's now closer and closer to Mansell not coming through this game.
Ouch. Remember, everyone, thank you very much for your support. Remember, drop us a like and subscribe to the channel. Trying to get to 20k by the end of Q-School. So can you get us there? If you haven't, drop us a say. Subscribe and turn notifications on. Would be absolutely amazing. Bennett has 5 points at the moment. He probably needs a point from 2 days. Ted Everts against Jacob Taylor, both fighting for their tour card. So Ted Everts had a bad day yesterday, only on 2 points at the moment. Jamie Clark having a fabulous day. John O'Shea, Mark McGeeney as well. What a tie that is.
It is if McGeeney keeps playing like that. If we see Pro Tour McGeeney, it might not be so good.
Yeah. Again, a win for O'Shea would put him back in the green.
That's a noble leg, and that's one now between Johnson and Mansell. It was 5-1 to Mickey Mansell, and he's averaging over 100. So God knows what's going through his head at this point, but it can't be too positive. Only kicks off 60. I don't know who. Jimmy makes the point. He says he wants a TV program on tour with Bennett, but can you imagine doing like an Amazon Prime documentary like the Tottenham one or the Arsenal one's coming this year, but you just follow a player for the full year? I'd love that, like Adrian Lewis, all or nothing. That's what I want to see.
I'd have a bit of that.
I'd have a bit of that.
Which player would you pick?
Me, Adrian Lewis.
If he's on tour, Richie Bennett.
Right.
You want someone that you're going to get a bit of spice with, a bit of controversy.
I'd want someone
Nice
that's going to make TV events, though. Like, I don't want someone that's just going to be on the floor all the time. So hopefully, you'd have someone that has a good run in the World Championship. Like that'd be brilliant.
Who'd you go then? What?
Oh, I don't know. I would have originally said Raymond van Barneveld, but I don't know whether I really want to see what goes on behind the scenes. I think he's good TV. I want someone controversial. I mean, look, before the allegations were made, back in the BDO days, I'd have loved a documentary on Ted Hankey. That would have been brilliant. That would have been primetime telly, but...
Yeah. To be fair, Ethan's just said it there, Gary Anderson, all or nothing. Yes.
Yeah, that would be good. It would be good. You can finally see how little he practices. We've just got a camera on the dartboard and he's never there. He's just sat in the living room watching the telly.
When he's there savagely attacking pundits in interviews, when he's raging, he's just come off stage. Gob is joining us in the chat room. Hope you are good.
Hi Gob, you've joined us just in time to see Mickey Mansell do it with his first start in hand. It's 14th time the charm. Mickey Mansell is through. He deserves it. Don't be like that.
he played really good stuff today. So 6-5 to Mickey Manson. He beats Darren Johnson.
Someone go and fake his COVID test.
Where does that put him on the leaderboard?
Some of the last 16 games are flicking live. Darren Webster against Mike Warburton, Jacob Taylor against Ted Evans, Sean Griffiths, Connor Scott as well. The rest all warming up. My Irish flag is still flying for today as well.
So is mine, but I don't know if it's McGeeney, isn't it? You just don't know who he's going to. O'Shea's played at a much more consistent level than McGeeney, but what McGeeney did to Shay Mac was scary.
Declan saying, is Jules van Dongen provisionally in the WDF World Championships? Good question.
I seem to think he is. I think he is.
I think
Pretty
he
sure
is as well.
I thought he was.
Yeah, he is.
Casual 12 data to start Warburton off against Darren Webster, and that was a break of throw. Yeah, so Warburton 12 dart break from the opener.
That's a good comment from Martin as well. I forgot, if Barney was on tour, we would potentially get to see a little bit more there of Bendy Cock behind the scenes and see a little bit more about Barney's management side of it as well.
I'll tell you what though, boys, the WDF have lost their first one from their World Championship. Mario van der Bogengard will not be there with his 7 points. Super Mario is the first.
Brian Raman's going the right way about getting himself out of that World Championship as well, averaging 105 so far against Kai Gotthard. This is a winnable game for him. And the good thing for Brian Raman is he's already on 3 points. So he potentially only needs another 3. A win here and 2 more wins. And Brian Raman is all but there.
Yeah. Just having a look now. Jared Cole is in the mix for a tour card. Leonard Gates is in the mix. Ben Hazel and Hopai Puhau are both got points on the board. As Andreas Harrison. And that's only the first session on the Saturday. This World Title Championship could be in the mud here. We could be replacing loads.
Well, if they're after drama, Andy Hamilton is available. If he doesn't get a tour card, you never know. Maybe he gets a buy slot into that World Championship. Sure, Lakeside would love a bit of drama.
And he will play Nathan Rafferty in the first round. Dave, yes, Brian Raman is WDF World number 1. Going to be interesting.
Jacob Taylor, Ted Evans is 1-1. That should be a good game. Both averaging close to a ton so far. Early days, but both players have got the quality to win a tour card outright today. This could be potentially the match.
WDF are in such a mess now. Yeah, it's not looking great at the moment. There are a lot of players that are at Lakeside that may not be.
already quite a big moment in this game between Webster and Warburton. It's 2-0 to Warburton, but he's just missed a dart or maybe two to go 3-0 up. Webster cleans up 45 to hold throw. The difference between 3-0 and 2 breaks and 2-1 and only one could be huge by the end of it. So 2-1 to Warburton against Webster.
Jacob Taylor, I know it's only 2 legs in, is averaging 102. He's one apiece with Ted Everts. Matty Dennett and Jamie Clark level at 1 apiece. Connor Scott only averaging 74 at the moment. He's just inside the green at the moment. Andrew, we don't know. Because she pulled out, you could say, because of the confliction with Q-School. So she pulled out before the tournament because it would have conflicted, and now it's been moved. Look, I don't think she'd play anyway, but you could. There's a case to argue now.
Whoever is running that tournament is obviously going to be looking at the commercial side of that. You know, we talked about that earlier. Let's be honest, if she does want to play, I'm pretty sure they'll find a way to get her back into that tournament because she would definitely be a big pull and potentially increase some of the ticket sales that we've seen so far.
100%, yeah. Fair play to Darren Webster there, by the way. I think that's a 12 data. He's just pulled out to break against Warburton in 2 each. Warburton's averaging 107. Webster's pretty much matching it with 105. Cracking game.
This has been far away the worst game Glenn Anderson's played all day, but he is finally starting to kick into a little bit of form against Lucas Wernig. He was 4-2 down. He's pulling this back. If he can get the breaker throw here, he can potentially get it back to level. He's probably going to get a 2 card anywhere, but he would like to try and get one outright today.
Yeah.
Someone's asked about Lauby in the chat. Lauby's got 2 points. He got 2 yesterday. Was out early to Gavin Carlin today. So he's got work to do, but he's not a million miles away. He's still in a position where he could get a 2 card. He's got a decent leg difference, but he's definitely still got work to do in the next 2 days.
Conor Hennigan finds the break against Scott Waits in the first leg on 88 average. So I think that's maybe like an 18 data. I'm not sure, but the break's a break. 1-0 up on Scott Waits. Let's see. Someone said McGeeney's on fire. Let's see.
Is that 11 data for
Isn't
McGeeney?
half. That's yeah. Oh no.
Where this form has come from, I've got no idea, but he is playing well.
Big moment in Jacob Taylor against Ted Everts. Taylor has just missed that of the bull. I looks of that for a 1-2-9 maybe. And Ted Everts has got 68 left anyway, and this would be for a break of throw. And he's left double 1, so he must have come inside twice on the doubles. So Jacob Taylor, if he can brush up 25, we'll let Everts away with it. And it doesn't. 2 each. Big moment there. Everts misses 2 to break, but still has the darts. 2 each. Everts, Taylor.
Some absolute blinding averages going on at the moment. But where has this Mark McGeeney been for 18 months? And to be fair, where's this Darren Webster been for 3 years?
Oh, this is sensational. If Webster can pull out a 104, it'll be a 12-dart break. Warburton's sitting on 76 if he doesn't. The standard in this game has been brilliant. And he misses a dart out of the door for it, Webster. Honestly, fantastic. There was a point we were, probably about 5 years ago, we were talking about Darren Webster as a Premier League player. So it's just a shame how he's fallen off. But if he can play like this, you might well see him in the TV stages again.
Matt says, you think Bennett will be better off missing out and just playing first alternatives on the Pro Tour like Barstow last year? And he can still play the World Seniors and Live League and that. Look, there's an argument. There is an argument for that. Not just with Richie. There's a few of them. There's an argument for that.
Last year was a freak case with so many people not playing because of COVID, though. I think this year, if you miss out, you're a lot less likely, unless you're first or second reserve, to actually get into these Pro Tour events. So, yes, last year, Lorenzo Pronk, for example, was about fourth or fifth in EU qualifying and ended up playing quite a few Q-School, quite a few Pro Tours in the first couple of weeks, but we never saw him again. I think the issue is that the reserve list last year was huge and they were using a lot of the reserves, but I just don't see that. So, unless Richie Bennett could engineer himself one place outside on the UK Q-School, it's obviously not worth the risk. He's got to try and get himself a tour card.
That's
It was
interesting.
broken, but re-breaks 5-4 against Anderson.
Nico Kurtz has gone home because of back problems.
That's an absolute disaster.
He's not been playing well. He didn't play well in the first stage. So, yeah, this Nico Kurtz that we've seen in the last couple of weeks, he's been a bit poor. Not what I was expecting, so maybe for the best.
Yeah, the entry fee for Challenge Tour, I want to say it's 50 quid an event. I might be making that up, but that rings a bell for some reason.
I'm not sure about that one.
Right, guys, for everyone asking, I've now pinned the darts ranking website to the top. So it's the pinned comment for you all. Yeah, I thought so. Scott, cheers, buddy. Mark McGeeney. He is flying right now. Where has this gladiator been? Mickey Mansell underway against Joshua Richardson. That could be some time. Call back in an hour.
Brian Raman is the first man through to the semi-finals. 6-2 victory, 115 checkout in the last leg. Whoever is working at the WWF may want to press the panic button now because he is in a spot. He's on 4 points, 2 more 2 wins today will get him a tour card automatically, but 2 more wins over the next 3 days would get him his tour card. Another one, Lucas Vernig has made the last 16, so that is the end of Vladimir Anderson's run. He's probably done enough to get a tour card. Vernig gets through. He's going to play Jimi Hendrix in the quarterfinals over in the EU. Jules van Dongen leads 3-2 against Patrick van den Bogaard. Kevin Dortz is 3-1 up against Daniel Closer. And yeah, so the EU is shaping up nicely. We're just about to get the final quarterfinal underway, and then we'll see who gets this tour card.
My game's been absolutely brilliant all the way through. 4-3 to Webster, but right now, this could be what decides it. Both men missing 3 darts for the leg, and Webster's just broken on double 5. So it's Webster 5, Warburton 3. Great game, but that miss from Warburton 3, double 10, I think it was, might well be the killer.
Love to be a fly on the wall or have an insight into that WDF WhatsApp chat right now. Mark McGeeney. John O'Shea is playing well here. 97 average. But McGeeney, unreal. 105.64 at the moment. Ted Everts 1 away. My pick, Conor Heenahan, still in. Still going, boys. As well, where's this Darren Webster been? At times, could barely hit a big number this year. No, he's averaging best part of 103 and 102 and a half, and 1 away from beating Mike Warburton.
Bennett could be the first man through here. 86 for the match against Jamie Clark. He misses darts. So Jamie Clark, 3 darts to send this match to 5-4. Clark would have the darts in the 10th leg to send it to a decider, but he's got to get this one done first. 3 darts is double 10. Can he get it finished? He does. So Jamie Clark, 5-4. He's got the throw. Can he send it to a last leg decider?
Oh, Darren Webster. Pips Bennett. Webster takes it 120 to become the first man through. 63 win with Warburton sitting on 60. Go on the demolition man.
A demolition man. Not sure if it's been said before, but apparently tour card winner Jose Justicia had to do a drug test. Rumoured that Dart saw him taking drugs yesterday. I'm not sure on the bottom part of it, but could he have taken a drug test? Yes, because the PDC is affiliated to the random drug testing and everything like that. So the testers can turn up at any PDC event and test anyone they want.
Someone's just asked in the chat, how would the WDF fill the players? Well, previously they were using the WDF ranking, so a few players had dropped out. Ben, Rob, and Raymond Smith didn't want to play, but they had asked, and Kevin, Luke, Jordan Brooks, and Sean McDonald all stepped in from the WDF ranking. So that Sean McDonald's currently 41. I'm not 100% sure who 42 and 43 are, but it's highly likely that they're going to start getting called on, given the position that Brian Raman's in, and he's not the only one that, from the WDF World Championship, with Jules van Dongen in there as well, that could potentially be getting a tour card. Jamie Clark levels 5-all. This one has gone to a noble leg. Let's see how it plays out. But Jamie Clark's done well to come back. He doesn't have the throw. Dennett does. Dennett is in a position on the order of merit, as we've already said, to lead if he wins this match. He'd be on 5 points with a hell of a leg difference as well. So a big, big match.
This is the key and the secret now as well, is if you're going to lose, don't get battered because of the leg difference.
And Matty Dennett hasn't kicked off too well. Jamie Clark here could steal the darts. He kicked off with a 140 in his first visit. Second visit now. If he can hit a ton or above, he effectively steals the darts and has a chance. A 96 is good enough. So Jamie Clark now probably has the advantage here. And I'm just seeing as well, I know we kept mentioning Mickey Mansell is flying 3-0 up against Josh Richardson. He's playing really well.
Oh, sorry. I have a moment. Just flicked over to see what Mansell's average was. Another man, Josh Richardson, conqueror of Fallon Sherrock, amazing dance player, kicks off the leg with a score of 3.
McGeeney leads 5-2. He's on the brink of knocking John O'Shea out. The form's dropped off a little bit. He's not averaging ton plus anymore, but he's doing enough. And in this one, Jamie Clark has left 112 after 12 darts against the throw. Matty Dennett is back on 230, averaging 68 in the decider. Really poor showing from him so far, but a 180 would leave him 50. A ton 40 is not bad. That leaves him on 90. So Jamie Clark now with 112. If he doesn't, Matty Dennett should get at least one dart at the bull to win this one. Jamie Clark leaves 32. So Matty Dennett gets first shot at a double. 90 left. Can he take it out and get this match won, get himself up to 5 points on the order of merit? Ooh. He busts his score from 90. I don't know what he's hit there, but he has busted his score. So Matty Dennett hasn't left it handy. Jamie Clark, 3 darts at double 16 to be the first man into the quarterfinals in the UK Q-School. Jamie Clark does it in 2. Clark's the first man into the quarterfinals.
Super stuff.
Four now, Mansell, averaging 111. And Matt McGeeney with an 11 darter takes out John O'Shea. He keeps it, don't know where it came from, but 103 average overall, 6 to McGeeney. John O'Shea is out, but again, unstoppable for McGeeney.
Average was absolutely incredible. I don't know who he's got in the next round, but they'll be fearing him. Jules van Dongen is on the brink of going out. He's 5-4 down to Patrick van den Boogaard. He's won the last leg on throw, averaging 87. Can he pull this back? He needs the last 2 legs to win this one. But he is under pressure with that start of 100 for Patrick.
My pick for the day is now making hard work of this. He was in control. Now he's back to 4-all and Scott Waits has the dart. That's a strange leave from Scott Waits to leave 34. Chalker error or counting error? To be fair, though, the way Scott Waits darts sit flat, double 17 isn't the worst dart double in the world because they sit flat.
Yeah. Three tons in a row. Van Dongen's giving himself a little bit of a chance here if Van den Boogaard messes this up.
Two seconds. We were asked how many points is Mike Warburton on. He is on 3 and +5 on the leg difference. There's a couple of people that can get to 3 points if they win a game that have huge leg difference.
This is a hell of a leg from Jules van Dongen against the throw. He's left 61 after 12 to take this to a decider. He really is giving this a go. Incredible performance so far at Q-School. He has every chance of getting this to a last leg decider, that he would have the throw in to put himself on 6 points, which we do think would be enough. But he's missed darts. So Van den Boogaard, 99 left. He hasn't left it too handy. If he can take this out, he will punish the mistake of Jules van Dongen, despite a brilliant leg. Jules gets another chance. Van den Boogaard's left 20. Any more misses here will probably be punished. What's he got in the locker? He has got the bottle. Jules van Dongen is through to the final leg decider. 5-all. 87 average. He's playing all right. He's picked it up. But he needs one more leg. One more leg for a tour card. This is your moment. Kicks up with a 1-2-5. No pressure there.
Dan Reid is through. He won 6-5. He took it 14 in the last leg decider, 1-6-1. He then had a 12 data to win his last game, and now with his opponent sitting in the finish, 15 data against the throw. Dan Reid, feeling the clutch moments, he seems to be the best man today. He's not put the best standard, only an 87 average, but when it matters, he's produced better results than anyone.
Dan Reid doing some wading. Jules van Dongen. Are the WDF about to lose another one?
It's looking as if that might be the case. He's got Patrick van den Boogaard right where he wants him now. This was his match to lose. He fluffed his lines, and Jules van Dongen has taken every opportunity he's been given.
We're going to get two games finishing at the same time. That one over in Europe will be about the same time as Conor Hennigan against Scott Waits. Waits is on 66 and has to watch Hennigan attempt at 170, which he doesn't get. So 66 for Scott Waits, and he will see himself through the quarters.
Just as you say that, Griffith has knocked out Connor Scott 6-4 in that one. He joins the list of already made quarterfinalists.
Good setup from Jules van Dongen there, Luke, as well.
Yeah, really impressive. 157 rather for Patrick van den Boogaard, but if he doesn't get it, Van Dongen's left himself 46, so he's in the position now.
Scott Waits knocks out Hennigan, double 18. Hennigan, don't think got a up for the match. He might have actually missed one, but Waits knocks out Hennigan. That definitely we'll see him through.
Van Dongen is probably on the PDC Pro Tour next year. 3 darts for 46. He gets it. He's on 6 points. He has done brilliant in these first 2 days. So pretty much no matter what happens, Jules van Dongen should be on the PDC Pro Tour next year. I'm really excited to see how he does. He could potentially make the World Championship through the PDC Tour Order of Merit. He's been that good so far. He knows how to win. He's done it at a clutch moment. A good performance from him. And another one that's a bit of a shock for me. Daniel Closer, 5-4 up on Kevin Doertz. We all expect a lot from Doertz, but it's not clicked so far. And Daniel Closer is just having the day of his life.
Joshua Richardson is mounting a comeback against Mickey Mansell.
Again, nothing really wrong with Mansell scoring, but just stupid darts missing at doubles is costing him here. Just a bit squeezed over the line in the last round. Doesn't really want to get to that last leg decider again. And just, I don't talk a lot of sense a lot of the time, but just to make my point heard, he just kicks off a full 180 here. So again, it's not really the scoring power that's his problem at all. It's when he gets to that doubles, it sometimes is a bit scrappy.
Kevin Doherty, 66 left to send this to a last leg decider. It's close in the EU. He was potentially going to make the semi-final lineup. If he can get this leg, Closer would have the throw, but Kevin Doherty, we know his quality. 148. If Doherty misses this, if Closer misses this, Doherty would have 3 darts at double 10.
He's missed a dart, hasn't he?
He's missed a dart at the double. Daniel Closer, 120 score. He's probably missed a dart at the double there. Kevin Doherty now, 20 left. Can he send it to a last leg? He does. He takes it out. So
starting to look a bit funky.
The EU order of merit's all over the place. I can't believe some of the names we're seeing in these spots. Is madness. There's definitely going to be some big names missing out on the tour card in the EU. I've got to agree with what's being said in the chat there. For me, if I was Danny Lauby, I've got no idea why he's picked the UK qualifying. To be honest, maybe he thought there was going to be more tour cards offered to the UK than the EU because, the split this year is a lot closer. 15 cards is huge for the EU. But in hindsight, it was probably the wrong choice because the EU is yielding some shock results and his averages of 90 plus would almost definitely put him a card. Jules van Dongen is showing exactly what he could do if he had gone to the EU qualifying. As it is, Danny Lauby sits on 2 points after 2 days. He's got the quality to do it, but will he get the draw?
It's going to be interesting.
Only other thing is what the bubble element of the European one might have put him off. Whereas they can move freely, go out for dinner, etc., have some stuff there. Whereas they're locked in. So it's a long week if you're stuck in a hotel.
And literally,
it's a long year if you've not got a tour card, isn't it? So
I know.
So Jamie Clark in a magnificent position just behind Cameron Menzies and Richie Bennett. And again, that plus 19 leg difference is huge.
Mm-hmm.
This is crunch time now for Kevin Doherty and Daniel Closer. Closer's on 145 after 12 on throw. If he could hit a 105 and leave this handy for tops, it puts Kevin Doherty in a position that he's got to check out the 160. He's left it quite handy. He's left 48, so he's going to get 2 darts at a double, whether that's 16 or tops, whatever he chooses. If Kevin Doherty can't take out the 160 finish, it'll be a lot to ask of him. He's only been averaging 88. He hits a ton. He's left himself 60. Daniel Closer gets the first 2 darts at a double. Can he win this match and get himself through to a shock semi-final?
It's a good question from Johnny. Would you value the seniors or the WDF more right now?
Seniors.
Yeah.
Seniors. Seniors for marketability, seniors is far and away better. But the fact that you've got Phil Taylor playing, Phil Taylor alone is a huge draw. I mean, there's some big names in the Senior World Championships. I'm really, really looking forward to it. So,
Ben, 2 years your tour card when you first win it.
Kevin Doherty gets over the line. He's through to the semi-finals. He beats Daniel Closer. He had his chance there. He misses it. And Daniel Closer is now out. So Kevin Doherty, I think he's on 4 points so far in a Q-School, which is a strong tally, even if he doesn't make the card today. But in the next round, he play WVF world number 1, Brian Raman, for a spot in the final.
And that's Mickey Mansell through as well. Second dart attempt at double tops, and Mickey Mansell goes through to the quarters.
I don't know who's taking Jimi Hendrix's darts and is impersonating him, but he's having an absolute stinker against Lucas Vernig. Currently averaging 67. He's 4-0 down. He has averaged mid-80s for most of the day, but he is having a terrible, terrible game here. Just when he didn't want it in the quarterfinal stage. This was a winnable game for him. I think he'd have fancied his chances here, but as it is, he is staring defeat in the face.
He is. So, already through to the last 8. Mickey Mansell, Ted Everts, Darren Webster, Sean Griffiths, Scott Waits, Dan Reed, Jamie Clark, and Mark McGeeney. That's probably the standout one that we didn't see coming, boys.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Richie Bennett did win a world title, 95, I want to say. It was 94 or 95.
I think it was 5, yeah.
I'm sure it's 95.
Yeah, I think John Part won in 94.
And Steve beat him on 96.
In 96, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's the one we know.
Yeah.
Well, look, while there's only one match on, we've all got to get behind the comeback. Jimi Hendrix, averaging 68, is 4-1 down. He has just broken Lucas Vernig to get his first leg on the board. It's still an uphill battle, and if he continues to average 68, I'm pretty sure he'll lose the last 2. But he's got one leg on the board. He's shown a bit of quality so far today. Can he go any further?
I don't know, but with a bit of this and a bit of that, we can see it on screen.
Hey.
Kick-off of 17. That's just what you wanted, isn't it? Incredible kick-off from Jimi Hendrix. He hands Lucas Vernig the dart straight away. So,
couple of quarterfinals warming up.
Can we send out a rescue party in Niedernhausen to try and find the real Jimmy? Someone's locked him in a broom cupboard or something.
So just running through the games, we know who's in the quarterfinals, but it's going to be Darren Webster against Sean Griffiths. Scott Waits is playing Dan Reed. Jamie Clark is playing against Mark McGeeney, and Mickey Mansell is taking on Ted Everts. They are the matchups for the quarterfinals.
I know what we say about Mickey Mansell, but that is quality. They should be littered with quality. Both of them should be averaging high 90s. That could be a really good match.
I agree. I don't see Mansell drop him off at all. It would need to be a massive collapse from him. And Everts has been pretty consistent as well.
Someone says, is Jamie Clark in the WDF Worlds? No, I don't believe so.
No, he's not.
No. He played Challenge Tour and everything like that last year. Unconfirmed reports.
So, go on, just want to have a punt at who's going to win UK Q-School at this point, since me and Phil's picks are already out.
Yeah,
I'm going to say Jamie Clark. I think he's had a really good day today. I've been impressed with what he's done so far. I do think McGeeney's form drops off. The fairy tale can't continue. I've liked what I've seen from Jamie Clark, so I'm going to go with him.
What were you, Phil?
Looking at the final 8, I'd actually quite like Darren Webster to get his card back.
Yeah,
I would also have Darren Webster to do it. I don't think he will. I'm sticking with my Irish theme. I'm gonna back Mickey Mansell from what I've seen today to go and win it. No, I've been genuine. I think he's played the best out of everyone today, except for Mark McGeeney. But surely not. Kudos to Mark McGeeney if he does come through and get this today. But I don't think he will.
If Jimi Hendrix wins this game averaging 69 in the quarterfinals, I don't know what's going on at the EU. Danny Laube will be licking his wounds if Jimi Hendrix gets to a semi-final averaging 69.
Do you think Jules has done enough now? Yeah, look, even if he loses this game, I think he's on the magical 6 points with a good leg difference already. I think he is there. Jar is in the chat room as well. Remember, everyone, welcome along. Make sure you come and say hi. Drop us a like and subscribe to the channel as always. All warming up now in the UK.
Oh, that's a time for a 180. That is a time. Jimi Hendrix. This would be for a break throw. If he wins this and then wins the leg after on throw, we would be back on throw. Remarkably, from 4-0 down, averaging 69. It might not be all over.
I'm going to do a very niche reference here. Has someone done a twin magic from the Bella twins and just swapped them around mid-game?
No. Yep, exactly. That one, that. No, yeah.
The top of Roth. Oh, he hasn't done it. Jimi Hendrix for the most improbable 76 finish of EU Q-School Day 2.
Does this go green?
Surely not.
That's worse than busting it.
What have you hit there? What have you hit there? What have you hit there? I'm trying to work out in my head. What could he have hit there? Does he 76? Do you think he goes treble 1? Maybe. 40 scored. This is horrendous from Jimi Hendrix.
I don't even know.
See, look, the chat room love that. They're all loving my Bella Twins clip. Love that, Dan. Gary said, imagine Mickey Mansell versus Justin Pipe in the world final at Ali Pally. We need a 24-hour drinking license and a lot of caffeine to stay awake.
We do have a game underway, though, in the quarterfinals of UK Q-School. Will this game finish before Hendrix-Vennick?
I think Vinny's going to get the job done here. Looking at the way Jimi Hendrix is scoring in this 8th leg.
Follow up on the Just ECU news. I got the news from a friend of mine who is a decent darter, and he, of course, friends sources in the darting world, and he heard it from the news from someone in the EU participant. Yeah, look. The testers could quite easily be there, buddy. Michael says, top class here. Thank you very much. Andy wants Dan Reed to get a card.
I will back Dan Reed if it gets to 5 each.
Yeah. To be fair, Chris Murphy, absolute great commentator for the PDC and the Live League and a bit of Talk Sport as well. And even him and the asset together would struggle to make Mickey Mansell and Justin Pipe sound good because of the pace of the game. But I hope you are well, Murph. Darren Webster also underway. Yeah, this Darren Webster run has come from kind of nowhere. him and McGeeney didn't see these one coming, especially because McGeeney was terrible yesterday as well. It was the Pro Tour form from McGeeney yesterday, and from nowhere we've got the Lakeside form.
Jimmy Clark's missed darts to the first leg. McGeeney punishes. 72 finish. He's broken through in the first leg. Mark McGeeney leads 1-0.
Edgar got put out in his second game to Mickey Mansell, so he gets 0 points.
Murph says Mansell hit a 9-darter last time I called his game. Was it a 5-minute 9-darter?
1-0 to the Webster against the darts, 15 darter, 1-0. Demolition Man.
Lucas
Vanick
has
just won
done
that last leg. It was a 60 average in that last leg. I cannot believe he's just won that match with a 78 average, but Lucas Vanick batters Jimi Hendrix 6-2. He's through to play Jules van Dongen in the semi-finals. To be honest, we've complained about Mickey Mansell, but because the game between Anderson and Vanick took so long to go, the EU Q-School isn't going to finish that far before the UK one. They're only at the semi-final stage. You know, the UK are flying through it now.
Yeah. Love that, Murph. Dart player, what do you guys think about Brian Raman? Look, I think he's one of these players. I think his A game is very good, but I think like a lot of players at the moment, that their A games are very good, but the B and C game needs work at the moment. It's kind of all or nothing for me. I'm not sure what you boys think.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's the difference between the top class professionals and the second tier. You know, everyone can average 95, 100 on their day, but it's being able to average 90 when you're having a poor day.
100%.
I think he echoes the point. If you see his last average, he averaged 77 in the quarterfinals. So, you know, he was lucky to get through that one.
Whilst we've got no games going on in Europe, we'll give you a feature game from Milton Keynes, and we'll go with the Demolition Man, Darren Webster. Oh, big fan of that, Jimmy. Not going to lie. As I said yesterday, I was lucky enough to go to SummerSlam 92 at the old Wembley Stadium, which was brilliant. James says, but surely you can get a decent B game by being on tour. Yeah, no, that's the thing. You have to develop your B game, and that's what we're saying, that at the moment his A game is very good, but he needs to develop that B game. Same, you go back to Michael van Gerwen in 2011, time before he started winning, his A game was still there, but didn't have a B game, and that took time to develop. So all the last 8 are underway at Milton Keynes. Semi-finals will probably go off at the same time in Niedernhausen, but it will be Lucas Vanick against Jules van Dongen, and Brian Raman will take on Kevin Doetz. But we think
that's huge.
Not mathematically, but Jules van Dongen has done enough regardless of the result. We think 6 points will get you a tour card.
Yeah. I think this one's an important one for Mickey Mantle as well. We've said, I think it goes 6 points either way. So if Mickey Mantle wins this one, I would say he's all but sure of a tour card in the UK.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, no, if Mickey Mantle wins this one, I'm with you. I think he's done enough.
Jimmy Clark could put himself very close. If he wins this one, he would be on 5 points. Currently 2-1 down. McGeeney broke him in the first leg.
Jackie says, what's the maximum you can expect to earn with a tour card, or what's the minimum you can expect to earn, or do you lose money? That all depends. Just because you've got a tour card doesn't guarantee you anything. If you don't win games, you don't earn money. But obviously you still have to pay out for cost of living on the tour when you're away, your hotels, your travel. So look, it's dubbed as the Dream Factory and the Golden Ticket, which it can be. But the other flip of the coin, you could also lose a lot of money doing it. So it's not all glitz and glamour. Bottom line is you have to win games.
I don't know whether you saw the interview with James Wilson after his match yesterday, but he raised a valid point. James Wilson was averaging around about 93, 94 the whole tour, and he said outright, if you're not playing at the same standard I am, you won't stand a chance. And it's true, because James Wilson can earn a living from darts. He's good enough to do that. But if you get a Pro Tour card and you're averaging mid-80s, you might come out with $1-2 grand maximum probably a year, which is nowhere near enough to live on. So you've got to keep a job at the side, and it just makes it difficult. So really, going to Q-School and getting a tour card is obviously the dream. But you look at something like Arambini last year, you know, he only made a couple of grand and it wasn't enough. Yes, this year he picked up a little bit, but still, it's difficult to live on the amounts you get if you're averaging under 90.
Right, I'm just going to go to the live order of merit a second, and then look at some of the people and the bottom end that only got their tour card kind of like last year. So that's all new. Luke Peters, no. They didn't. So like Gordon Mathers last year, lucky enough he got to the World Championships. He won 18 grand, but flip the coin, Steve Brown only earned £18,250 across 2 years.
Yeah,
that's just over 9 grand a year. It'll cost you that in travel and hotels on its own. So,
well, someone like Carl Wilkinson won a tour card last year, didn't he? And he's earned 1.5 grand this year. So it just shows that you can get a tour card, but it guarantees nothing.
Yeah, it all comes down to you have to win games. Like, I'm going to use Boris Koltsov here as the exception. Right, he won 23 grand, which sounds great in his first year, but 15 of that was World Championship money. Take the Worlds off, it's not so attractive. It's all about, in those first 2 years, you have to get to the Worlds. And look, we appreciate that. Look, Glenn Durrant had a fabulous first year and got to everything, but both ends of the coin, yes, you can change your life and you can win an awful lot of money. But the other side of it, you have to be prepared that you could also financially struggle if you're not winning games.
But at the end of the day, at the World Championship, there's 96 spots, and around about 25 of them aren't available to Pro Tour card holders. So you're looking at pretty much 66, 67 people that have a tour card are going to get to the World Championship. So unfortunately, not everybody can make it, and that's where the struggles come. So you've got to be backing yourself. You've got to be confident that you're going to go out on the Pro Tour and you're going to smash it and earn at least sort of 15 grand and get yourself through the Pro Tour Order of Merit.
Yeah, James has just put 25 of the 32 players winning tour cards this year will lose money after all their expenses, I would say. Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Especially if other forms of income, i.e. the World Seniors Championship, stuff like that, the online live league are suddenly whisked away from you because you've won a tour card. So it is that flip of the coin that if you're one place outside and you get into every Pro Tour because you're a reserve, brilliant, and you've got the luxury of that, and if you one place inside, you're welcome. He's spun upside down. Just as I say that, Jamie Clark breaks Mark McGeeney back 3-3.
Yeah. Philip says, again, regular on our streams. Thank you very much, mate. He says, do you think there should be prize money for the last 128 on the Pro Tour? Look, this is a tricky one. This is one that divides opinion, boys, from a lot of people. Some think yes, some think no. I'm kind of somewhere in the middle that I think there maybe should be something, but also I think that you shouldn't be rewarded just for turning up. So I'm really torn on this one.
Personally, I would like to see something just to even try and cover the expenses side of things would be nice, even if it's just a couple of £100. I think we've seen Ronnie O'Sullivan speaking about that from the Snickers point of view. Said just take a little bit off the very top of the game. And the very top of the game is incredibly lucrative. And I feel as if just a small percentage off of that could cover the basics, but it is difficult. But if you're expanding the top to a ridiculous height as they are, I feel as if you probably could afford to help the bottom out just to cover the expenses.
Yeah. Adrian says, I remember a cracking match between Webster and Lewis. Be good to see Webster back on the Pro Tour. Oh, that game at the World Championships. I can't remember what set it was, but arguably the best set of darts the World Championship has ever seen.
Yeah,
it was the fifth set. It was 3-2 to Webster, and Adrian Lewis made it to go 3 each. Well, I watch it many times. I enjoy it. Yeah. 1-5-6 with Ted Evans to break. Just another that. Sorry, 1-5-6 Ted Evans breaks Mickey Mansell, and that's huge. 2-1 Evans gets the break that he needed in the game.
Yeah. Philip says, is Richie Bennett guaranteed? Not yet. Richie Bennett is on 5 points. We think he needs another point across the 2 days to guarantee it. We think 6 points is the magic number. Again, that's not guaranteed. That's just on the workings that we think that 6 points will get you there. Must be 25, 30k seems about right to pay the bills, travel and hotels. So just on, obviously I go to most of the events. I don't go to the Pro Tours, but I go to all the TV stuff and everything like that. And just the UK stuff, that doesn't include Euro Tours or any of the World Series, just the UK TV stuff, you're looking at around about 12 to 13 grand a year just in travel and hotels.
See, I'm just going to try and work it out. So see, first round losers, there are 64 first round losers, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
120, so 64 players. If you give them all, well, let's say, £100 just to start with, just to try and go for something. So 64 times 100, 6,400, and then there's 30 Pro Tours. That's 192 grand. So if you pump it up just a little bit, it's probably a minimum £200,000 you have to find from somewhere. That's the debate. Can you afford that to just help them out a little bit? Probably yes.
I mean, reward. Why not have a prize money for Q-School? Why not have a prize money for winning your tour card? Why don't you give them, everyone that wins a tour card gets $5 grand? That's to help you on your first year of the Pro Tour. You can use some of it. You're going to have to try and earn some money yourself. I mean, as Jar said in the chat, they have actually increased the prize money, but obviously you're still not getting any money for losing in the first round. The only thing I thought about that was if you give people money for losing the first round, are you more likely to get the tour card holders to turn up? We had a lot of issues last year with people not turning up, but if there's guaranteed money there, does that potentially influence someone's decision? Potentially, especially if you're at the bottom end. But yeah, I think I would like to see that because I think we should have 128 pro players. Nobody should be working.
Even at the top end of the game, you look at it. Gary Anderson, will you play on the Euro Tour when you're not guaranteed anything? No. Gary Anderson, will you come and play in a World Series when you get an appearance fee? Absolutely. Hannah says, just seen on Twitter about an hour ago. Yes, it is true. There was an incident and Andy was escorted off the building by security after squaring up to Nathan Rafferty. Look, at the end of the day, They're playing for their future. They're playing for a living. Tempers are always going to get flared a little bit. It happens in every sport. It's not a huge deal. It happens.
Jamie Clark on the verge of knocking out Mark McGeeney, by the way. Has the darts and
playing really well, Jamie Clark.
160 points ahead. Yeah.
He started the last few legs with a 1080, so he's playing really well. Mark McGeeney has reverted to Pro Tour form. We knew it was coming at some point. It has happened in the quarterfinals. He's averaging 85, and he's struggling now. Jamie Clark is taking the advantage.
Look, the game on screen is a stinker, but Darren Webster won't mind. Again, this is the Darren Webster we've seen on tour this year, but he's winning it 5-1, so he won't care.
Speaking of stinkers, it's Scott Waits against Dan Reed. It's 74 average, playing a 77 average. The scoring's been okay, but the doubling has been pub level, to be honest. But Waits has the advantage, has a break, and has the darts. He's against the darts in this one, but has found the break, obviously, since he's 4-2 up. So Waits looking good in this one.
Yeah. Connor Scott is in the chat room. Hope you are well, my friend.
Chance now for Jamie Clark. 5-3 up. Left 109 after 12. He's surely going to seize this opportunity. Mark McGeeney's back on 307, averaging 65 in this last leg. Really struggling.
EU waiting on UK. No, they're just underway in the EU. I will switch it back on so everyone can see. Sorry, it's my fault. We were waffling away in the chat room. Mace is
Jimmy
in.
Clark,
Hope you are good, buddy. Yeah, all good, Connor. Thank you very much. Afternoon, Craig. Jules van Dongen is on fire today. Marcus says, how much do players get paid to play in the World Series? Different players get different appearance fees, mate. Depends who you are and where you are in the pecking order.
Darren Webster, 6-1 win, 82 average. We'll sort of gloss over, but Darren Webster's found himself in the semi-finals in day 2.
Brian Raman is also 2-0 up, and he's scrapping it again. Averages aren't great with him and Kevin Doetz, but he's doing the job. Jamie Clark also on 5 points now. He is ever so close to that tour card.
Brian Raman on the $9.
Oh, hold on. Stand by.
Surely not. The way this game's gone.
Oh, yeah.
50 score.
There we go. Phil, will Andy Hamilton be allowed to return tomorrow? Yes, yeah, mate. It happens all the time on Pro Tours. It just doesn't get spoken about. People get oiked out by security for being a bit leery all the time. Afternoon, Bob. Hope you are well. Hope you enjoyed your holiday. And I will see you on Tuesday.
Quite an important moment in the Waits Reed game. Waits is on 100 and he takes it out. If he didn't, Dan Reed was due to go and break again, which would have had him have the advantage in the game. But Scott Waits 5, Dan Reed 3, and Reed now needs 3 on the trot to pull this one back.
Yeah.
Ted Evans has scrapped away 4-2.
Only the winner gets a card on the day, mate. The rest of them are all scrapping for order of merit points. So it's only the winner each day. Jimmy says Webster threw averaging 79. That's Q-School for you. Absolutely. That's why we've said it over and over again. Q-School is a lottery. You just never know. Lisa lost opening round to Alan Tabben today, Stephen, but she'll be back tomorrow. A big result here for Ted Everts. Remember, he lost his tour card. Won the World Youth Championship in November, but has work to do.
Considering the quality of the Webster Griffiths match, this is a hell of a game, this one. Both averaging mid-90s. We thought it could happen, but both were on the Pro Tour last year. Both have got quality, and they're showing it here.
Yeah. Dan Reed win here would knock Kevin Bennett out of the green. Roger says, will Edgar play the WDF Worlds? No, mate, doesn't play. It hasn't played any WDF events, so has no ranking points. Said, hey, is it an American? I don't really know. Jules van Dongen is American, yes. See, Menzies lost 6-1 today. Yeah, look, we've said this from day one. Menzies was one of those players that I didn't think could win or would have to do the job in one day, which he's pretty much done. He only needs a point, but he's just so inconsistent. Frank says, why is Mario not dark green? He's not dark green because mathematically he could still be caught, but realistically he can't. That's saying that people that are on no points can get to a final, and that, like, some people like Howard Leitinger is on no points and minus 12 leg difference. With all due respect, he's got no hope, but mathematically he still has. So that's why nothing is dark green until it is mathematically. But we think 6 points is going to be enough.
Brian Raman has absolutely steamrolled Kevin Dutz here. 5-0 up, averaging 92. He's playing well. Looks like he's going to make the final.
Scott Waits at the semi-final.
I was going to say
83 average is a bit harsh. It was just terrible Dublin in the middle of the game, really crucified their average, but deserved the win against Dan Reed there.
Remember, everyone, come and say hi in the chat room. Make sure you drop us a like and subscribe to Online Darts, the best Q-School coverage there is. We have everything covered across the whole of Q-School, and the final of today and the final 2 days are going to be no exception. It's going to be electric stuff. What have we got going on? That's it, Jack. Yep. So, Mark McGeeney and Kevin Bennett will end day 2 still in green for them. Ted Everts can obviously still jump to 4 points. Scott Waits can either win a tour card or get to 5. I put a lot of them on 5 points.
There's some big names made the quarterfinal today. Whoever gets through out of Mansell and Everts, we've got Webster, Waits, and Jamie Clark as well. But there's some big names. Next 2 card holders littered in the final stage of the Q-School today.
Do you think Edgar will do it? Look, he's going to have to pull it out the bag. Right now, he's not in a great position, but he has the game to do it. He's a master at coming through these qualifying events. My bad, 2 seconds. Slacking today. Let's get this up. Ted Everts is 1 away. Afternoon, Daniel. Hope you are well. Remember, the order of merit is split into 2. You've got EU and you've got UK. We've pinned the link to darts rankings in the pinned comment at the top for you all. Proctor's Phil, do you think Dan Reed will get a tour card? That he's in a good position. He's certainly in the mix.
Brian Raman gets the job done. He's the first man through to the final. 15 darter in the last leg against Kevin Doitz. Doitz got the break and potentially could have reeled off another one, but he doesn't. Raman gets the job done. A good 93 average, so he has improved back to his A game there after a little bit of a detour in the last round. But he's through to the final. He's probably done enough for the points. He'd be on 5 points. Maybe needs one more to absolutely secure it. But Brian Raman is 1 game away from a tour card.
There we have the other one. Jules van Dongen is also winning his game. Look, a win for Jules van Dongen, 7 points. Again, start the car. That is done. Cheers, Andy. Thank you very much.
Jamie Clark done enough? I think he needs one more win. Jamie Clark's on 5. We're saying 6 to get through in the UK. So he probably needs one more win. If he gets through against Scott Waits, I think he can count himself as a 2 card holder next year.
It's a big shot from Ted. You fancy him taking out 64. It's a nice one on the same sort of area of the board.
Yeah, Ted was really unlucky yesterday against Mark McGeeney. Averaged in the high 90s, got beat, but to be honest, was one of the highest averages of the day, despite going out in the first round. So Ted Everts has got the quality. He's been able to show it today. Even if he doesn't get through, he at least has got some points on the board and makes tomorrow's job a little bit easier.
Job done.
Job done. Ted Everts moves on to 4 points, joins the likes of Scott Waits and Darren Webster, well within his right to be in the top in the order of merit. He's right there. Mickey Mantle's on 5 after 2 days. He would definitely have taken that. He probably only needs to get through the last 1-2-8 tomorrow and get one more win, and then Mickey Mantle will probably have done enough as well. So not a disaster for Mantle. Good result for Ted Evans. He gives himself a massive opportunity now of getting a tour card. That completes the quarterfinal lineup as well. So Darren Webster against Ted Evans to come.
Absolutely. So all eyes on Niedernhausen. At the moment, we have Lucas Vainik against Jules van Dongen. Scott Waite and Jamie Clark is warming up at the moment. That is the first semi-final.
To be honest, I don't know how much Scott Waite's missed out in the tour cards from, but I don't know how much of it was due to bowling that game against Nathan Aspinall at the Worlds. And he missed something like, I think at least 3 darts for it. There would have been another £10,000, I think, on his ranking.
Yeah, I think it was it not first. Oh no, it was second on you, right? Yeah, it would have been 10,000. Yeah, no, it was
jump, yeah,
wasn't it? 100%.
We are about to play the semi-finals in the UK, and the semi-finals are just finishing here in Europe. And was it the last 32? I think that Richard Burnett made.
Last 32.
We'll double check that for you.
Yeah.
Was last 32? Yeah.
I'm almost sure it was. Yeah.
Let's see, last 32. Yeah, lost to Scott Waite. It's the last 32.
Yeah, Anthony, the semi-finals do look good. I don't think Jimmy Clark's ever been in the top 64, but he's playing really well today. Has proved his worth so far. So don't discount him in this next match against Scott Waite. But yeah, we've got a really good quarterfinal lineup. Whoever comes through this will be a welcome addition to the Pro Tour, and whoever makes the final is going to be very close through the order of merit.
Yeah, Scott Waite is too good not to be on tour. He's tidy. Not sure if I'm being honest. Scott Waite's the only person ever to shave his comb over off and be worse looking.
I mean, if you scroll through Waite's averages on the Pro Tour last year, you know, most games he was mid-90s, averaged 92 for the season, finished 47. So he was well within his right. I know averages, I'm going to get the averages, are only a guide, Brigade, giving me stick in the comments. But, you know, he was well up there and well within his right to keep that tour card. So a few unlucky results that went here or there. And yeah, you know, as Scott said, the World Championships probably killed him off.
I get the averages, but across the year, I never remember him winning a big moment. Does that make sense? Like, you know, players that win
big
moments.
Fair. That's fair.
I don't remember him winning any of the big moments when they were presented.
I feel like Scott Waite is the sort that really does well in the EU like qualifiers. So that's probably what's hurting a bit with COVID, because I'm sure he made quite a few of them in his first season. But yeah, I agree with what Lee said. He's got the game, but yeah, it's one of them. It's one of them. I mean, when we bring up this averages table, James Wilson last year was 32nd, right? So, you know, probably the best. I think he was the only player that was in the top 32 on the average table from the Pro Tour last year. Lost his tour card, so definitely deservedly back on the Pro Tour. Jules van Dongen, 115 to make the final. Oh, and he takes it out. Hell of a finish. Jules van Dongen against Brian Raman in the EU for a tour card. Brilliant performance from Jules van Dongen so far today. have we got any movement in the UK? Still in the warming up phases.
Still warming
Can't
up.
be long now. Jamie Clark's been warming up for about 10 minutes against Scott Waite.
However, Jules van Dongen start the car because regardless of the final, he is on 7 points. So we have another North American on tour, boys.
Brilliant. I'm really impressed with him so far. This wasn't... Sometimes you get in Q-School where some players look into cards, but he's played absolutely brilliant in the first 2 days, so more than deserving. And it would be nice to see him get one automatically the way he's been playing.
Yeah. Dave says, is Jamie Clark close to his card? Yes, he is. 5 points
Probably
at
just
the
one
moment.
game.
Beats Waite.
Gets to the final, 6 points. 6 points we think is the cutoff. So effectively, this is a final for Jamie Clark. So we're just waiting for games to go live. They're both warming up still.
Who are we picking in the EU then, lads? Van Dongen or Raman?
I'm going Raman.
I think Van Dongen's been more consistent, but Raman's got the better A game. We've seen Raman be.
That sounded like an on the fence answer.
No, if he hooks it up, I think Raman consistently Jules Dongen. So I'm going to go for the American.
Okay. I've got to decide in both. Then I'm going to go with Jules van Dongen as well. He's impressed me today. Yeah. I think he gets the job done. If a man's not on his A game, he gets beat.
It's someone asking what happened to Edgar. Did he get beat in the last 64 by Mickey Mansell? Didn't really do too much wrong, to be honest. I think Mickey Mansell averaged over 100 and just finished every leg that he could. Nothing wrong with Edgar, but just get unlucky.
He could do with a bit of a look at the draw. I mean, he had a very, very tough first 2 games with Chaz Barstow and Mickey Mansell, didn't he? So.
Mm-hmm. What semi-final we're going to pick? We're going to go Everett Webster?
Got to be, doesn't it? I'll keep an eye on the other one, but it's got to be. Yeah, I mean, I agree with what's been said in the chat there. I mean, the WDF losing some players is not ideal, but losing your world number 1 is absolutely horrendous. We saw what happened with the BDO when the likes of Bunton left, and it was a huge kick in the teeth. If Raman goes, even though he's not a household name yet, it's a massive kick in the teeth.
That's us on the way, by the way. Semi-finals kicked off in the UK. Jamie Clark.
Well, Scott, I'll give you one more chance to change your pick now. Then
I'm not picking anyone.
I'm not picking anyone else.
It's 2 goals at this. I'm not feeling like it. I'll just accept that I've been wrong today.
Yeah.
Ted Evans won the bull against Webster, and Jamie Clark won the bull against Scott Waits. Let's see.
Clark might have won the bull, but he hasn't capitalised. 54 average so far in this first leg. Yes, it's early doors, but score and phase was shocking so far. I say that needs a 1080. I take it back. Fair play, Jimmy Clark. Impressive. This is it, though. 6 legs away from probably getting a Turk off for Jamie Clark. He would have taken this situation when he woke up this morning.
100%. Webster weaves tops after 12 darts to break through. Ted Evans needs 100 to save it. Big moment already. With Ted's missed at least one dart at it, so Darren Webster free clear darts at double to break in the first leg.
Just put it back up.
He's missed himself.
Wrong one.
Jamie Clark with a 21 dot holder throw there against Scott Waite. 72 average, but he's over the line the first leg. Hold his throw. Hopefully that's the nerves out the way.
We have a break for Darren Webster. Both men missing multiple darts for the leg. Darren Webster breaks and he leads 1-0 in the race to 6.
Light on it, it's a bit dark.
Waits did this a lot against Dan Reed. Against the throw it was a bit dodgy, but on the throw his scoring power just seemed to turn on for some reason.
To be fair, the final isn't warming up yet, so we'll put the 2 games up as feature games. 2 seconds.
Scott Waite's 12 darter. 102 finish there. Holds throw. Don't count him out.
There we have them both up as feature games.
Oh, chance missed there. Evans could have brought it back.
Well, both players have missed darts on both legs in the Webster Evans game.
Yeah. It's scrappy. Scott Waite, that was another ton plus checkout. That flashed off the screen so quickly, but that was another ton plus checkout for Scott Waite. I think it was another 12 darter as well. 2-1, break a throw. Really impressive from Scott Waite.
Just nobody wants to take the opportunities in the other one. It's that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 missed starts by Evans and 5 missed starts from Webster, if I can count right. Last start in hand. Early nerves, say the least.
Scott Waite's kicking off back-to-back 140s as well. Really is turning the pressure on Jamie Clark.
Is Jamie Clark feeling it? No, obviously not.
No.
Obviously not.
So 2 world titles that Scott Waite's won.
Yes.
Yeah.
He won against Tony O'Shea and he won against Jeff Smith, didn't he? Poor Tony O'Shea, but we'll see him back. Maybe he wins the World Seniors. Who knows? I doubt it, but we'll see. Scott Waite, it's a 3-1 lead. It's only a break if you hold. He's done it. 13 darter. Really, really good period of play. I'm pretty sure that's 37 darts with 3 legs for Scott Waite. He's absolutely motoring here.
That game you have. To be fair, mine's a Brown as well. It's just neither of them can get a double.
If Webster goes to the bull here, it could be a 10 darter.
I think you should, given the situation in the outer ring.
Yeah. Kevin, no, Wayne's not old enough to be in the seniors yet, mate.
This is massive. If Jamie Clark gets broken here, the match is pretty much gone. Kicked over the 180, but 2 following scores were really poor. Can he get himself down to a finish? Brilliant. Another 180. Impressive. Bang on cue. Jamie Clark sets up 70.
So literally every time that we've started to criticise Jamie Clark, he's fired in something massive. Literally every time.
Maybe they've got it on the loudspeakers at the venue. But Jamie Clark's really, he's got a chance here, potentially. Maybe misses 1 dart. Look, we've got a lot of players that have come through the chat today. Maybe someone can argue for us to be put on one of the tellies in the venue. Who wouldn't like that? Jamie Clark.
Yeah, absolutely.
3-2. Back in the match.
Harry, draw for the World Seniors will be after Q-School.
Do you know if that's going to be seeded, Phil, or is it just a random draw?
No, it is going to be seeded.
Okay.
Opportunity for Webster here to open up a 2-leg gap for the first time. Last dart in hand, 3-1 Webster. So Scott Waite's and Webster in the driving seat in both games.
Look, we're not discounting Jamie Clark. I'm not going to criticise him anymore, but he's fighting for this. He's fighting for this. I think he really needs to find the break in the next 2 legs. Can't let Scott Waite run away with this, but Scott Waite is making it difficult. 1-3-2 after 9 is very good scoring from him.
We are underway in Niedernhausen, so sorry to Darren Webster and Ted Everts, but you're being replaced by the final between Jules van Dongen and Brian Raman in Niedernhausen.
Scott Waite is left 6 after 12 darts. That is daft. What's he hit there?
What has he done? I ain't got a clue. But
on
with his opponent not in the finish at the time, that's unnecessary.
I
know what he's done. He's went treble 20. So 2 treble 20s, then came inside double 6. Daft.
Okay.
Daft.
Oh, is it going to cost him? Man. Is it going to cost him? Jamie Clark's left himself in the position to punish. Should get 2 darts at tops. Massive moments here. Oh, third dart in hand, 15 darter. Scott Waits throws away a leg that he definitely should have won. And Jamie Clark now with the throw. Van Dongen gets the first one in Europe.
Big moments in the semi-final. We can't see Ted Evans has missed 5 darts, I believe, and Darren Webster's broken again. It's 4-1 to Darren Webster now. Has the darts to make it 5-1, and he's one hand on that final place.
I don't know whether I agree with that, Dylan. Dylan said, shouldn't really be seeded. Taylor Clearfave, only players who could beat him is Richie and Burnett. Richie Burnett and Kevin Burnett, I think he means. But, you know, Robert Thornton is still playing some good stuff. And Martin Adams, I definitely wouldn't discount. There's a few names in there. That championship's not decided. We've not seen Phil Taylor play for quite a few years. And there's still some players that are knocking about that still play regular competitive darts. So I don't think it's as clear-cut as that.
To be fair, one of my picks may be about to be ruled out. The fact that Richie Burnett is sat there so close on 5 points to a tour card, because I think he would have been a huge, huge danger.
Damn.
Oh, big moment
big for Scott Waits there.
Big moment. Scott Waits gets another break back. Jamie Clark, did not capitalise on that opportunity. Scott Waits now 2 legs away from making the final.
Webster was 1 away, 65 taking out in 2 darts. Darren Webster leads Ted Evans 5-1. Surely we're going to see Webster in the final now.
Jules van Dongen
got the break. Brian Raman's turned up and played his B game again. We said this earlier on. He's got a brilliant A game. But when you come out and average 75, you're going to get punished. And Jules van Dongen isn't having to play that well himself, but he has done the work in the first 2 legs.
He's not having to play well is the thing.
Written in the stars, you could say, for Jules van Dongen. He's played brilliant and he is getting all the rewards. Yeah, to be fair, people are asking about Martin Adams going to Q-School. I thought there was the possibility last step. He's never going to go to Q-School now. It's too late.
No, he said he was never gonna. It was never going to happen. At 64, he said no intention of playing the tour at 64. Well, he's 65 now, but when he gave the interview, he was 64. They had no intention of.
That is my worry about the World Seniors, though, because I think we've reeled off a good 5 players that could win that tournament. But outside of that, I think we're going to have some really bad games. It'll be nice to see the walk-ons, but there's going to be some players that haven't played professional darts or competitive darts for many, many years, and I fear they might get exposed.
I don't know. I think it'll be all right.
It's too early to say that there's a comeback coming, but Webster had he's 5-2 up and has the darts in this one to close it out. Evans has produced a turn, then a turn 40 against the throw. So he's starting to chisel away. And if he could make it 5-3, then the doubts might start creeping in.
If he was 15 years younger, do I think Wolfie would go to Q-School? I think so. I honestly think so. I think his opinions changed a little bit.
Yeah, if the state of playing darts is like it is now, but Martin Adams is 50, then I think, yeah, probably would have. It's
let's be fair
to what Glenn Dunn did.
Yeah, the BDO was folded now. So if he was 15 years younger, I don't have a doubt that he'd move over. But, you know, you can't expect a 65-year-old man to commit to 2 years on the tour.
100%.
Jamie Clark from 106 has left 79. So Scott Waits now with every chance of winning this game 6-3 and making the final. In Europe, Jules van Dongen is dominating. Scott Waits gets it done 6-3. Waits is in the final. Van Dongen's 4-0 up. Brian Raman's getting slaughtered. There's an opportunity there. 2 legs for Jules van Dongen to get a tour card outright.
I reckon Scott Waits and Darren Webster hit the winning double at the same time. It's 6-2 to Darren Webster. Knocks out Ted Evans, and we're going to have a straight shootout between the Demolition Man and Scott Toy.
I see what you're saying, Chris. But to be honest, you know, one wants to come out and average 60. If they come out and it impress me, then fair enough. But you know, even if you've retired, you don't want to come out averaging 65, 70. So we'll see what happens with the World Seniors. I'm sure we'll get a lot of nostalgia with players coming back that we've not seen for many years, and there should be some good games. Really looking forward to it. But you know, I can't see every single player maintaining their top average from when we saw them in the past. The likes of Les Wallace, I've not seen play for 15 odd years. I've got no idea what his standard is now. But if he comes out and averages 65, then I can't see him being chuffed with himself.
There's not a world championship in the world that has every single game of decent quality. You're going to have some stinkers in there. Even like there's some terrible games at the World Cup of football, the World Darts Championship. Some of the games this year were unbearable. There is going to be one or two, but at least this time you're going to have some nice.
One or two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're going to have some nice nostalgia, some good throwback.
100%. But if I was coming back, it's like, let's say I'm Phil Taylor and I'm coming back, right? I don't want to be going out there and averaging 80. So obviously you'll have done the practice, but you know, if you could have gone back as an ex-world champion, now Phil Taylor is an odd example because let's be honest, he's 16-time world champion. It's not going to happen. But if you come back, someone like John Part, you know, we've seen him play on the Pro Tour quite a bit. You know, he's a 3-time world champion. And the way we remember him was averaging sort of 90s to 100, and he's going to come out and probably average below 80 in this world championship. I don't know. I like the idea of having nostalgia, but you know, I'd love to see him average mid-90s. But if he's going to come out and average sort of like, you know, mid-70s, then yeah, it'll be a tough watch. But we'll see. Hopefully I'll be proved wrong.
So how many wins is Brian Raman on? Because he's playing as if he's already qualified. 5 points. So the job is very much not done. It's not a case of complacency here that's making him come out with this.
Ryan Raman with a chance to hold throw, potentially get himself back to 4-2 against Van Dongen. Missed opportunity. Chance of a break now. It's on if Jules van Dongen can take out 76. He's probably
double
missed
five,
one dot there. Yeah.
Right, he's went get double five.
We have a final. It will be Darren Webster against Scott Waits. Remember, both of these lost their tour card only a week or so ago, and they will compete to win it back. But over in Niedernhausen, it is the American who is in charge. But there is a comeback from Brian Raman Brewing Boys.
Yeah, he's giving it a go. He started this leg really well. Has he clicked into his A game? Oh, 140. It gives Van Dongen a chance, this. Not a bad setup.
That's brilliant. Is that
100
12 with 19 out of Bull? Exactly. That was very good from him, actually, to prevent that. But it did not matter. Wow.
Hell of a finish. Hell of a finish from Brian Raman.
That's a huge one.
Was that 140?
That's a 140 checkout, yeah.
Incredible. Brian Raman, the comeback remains on. 4-3 now. Really impressive from Brian Raman.
Let's see, just... warming up the final, by the way, in Milton Keynes. So neither Waits nor Webster gained their point yesterday. Actually, so that's a huge run for both of them. But it sounds bad. But with them both on 5 points with 2 games to go, there is no guarantee that they're going to get an extra point. All it takes is a bad draw in the second or first round, and you get done, and you don't get 6 points. So this game, the pressure on this game is immense.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And like we said, Cameron Menzies may have had to have won yesterday. We saw in the last 2 days, we've seen the good and the bad of Cammy. The A game is unreal. Today was the B or the non-existent B game, and he loses first round.
Brian Raman with the improbable comeback. Incredible so far from Brian Raman. 4-4 now. Van Dongen's still playing well, to be fair, but Raman has just stepped it up. He's a level above here.
This is what we said. Raman's A game is better, but the consistency isn't there. And that's why he found himself in a hole, but that A game is now digging himself out of it.
Oh, good lead there from Jules van Dongen.
Getting hot. Yes, he is.
Van Dongen to stop the rot here, set himself up quite well. He's going to have 6 starts from 160. You'd think he'd leave a 1-dart finish here. Another ton 40 would do him wonders. Ton's not bad.
That'll do.
2 darts at top.
I don't know how his darts wide
He
down,
should
but
back himself. Yeah, he should back himself for this, surely. Can't be making a mistake here. If not, Raman's not that handy. 108, still a difficult finish. The way he's been popping the ton plus finishes, maybe not, but the opportunity's given Brian Raman to potentially break
literally
again.
just taking this out. It's the same finish he did to win the last week.
This would be improbable.
Oh, probably must have that.
Jules van Dongen to stop the rot.
Oh, we can't take it.
He's getting finish line-itis.
Is he thinking about what could be?
Oh, it's taken away from him. Right, this is a bit of a curveball, but do you think it would be good for Jules van Dongen to lose this match so that he gets another 2 days to play high-level darts at Q-School? He's going to get a 2 card anyway.
No,
or do you think it's bad for his confidence losing in a final?
Exactly. Just strut your stuff. You know how to play the game. No, nah. For me, no. I like the curveball. I like the left wing.
I'm not saying I'd go out to lose it, but, you know, it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world if he doesn't get through.
It's not the worst thing in the world, but if you can take this game 6-5 in a tight one, you have that in your mindset. I beat the WDF #1. This guy's meant to come and be the next thing, and I beat him 6-5. That's the mentality I want to take forward.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 on the spin for Raman. Yes, it is. Sam said, should Jules withdraw after today? No.
I wouldn't.
If it was mathematically secure, I would say yes. But because mathematically he hasn't won one, I'd say he has to play. Crazy, that will all be revealed very, very shortly.
I think if you don't back your game enough to go and win a game at Q-School, I know it's a lottery, right? But if you don't back your game enough to go and win a game or 2 at Q-School because you're afraid that your leg distance, etc., is going to come down, then you can't have that much faith in your ability to go and play on the actual Pro Tour. So therefore, you just have to go and do it, in my opinion. If you don't have the confidence now, then you don't really have the pro mentality to go on the full tour.
Yeah. Look, even losing this, Jules van Dongen is on 7 points, which we all think is enough. But mathematically, it's not. So he has an obligation to play. Don't get me wrong, if he'd gone dark green, cannot be caught, then I have no issue with him pulling out and going off.
Raman gets the job
No such
done.
problems for Raman.
17 darter in the last leg. No. Reeled off the last 6 legs.
Brian Raman gets the job done over Jules van Dongen, and it was the Raman A game that came through in the end. He struggled, was 4-0 down, not playing well at all, but gets over the line. He found the turbocharge when he really needed it. Super stuff from Brian Raman. And now that officially rules him out of Lakeside. There will be a new #1 seed. Chat room going off. Scott Waits, Darren Webster will be going live in any second now. It's been warming up for a while. Chat room is going off.
Just try to look at the averages throughout the day. Scott Waits is quite a bit ahead. I've not bothered to do the maths properly and add them all up. But with the exception of a 99 from Darren Webster, he's touching about 90, maybe just slightly lower than 90. Whereas Scott Waits is probably nearer to the 95 mark for what I can see today.
And as I say that, we have just gone live in Milton Keynes.
Scott Waits wins the darts. We'll have the throw.
I mean, someone said Belgium dark horse for the World Cup in June. Well, I don't think Van den Beauregard or Van Raman are going to make the Belgian World Cup team by then. But you know what? They've still got a dangerous team. The way Hybrex is playing, and if Van den Berg can finally turn stuff back on, then yeah, why not?
Oh, absolutely. Find.
I'd really like to see France added. I would really like to see Chikole play. I think there was another French lad that's playing at EU Q-School this year. I really think they should be included in the 32 nations.
Another French guy's been all right as well. It's not been bad, is it? I don't know. I think his first name is Jacques. I don't know how to pronounce his surname.
I think it's Larper, isn't it?
Or something. Yeah.
Yeah, if I remember right.
Yeah.
We've got to have Chikole represented. He's playing really well. He's been unlucky so far. He's one of the players that I will hope gets a tour card in the next couple of days because he's not had a brilliant run. But there's a few players now, the likes of Sedlacek, Robbie John Rodriguez, Yelle Classen, Benito van der Pas. Not all of these are going to get tour cards. We obviously expected some big names to miss out, but the amount of big names that are so far behind is quite scary in the EU.
Yeah.
Dear.
Where is it? Ron says, any word for Jacob Taylor if he made it? No, look, he's played some great stuff so far. Can he get the job done? Interesting as well, boys. Whatever happens here, the first two cards to automatically in the UK have been won by people that have just lost them.
Yeah.
I know the pressure's technically on you all day, but to get to this point where it's all on the line, with every leg you lose, the pressure just must increase about tenfold.
Yeah. Absolutely. Again, not a classic so far, boys.
Yeah, whether we expected it by this stage, the final always gets a bit nervy, doesn't it? But Webster with a chance to hold, if he misses here, Scott Waits could put him under an immense amount of pressure.
Is
110 finish. Scott Waits, over to you.
Non-PDC player to win a big tournament like the Grand Slam. Yeah.
Yeah, it must be. Don't think. Oh, that's huge from Webster. Take away. I think that's the only one where you kind of get people, isn't it? The
Yeah.
UK Open, I don't think an amateur's ever won. Oh.
No. No, exactly.
Has Napa ever reached the final? Again, I don't think so, but if any of you boys have better memories.
They're obviously, Damon Heta won a TV tournament not having a tour card, but not like the Grand Slam or anything like that.
You say that, Phil, but I can guarantee, not to stir the pot too much, but if Fallon Sherrock could have beaten Michael Van Gerwen, you would 100% be giving her that.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, the same as she got to the quarterfinals of the Grand Slam. If she'd gone on, look, unlikely, but if she'd have gone on and won it, that'd have been on par with Waits.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Yeah, I don't think we've never had anyone that was an amateur made the final of the UK Open. I honestly can't think at the top of my mind who's gone the furthest. Did Cadby have a tour card when he made the semi-final?
Yeah.
Or the final? He made the final.
Yeah.
He did have a tour card. Yeah.
He made the final in Auckland without having a tour card.
Yeah.
How many points is Robert Owen on? 2 seconds, and we will tell you. Robert Owen only on 1 point, so Stack Attack has plenty of work to do.
And all three of these Websters opted to go for tops. And I don't think he's had it yet in this game. But better had it now.
Oh, it's time for everything.
Just going to flash up Yelle and 1, isn't it? Oh, well, there we go. That's huge, though.
3 darts. Let's it up.
Break of throw for the Demolition Man.
We criticised Waits a little bit, not necessarily crumbling under pressure, but when it comes to big moments, when he had his tour card, didn't really seem to have the answers. It's stumbling towards a 5 each. No one's really strangling this game.
There was, I can't remember what tournament it was in, but Scott Waits, he had James Wade by the proverbials and he let him off, and I can't remember what it was. But again, we talk about big moments that there's been.
I can't remember that one, Phil, but I remember he did it to Nathan Aspinall. Not the one in the Worlds, but the one at the Players' Championship before that game at the Worlds. I'm sure he missed 5 or 6 darts to beat the Asp.
European Championships rings a bell.
I thought it was the Players, but you might well be right, mate. It could well be European.
One of them, but yeah.
Yeah. That's just what we're on about. However, yes, definitely capable of producing 12 darts.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not this time.
Do you think he missed a dart there? Or has he set that up? He's probably set that up for 32, hasn't he? Darren Webster with a chance. 3-1 lead. Gets it. 3.
Big.
Keeps the pressure on. He's 3 legs away from a tour card. Bouncing straight back.
Darren Webster is on absolute fire right now.
I think sometimes this does rejuvenate players. The fact that you're not defending money, you just earning money. So sometimes go to Q-School. If you come straight back through, it's not an absolute disaster.
I can't.
No, it's not.
That's a great shot for Webster, by the way, as he turns it up. But I can't remember who said that. It might have been Barneveld, but someone made the exact same point that you made.
Yeah, it was.
Look about how some players just. Was it Barneveld? Yeah, just drop them off the tail and start them, so you just get. Yeah.
No, but I tend to agree with him because I think, look, even if you're in a couple of grand at the end of the Pro Tour, so you potentially would have been in a slightly better position for the match play if you suddenly managed to turn it on for the start of the year or the Grand Prix. The fact of just restarting your entire account and building back up, I don't think it's a bad thing. So this might work wonders for Darren Webster because he's been slipping down. He slipped outside the top 32. What was it, 2 years ago? And since then, he's just been gradually falling. So gives himself the chance to build back up.
Yeah. Yeah, and Barney was talking about it. He said it was easier to reset than it was to keep trying to defend money, extra pressure all the time.
Opportunity presents itself for Scott Waits to hold. If not, this match could be getting away from him.
I swear Darren Webster's just missed tops again, by the way, just to point it out. If he could, I don't think it was possible there, but if he could start leaving double 16, it'd be quite nice.
Gets it in two. Darren Webster. I didn't expect this.
The Demolition Man is on the charge.
This sounds maybe strange, but I have more faith on Scott Waits if he was to lose this game to go and earn a tour card through the Order of Merit than I would Darren Webster.
100%.
I agree with
fear
you.
If Webster,
Yeah.
I would fear that Webster would stumble at the first or second hurdles for the next few days. Whereas Waits, I think, will probably get it from this stage.
Yeah, no, I agree. I've got more faith in Scott Waits picking up a couple of points here and there.
Might not need to care about that though.
For any huge Scott Waits fans out there, remember though, last year there was 13 spots in the Order of Merit. The last 3 people got in on 5 points. He's probably going to get one. I think he probably needs one more point to be absolutely secure, but chances are, with Waits' leg difference, he'll probably get a card. What a finish that is from Darren Webster. 1-3-6, 12 darter. Good finish. Darren Webster's on a mission.
Johnny says, should the Challenge Tour be seeded now by the people who got through stage 1? Should the Challenge Tour be seeded?
I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, I don't dislike it.
That would make sense because then with Q-School, you've earned something for the Challenge Tour. Right now, if you don't get a tour card, you all go in on an even keel. Whereas I feel like if you come out and play well at Q-School, maybe you should have a slight advantage. You rank it off Q-School, and then every event after that is seeded on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
Yeah, agreed. I'm with you on that one.
Oh, Darren.
Oh, Darren. Ferret canting. He's obviously slipped into the treble 5.
Yeah, but still, we're still going to shout them. Might be over no matter how many, by the way.
It might be over. Scott Waits hasn't played well enough to hit this.
No, Darren Webster has been sensational, boys.
I've tempted fate. He's gonna take this out in 3, isn't
he? Ooh,
maybe
no.
not.
Made a pig deer of it.
Should get a dot at the ball. At least.
Just keep it straight, and you get a match start.
Oi! Well done, Dan.
Absolutely superb. Darren Webster wins his tour card back on day 2. Remember, only lost it this year or a couple of weeks ago. So absolutely superb from Darren Webster. And he goes along with Brian Raman, who won in the EU. Get this. Have I got this teed up quickly? I think so. Let me just get this up. We'll share it so everyone can see. That's not updated yet. Share it anyway. So
yeah, it's fine. You just add one No, actually, you just take out Darren Webster, doesn't it?
Yeah. So there we have the live order of merit from Milton Keynes. Remember, Darren Webster is coming off of that because he has won his tour card. Jamie Clark, Scott Waits, 1 and 2. Mickey Mansell, Cameron Menzies, Richie Bennett, Matty Dennant, Jared Cole, Ted Everts, Lee Budgeon, George Killington, Mark McGeeney, Kevin Burness and Mike Warburton will hop up because Darren Webster pops off. Hold the spot as we speak. Just scroll down. There's a whole host of players there on 2 points. And then we scroll down. There's still work to be done. Look, it's not impossible for anyone to get a card. There's still 2 huge days to go. That is how it looks from Milton Keynes. This is how it looks like in Niedernhausen. And the top 2 start the car, boys, because they're done.
And I would say Vlad Anderson as well. I think the top 3 have probably done enough now.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. And then we come down. Cristo Reyes only on 2 points. Ronnie Hybrex, Arjan Konterman, Christian Kiss, Benito van der Pas, Thibaut Tricol, Dragutin Horvath, and Roby John Rodriguez. There are some big names, boys, in Niedernhausen that only have a point to their name.
There's an even bigger one that doesn't have any. He looks absolutely terrible today. So no, the next season the report is going to be very different.
Jesus Nogueira, no points. It's a bit of a shock.
Fabian Schmalzer as well, the young lad that had a huge billing and played some decent stuff at the Worlds as well. He has work to do as well. It's all interesting, boys, and it is going to go down to the wire. Remember, we have some really good bits coming up. We have a competitions starting tomorrow. We have tickets for every session of the World Seniors to give away. We've got a pair for social media, and for the next couple of days, we have a pair for the chat room to do it as well. So make sure that you are in the chat room and get involved for your chance to win tickets for the World Seniors. But Scott, Luke, absolute pleasure today having you on for Q-School Live. It's been emotional. We'll be back at 11:30 tomorrow for day number 3. We have been Online Darts signing off for the night, boys. Thank you very much, and we'll see you all tomorrow.